Hello, everyone. Welcome. Today we have a very unique event. I'm
Yes, we
Almira
do.
Skripchenko, and I'm joined by my colleagues, Grandmasters Yasser Seravan and Maurice Ashley.
Almira, it's wonderful to be with you, and Maurice with you.
And you can do this.
Nice.
Well, it's great fun to be here. It's a fantastic venue. All these great players playing in the event. It's absolutely amazing to have this kind of event as well. The buzz in the room when I was there doing the opening ceremony was palpable. It should be an amazing 12 rounds.
Well, and you can hear that there is a lot of noise around us because there is a very unique situation going on right now because we have a live audience today.
Yes,
so
we do.
Herzlich willkommen to everyone.
Absolutely. Thank you for joining us all.
Yes, we are in Düsseldorf, actually, in Germany. And today, well, we are going to do the commentary for the inaugural event. It's a FIDE World Rapid Team Championship. Yes, sir, tell me, what do you know about this competition?
Well, first of all, as you just said, it's an inaugural one. It's the first time that we're having a teams competition, a mixed team. It's not like the national teams where you have the US or Germany. You can pick and choose your players, and the idea is you're going to have professional players, a woman player, and this is unique, an amateur player as well. So you really have a mixed team competition.
Maurice, it reminds me of the European Club Cup. So I guess they were inspired by this event because in this event, not only there are some professional teams, but also the amateur teams.
Yes, and I think that for me, the funniest thing about the event and the most fun thing that's going to happen is watching 5 seasoned professionals play on these boards, and maybe their games end in a tie against the other 5. And it's going to be the amateur board that decides everything.
Right.
And you can just imagine these GMs looking and going, please, please, play good moves, play good moves, please. And it's going to be like defibrillator, up and down, as they try to somehow pull it off. The pressure on the amateur player is going to be immense, intense, but that's what the main wild card, I think, is of this tournament.
I'm expecting a lot of oohs and ahs as well. Tell us about the tournament. We have a 12-round tournament.
First of all, of course, there are going to be 4 rounds per day,
Okay.
played with the time control of 15 minutes per game and plus 10 seconds increment.
So
starting
each
from the very
player
start.
starts 15 minutes on their clock, and every time they make the move, they get a 10-second bonus. Perfect.
What would you say in this situation? Correct.
Correct.
Well, I know you. By the way,
I like to be clear.
I am so nervous today, of course, because it's a very unique situation for me as well, because this is actually the first time that I get to sit with you guys at the same table.
Well, if I were in your shoes, I'd be nervous too. But tell us more about the tournament.
Which is new for me because I'm used to playing those team competitions, is that there is a huge prize fund. Normally in the team events, you don't have such prizes.
You only have medals.
Yes, you only have medals. And here you have a whopping $250,000 prize fund, and the first team will win $100,000.
Fantastic, which is one reason why we have an extraordinary star-studded field. We have how many players of the top 10?
We have 6 out of 10. 6 out of 10 top 10 players. We should note that the event is underway. We see one camera shot here as the games have begun.
For round one.
It just, as you said, so many stars, not just the top players like Wesley So and Fabiano Caruana.
Nepomniachtchi.
We got Nepomniachtchi. We've got Richard Rapport in the house. We've got the young gangsters.
Gukesh and
Pragnananda, Abdusattorov. You've got so many of those great players, but you've got legends as well. Yasser, you know, Kramnik,
wow,
Anand. You remember when they were
guy.
teenagers? Now they're a little bit longer in the tooth. I mean, older, but wiser as well.
Right.
And here they are looking to also show some of that old magic.
And I've got to give a shout out to legends for the women's game as well. One Hou Yifan is in the house.
Well, but there are so many surprises for you guys in this tournament. I actually don't know even where to look at because, like, I love classical music. And playing right now, you have one of the world's most acclaimed violinists, Christoph Baratti, and I hope that we will be able, like, to interview him here.
Great.
So also Alexandra Kosteniuk, the women's chess
Exactly.
players, Ekaterina Lagno. I think you have the best women's chess
Certainly
players in the
representing
world.
Germany as well. German
Elizabeth
number one,
Paetz.
Elizabeth Paetz as well.
Exactly.
So
course.
just stars up
Everywhere.
and down. You could throw Vincent Keimer also here.
Daniel
So
Duboff on
Daniel
screen.
Duboff. It's crazy. And the fact that it's going to go so quickly as well.
Yes.
This time control is going to promote excitement as we see
FIDE
from India there on screen.
Daniel
This time
Duboff.
control is certainly going to
Richard
there's
Rapport.
Richard Rapport. Wherever you point a camera,
Yeah.
there's going to be a star.
Exactly.
So I wanted to explain that in each round you have 4 top players.
4 professionals.
Yes,
if you
4
will.
professional, 1 female player, and 1 amateur.
So it's 6 boards per round.
Yes.
And the teams, I've noticed, also have reserve players, so the captain can pick and choose the selection that he wants for.
If I may
Please.
interrupt, I just want to show this particular matchup.
that
We
in?
have the general sponsor of the tournament, an amateur player, Vadim Rosenstein. There he is on the right in the front. He's playing on the WR or VR team, as they call it here in Germany, and his team is star-studded. You got a Hou Yifan to his right. We see Vincent Keimer. I think that's Abdusatarov. I see in the distance. I know
Right.
Wesley So is on his team as well. And across from him is the FIDE management board. Imagine you're playing against FIDE. FIDE is, you never get to play against FIDE. They get the honor of doing that. We see Nigel Short
Right.
at the top of the screen, far off on board 1. That's Dana Resnitze Ozola. She is playing against Hou Yifan. She's from the management board as well. This is a dynamic matchup. I'm sure the VR team wants to take them down.
Right.
And yet they're the ones who are like the titles of the event. It's the FIDE World Rapid Team Championship, sponsored by WR Logistics. And here we are with the 2 main organizers and sponsors playing right away in round 1. And that wasn't a fix.
Right?
That was just the luck of the draw.
That is funny.
And I wanted to tell you
Yes,
that
please.
I know I have a secret piece of information for you, that Vadim was preparing for this tournament for several months, so I really
Training.
think that his opening preparation is up to date.
I'm not
Okay.
sure I'm supposed to say this, but I do know that his coach is from Germany, an opening specialist. You want to guess?
Yeah, Jan
Jan
Gusti.
Gustafsson?
Jan
I
Gustafsson.
saw
So
him.
Gusti
no.
has been helping him, and I can tell you, Vadim is very nervous.
Yeah.
I mean, at least before the event. I think now he's finally calm. I saw him this morning. He looks very ready. But before, he was trying to figure out how to not only get ready for this event, but also be the organizer.
Right.
I mean, that's hard.
Yes.
I've organized events before. You don't want to do both, but
Right.
there he is. And now I have to clear his mind of all that and just play.
By the way, I do see that I have some boards been updated, so I'm getting moves in. So before we get into the game, tell us, it's a Swiss pairing?
Yes.
That's how the pairings are going to be determined, yes?
Of course, yes. So
And
it,
how
it
many
means
teams in total is in
how
the
many
competition?
teams in total? We have 36 teams in total. So what does it mean, a Swiss pairing? It means that all the teams which will win their matches, they will be paired against the teams which,
In the next round.
in the next round, which will also have 1 point. So you get 1 point for the victory, half a point for a draw,
Right.
yes, and 0 for a loss.
Quick question. In
I believe
case...
the teams get 2 points for a win. The
Two
the team
team?
Yes,
itself
yes, and the
gets
team
2
itself
for a
in the
win, 1
pairings.
for a
Draw, a
draw
3-3.
match, and 0 for a loss.
So
Okay.
there's no tie breaks in case the score is 3-3. They're not going to
No.
play
No
a
individual
blitz
tie
With the
breaks.
reversed colors. yes.
with reverse colors. Well, first of all, again, I'm really looking forward to very exciting matches, and we have, like we say, a live audience. This is a very unusual setup for us all. So, guys, we're going to be here for a long broadcast, because what are we intending as far as the broadcaster is concerned?
Yeah, actually, this is also a very unique feature for today. We will be having very short breaks, so even when the rounds are going to be over,
Okay.
we'll analyze, we will find hidden gems, blunders.
Blunders alert.
Blunders, it's very
There'll be a lot of
important.
blunders.
Yes. And of course, we love, criticizing, those guys.
I'm shocked that you would think so. Yes, no,
Never.
we're easy.
Well, I will see the magnitude of your conclusion for
Right.
today's round.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, let's have a look.
Well, the first game that I've got on my screen is a game between Ines Zufen and Daniel Dubov. And it looks like a Queen's Gambit declined, where we have this bishop on d2. A little bit passive. I would have preferred to see the bishop on g5, but a very balanced position. The problem we're going to be having with our broadcast is there's so many great games. I mean, you just go everywhere. You've got boards featuring great players. So I really need help from our audience as well as from ourselves to direct me to where you think something special might be hidden. I'm ready to go.
Yes, sir. I think before we just fix a little bit our image,
board,
I
yeah.
wanted to ask our audience, because there are so many interesting names of these teams.
Yes.
What is your favorite? So I
Well,
wanted our audience to pick up their favorite as well.
Right.
So
Well, for me, it's easy. I see the pensioners. I go, let's go, boys and girls, as Vladimir Kramnik, Peter Svidler, and Jovi all are on the team of pensioners, and I recognize that right away.
well, should I? Okay, this is not very obvious for me, but I really like the six-pack, the Indian team. Yes.
All Indian squad.
All
with
Indian
this,
squad.
with the
yes.
six-pack. That is very, very nice
Okay,
indeed.
perfect. Now we have the position on the board.
I see.
Let's continue.
So I was just saying about this game of Dubov, it's a Queen's Gambit decline situation where the bishop on d2. I really like to see this bishop on f4 or g5, and it's very obvious what White's intention is. White needs to play the move e3, e4. From Black's point of view, Black's intention is that he wants to see the move e4, but he also wants his own
C5.
counterplay with c6, c5. At the moment, it's a tame position. We'll just have to see how it unfurls.
Yes, sir. He's not a grandmaster, but I wanted to have a look at the game played by Mark Larry. Let me have a look at what board.
Yeah, be careful. I'm scrolling through literally hundreds
number
of...
4,
Okay.
the match number 4, the last game.
Okay.
Mark Larry is probably the youngest player in this event. He
Tell
is
me about
9
Mark.
years old, and he won the World Championship under 8 last year. He is freakishly strong, and I also hope that we will be able to interview him lately. But I think he's one of the most valuable assets of the team Alpha Eshek from Linz.
I see.
Maxim Vasiliograph plays on the first board, but I wanted to start actually not with his game, but with the game played by Mark. So it's match number 4, the
I don't know
amateur
how,
board.
I think it's what I'm doing is I'm just scrolling through games. They're not identified by which board match. So,
okay.
I can't just click and say, oh, I'm on the team 4. Unfortunately, I'm scrolling. Perhaps, Maurice,
Okay, so this
can
is, you have Maxim Vasiliograph. Go, yes, I found it. Okay.
Yes,
Go down.
down.
Yeah, a little bit more.
A little bit
yes.
more.
Mhm.
It's coming.
So here, yes.
Yes.
Next one. Mhm. Larry Mark. Okay.
There
here
it is?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
So
we
Mark
have the board.
is rated at this moment 1947 as an ELO, but you're telling me he's super strong, really young, and somebody to look out for.
Yes, so let's have
a look at his game.
At his game. We will
Okay.
put up the board on the screen.
So we're going to go quickly from the top. So it was a Sicilian with F2, F3, a kind of a offbeat system, but he got in a very quick D5, and he's doing well.
I don't like this move F3, yes, sir. What do you think so early in the game?
You know, I've played it before, and if my opponent reacts wrongly to it, then I get a good game. In this particular moment, I like what Black has done, which is bring his bishop and stop White from castling. So for the moment, I think that Mark is actually on top. The opening has been a failure for White, that is for sure. So let's continue. And no, Mark is just Mark is doing great. He's even got ideas of queen h4 check on his agenda, as well as rook e8. So I'm feeling this is really good for Mark. Maurice, have you got, not yet, he's still getting his up to date. By the way, in this team, Sasha Grishuk is also playing?
Yes.
But also his wife.
Yes,
Lagna is also...
They are the strongest couple, I think, actually, in the
power
world.
couple.
Yes, the power couple.
Well, we've got a lot of really powerful players, I can tell you. And it's really, really tough for us to find where to go.
Exactly.
Because everywhere we go, we're going to walk into grandmasters everywhere. It's a nice team.
Well, as long as we're not walking into their traps,
Yeah,
you know,
exactly.
I'm so lucky that
That we're
yes,
just
yes,
watching
we're just
the games.
on the other side. So.
Very nice. I see the Gabriel Sargsyan. He's
Yes.
going to put his knight
So
to
let's
f4.
have a look at something very interesting. I think that Maurice has found
The way?
the way, yes.
Maurice, is it true?
Well, we are still in the opening at the moment on many of these boards, and so it can't be but so exciting, but we will be handling the big screen as well, the big board, the touchscreen board, and I just wanted to look at that matchup we talked about earlier, that great matchup between the sponsors of the tournament, which, by the way, Vadim might be the sponsor, but he's got all gangsters on his team, like all gangsters. It's ridiculous how strong his team is. And they're playing against the FIDE management board as well. So we see here Nigel Short, former world champion candidate Nigel Short. He played a match against Gary Kasparov back in 1993. He lost that match, of course, as Gary retained the title, but he's playing against one of the youngsters, Nadirbek Abdusattorov. He is certainly a fantastic player, one to watch for the future. Nigel played e4, and the youngster played c5. He said, you know what, we're going to go into a closed Sicilian. We don't want to test any theory, so we'll just play this position really quickly. And they just blitzed. Well, of course, it's a rapid event, so you've got to play very quickly. You see this h5 move, aggressive move by Black early on, trying to take over the initiative. And now a nice knight maneuver. And a typical plan in the opening to go after the queen side, but Nigel blocked that side of the board and allowed the removal of his bishop. And we're just going to go a little bit quicker as the bishop jumped into the game. And now you see Black is not afraid of White's expansion. So this one is already, although it starts slowly, it's already quite sharp. You see White has all these pawns of the board always threatening to play the move f5 at some point in the position. So definitely a sharp game. I'm sure it's going to explode any minute. The other game I was interested in is the game between former women's world champion Hou Yifan, the top female player in the world, top ranked player in the world at the moment. She's playing against one of the FIDE management board as well, Dana Reznice Osola, who is a great player herself. She used to compete back in the day, so she's not just a slouch who's playing. And they're in a very interesting position as well. You see here, Hou Yifan has broken through on the king side and is looking for do some kind of damage. Still some problems on this side of the board, though, for Black. So she will have to somehow figure out how to develop. So the games, there's so many games. It's literally 6 times 18 boards. What my math says, that's 108 games. I'm not sure if my math has worked out perfectly there, guys. But there are a lot of games being played at the moment. And we'll see and try to keep you updated as much of the action as we can. Guys, back to you.
Thank you, Maurice. Just looking at a game of Arjun. He's playing against an amateur player. I mean, there's a big difference in their chess ratings. But when you look at the position, you already feel a certain sense that something has gone wrong here for Black. There's a knight on f5, a rook on f1. I can imagine White just playing the move queen f3 with ideas of d4, d5, maybe knight g7 or knight h6. It just feels like, ooh, the possibilities are all going to be in White's favor. Be careful, Colin. And what have you picked up on?
Well, I wanted to have a look at the top games. So,
right?
Because, as you mentioned, in the first round, the pairings are very uneven. So this gives a very unique opportunity for the amateur players to face the top grandmasters. I never played against those guys. You know?
Exactly.
So, yes. So I want to know what is happening in the game between Richard Rapport. Can we have a look at this game?
Up.
Because he's a very unpredictable player himself.
Yes. So what you were just saying there, especially about the Swiss tournaments. I was raised on the Swiss tournaments, and the idea is the top half of the field versus the bottom half of the field, and they match up, and eventually in the last rounds, the top teams float to the top. But you're going to have very uneven matchups in the first 2-3 rounds before the real clash of the titans takes hold.
Yes,
let's take a look at...
yes, sir. I'm so sorry. You're not used to, to those tournaments, but this is his wife.
Sorry?
This is his wife. Giovanna.
Sorry, I saw Richard. I saw
Yes.
report. I stopped.
Now you have 2 reports, so yes.
Excuse
Okay,
me.
but Giovanna had a
From
very nice
Serbia.
position, of
Yeah.
course. So let's
So
have
are
a
they
look.
playing on the same team?
Yes.
I always thought that would be awkward to be on the same team with your partner, because
It's the same, well, it's true for
For
Alexander Grishuk,
Grishuk
yes, and
and
Katerina
Katja,
Lagno. So
yeah.
this is a very sharp position. That's why I wanted to draw your attention to it.
Okay, so Richie is on the white side here, and it looks like a French with knight d4. Well, first impressions are okay for white, and d5 takes c4 has got my attention, because knight takes c6, I can recapture on d3 and hit the queen. You're right, it's a little bit tricky what's going on here. So let's just take a quick look. d5 takes c4. I've got to take. You're going to take either with the queen or with the pawn, and I'm probably going to play queen e4. I kind of like white. If I can just pick up this pawn on d3, the runaway pawn on d3, I'm going to be happy. Maurice, how are you doing over there? So much to look at.
There is so much to look at, but I did find one position that is absolutely on fire. And I need you to take a look at this as well. Yes, sir. My brain, I can't wrap my brain around this one. This position between German female number 1, Elizabeth Pates. I don't know who Ben Purton is, but whoever he is, he's a player, because he is fighting her tooth and nail. Maybe we could do some research to find out who he is, because take a look at what happened in this game. It looks quite solid, this position. Yasser, I could see a Yasser Sirwan in this with the white pieces.
Yeah.
But the black queen has done this excursion over to the h5 square, all the
Right.
way over on this side. Very aggressive intentions by black. So Elizabeth played knight d5, so let me shut down some of the intention, bishop h3, things like that. Let me just do something in the center. But look what happens to this game in just a few moves. After this trade, the move knight to a5, hitting the button on b3, and after knight to d4, defending, b6 first, a quiet move, e4, and now rook move, followed by e5. Chasing this knight, of course, this pawn is hanging, looking to see if white will take en passant, which did not happen. She played g4. You attack my knight, I attack your queen. How are you going to respond to this? Boom, sack a piece. Why not? We're going to have some fun. Look at this crazy game. Takes and takes. And now, of course, there's no more en passant. The knight had to move. Do we get rid of the knight? Let's go after the rook in the corner, queen e3. And after those exchanges, let's light up the board some more with the move f5. What a remarkable position indeed. The king decided to sidestep. b5 happened, and after bishop h3, queen to h5. And now let me just update to this moment. This is what I have. I think there's more that is going on, though. Let me just see if I can refresh my board. Yes, a couple more moves happening after queen h5, takes, queen attacking. And look at this, pawn. This bishop is hanging, pinning the piece. Defending from the side, knight back to d4, and king moves. Is this the final position now? Bishop takes on f5, and we are here. This game is on fire, guys. Now imagine, you've got like over 100 more games like this going on. We're going to try to keep up, but this one is certainly extremely exciting.
Do we have some...
I'm in a shock. I don't know what to think about that final position. You left us hanging. It was like a cliffhanger. What happens next?
It's where we are. It's the position right now. So we'll see what happens in just a few more moves.
I wanted to make a joke that we have some contradictory evidence to challenge the magnitude of his conclusion? What does the computer say?
This is crazy.
We're not working yet with an engine, but we might have to turn it on at some point. This is pure insanity. The bishop, the rook, pieces everywhere. I don't even see a structure on the board. Well, maybe black has something. White structure has disappeared despite having the knight and bishop for the rook, 2 pieces for the rook. I wouldn't even count material here. It's too insane to try to figure out exactly what will happen next. We leave it up to the players to show us the drama.
Wow, that's great. Now it's left an impression on my mind. I'm thinking White's in trouble, actually.
You do?
Yeah, because there's this queen c, there's this rook c2, queen h1 check ideas that combined with bishop e5, and I start to get nervous as White.
I do have a move. Black did play the move rook to c4.
Rook to c4.
Yes,
okay.
and that's hitting the knight on d4. That's a serious move. You can't defend it with rook to d1, of course, because there's a queen sitting here
on
hitting
h5.
the square. And that's a threat. That's a real threat. Do you have to go passive with a queen move? There's also some queen h1 action at some point.
Right.
You're right. Your instincts are dead on. Yeah, this looks like White is in serious trouble. This would be a terrible loss for the team right away and for Germany's #1 female player.
All right. Well, we'll keep an update on that. I'm still curious about the FIDE matchup because I just think that's such a fun idea. My whole career, I've struggled with chess bureaucrats. Let's just leave it at that, whether they be the US or the FIDE. And the idea that the FIDE management board and the FIDE president would be sitting at the chessboard, oh, yummy, yummy. Let's have fun with the FIDE team.
Yes, we didn't mention this, that FIDE president, Arkady Dvorkovich,
yes,
he is playing in this team.
Exactly. So he's got a lot to answer for. Looking forward to commenting his games as well. What do we have here? We have Vidit versus Philip. Interesting game. It looks like Vidit with that awesome bishop on f6, just keeping that king. There's always this back rank mate, checkmate threats. Black's in deep trouble, I would say, at this moment with the bishop on f6.
By the way, I just have already the first result. So the game I told you about, Mark, the
young man,
yes, the young man, the little gentleman. I
the
wanted
little
to say
gentleman.
yes. He won already, so he brought the first point to his team.
He had a wonderful position when we
There are a
left it.
few results. By the way, Jan Nepomniachtchi beat Muzychuk, Mohammed. So we can have a look at this game. Maybe, quickly. He won already. He destroyed his opponent completely.
Which board was
Jan
that?
Nepomniachtchi, board number 3.
Board number 3. I will fish it out. Go ahead, continue.
So it's the same match of the FIDE management board against WR Chess.
Right.
They're leading 1-0. Then we have a few other results. There's so many games. Don't worry, we will analyze a lot of them even after the round is over.
Okay. As you're looking through that, let's just turn it to Maurice. Maurice, you found something that really piqued your interest.
Yes, while you find those games, we want to go back to that game between Nigel Short, and Abdusattorov. We look at this featured team matchup, and we talked about the game being on fire, the board being on fire already. White pawns steaming up the board. Take a look at what happened next as Black dropped back, and White said, you know, I'm an attacker from way back in the day. This is what Nigel was famous for. The king moving to d8, and now d4. Look at this phalanx of pawns racing up the board, and the king to c7. Now queen e3, more protection, knight b6, and a little bit more maneuvering as Black had to shut down this side, hoping if there's a breakthrough here, the Black king is going to be sitting there and the white pieces will stream towards it. So White now maneuvering yet again. And these maneuvers, a little bit quiet moves as well. The king has marched all the way to the queen side where it's hoping nothing happens to break up the pawn formation. Now a knight maneuver backwards, and this is where we stand at the moment as all of this hidden tension in the position. Who knows who's going to push what? D5, E5, F5, all sorts of moves are possible here. Knight F3, of course, coming. This H-pawn, do you take it or not and allow a clean file to your king? This one's on fire as well. I'll certainly update you as to what happens in the next few moves.
That's fantastic. I see Nigel Short written all over that close Sicilian. I've got this game between Van Dale and Fabiano on my screen. It's one of those bishops of opposite color, but Fabi is just down a pawn for an exchange. And this knight on d5, I've got to say, looks like great compensation.
Let's have a look
for-
at the position
for
on our
Fabi.
screen, because I don't think
Yeah.
that our viewers have it.
Have seen it yet. Okay.
haven't seen
As I
it yet.
just wait for that to come. Basically, what I'm seeing is if you had transferred this light squared bishop to the c6 square, with this knight on d5, I would say fabulous, fabulous compensation. The bishop's a little bit off,
Yes.
but I like white. I mean, the rook isn't menacing.
So you think that white has sufficient compensation
Absolutely,
here?
yes.
It would be, well, quite a surprise, because Fabiano Caruana just finished third in the World Cup.
Oh, absolutely.
Well, he's absolutely exhausted.
That's the problem.
That's
He's
the problem.
coming from
So
Baku.
yes, so his opponent actually, well, he's down to 1 minute. But he
Ooh.
has some practical chances in this game.
Yes, absolutely. And again, we are playing with the time control of 15 minutes per side with 10-second increments. So 103, yeah, that's a little bit serious. Let's go down the board for a moment. And I'm picking up, I haven't seen Levon in some time, so I can't wait for the round to end so I can say hello to Levon Aronian. Looking at this position, I'm seeing these protected pass pawns on b6, pardon me, b5 and c6, and I'm saying yum yum. Those pawns look like they're too menacing.
Well,
And
I'm just thinking, well, don't you notice something very unusual in this position?
yeah, well, the rook on
yes.
h2.
Well, how did it get there? So from
Well,
e3, rook h3 probably,
know,
and then...
Inquiring minds want to know.
Oh, he
It's-
never castled.
Well, he
Oh,
started with an
modern chess,
h4,
of
yes.
course. So h4.
h4, and somehow he ended up on h2, where it was very nicely defending g2. And we're caught up with the game. Looks very good for Levon. I'll just continue down to see what else is happening in this. What a power squad, by the way. When I think of Fabi, Levon, and Gukesh as your three first boards, that's a powerful team. Gukesh, he's got white missing a very important defender on g2. Last move, menaces queen h3, and first instincts, white's in very, very serious trouble here as I see black pieces swarming.
Well, I'm looking at the game of Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, and actually I think that we might be looking at our first upset in this round, because even though his opponent has only 3 minutes left, it's a little bit up, I think.
Up?
Well, for me, the position is completely equal.
Let me just see if I can find, you want the game of MVL,
Yes, this is the third match,
Okay.
and this position is completely equal.
Well,
Of course, he has 7 minutes, and whenever Maxime has 7 minutes and his opponent it's down like to 2 minutes, this is not an equal fight, but
it's a skill to get ahead on the clock, no question about it. As I'm just
yes, you're getting there a little
there,
bit up. Mhm.
I
So,
see Grishuk,
yes,
and this
please
is
have a
MVL.
look at this position. So what do you think, yes, sir?
Draw. You are correct. I mean, essentially 5 versus 5, but neither side, we cannot speak about a pass pawn at the moment. This last move, queen to d3, he offers as a bait the a3 pawn, but queen takes d5 would be an immediate perpetual check. So I agree with you that MVL has nothing in this exact moment.
So what practical chances does he have here? Should he bring his king closer? So
Just as you said it, what practical chances he has to lie on the queen side. So he's got a 3 versus 2 majority of sorts. So if he could get his king, for argument's sake, to c6, yes, then white might have a problem with the a3 pawn. And always looking to try to get a passer with b5 and so on. But you're right. I think that this is a even position, and the first round will produce a lot of upsets. Maurice, have you come up with some goody stuff?
Well, I'm looking at too many boards. As a matter of fact, there's so much going on, but I wanted to at least look at Vadim's game, the general sponsor. You don't see it a lot, so might as well pay attention to it as well. And this position is a little bit difficult for black. White is putting a lot of pressure on the position, and we just make a couple of moves as they try to stay as active as possible in this move. F5, I mean, look at this craziness. The black king is exposed. The white king is not exactly Mr. Safe himself, but still, after F5 takes, and now E4, and there's a mate threat here you've got to worry about, but the queen is holding that together. Will E3 happen? I get the feeling like black is in real trouble here. Not sure a move was played as yet, and it has been played now, the move rook to D7. That's a move and a half. I'm sorry. I don't know what you do about this move. Takes on F7 with pure death is threatened at the moment. So I would say that black is in severe trouble at the moment. Not a good start for the sponsor of the event. Is this how you treat your sponsors? Like, come on, the guy puts all the money up and you say, too bad. Boom, take this beat down right away in round one. Very tough position right now for the general sponsor, Vadim Rosenstein.
Thank you for that. I just found a game that I find personally rather charming. It's a technical position, and I think we should all keep these types of positions in our hardwire. This is a part of the meat and butter of meat and potatoes of chess. This position of FIDE.
Yes, sir. I just wanted to ask you, so what would be the appropriate crescendo after what Maurice has shown us? And you're coming up, you know, not with some mating attack, you're coming up with a
technical question.
Yes, technical question.
Okay, so check this out. So FIDE, he has a pass pawn. And he's thinking, I'm going to promote that pawn, and I'm going to make a queen, and it's going to cost black the rook, and then I'm going to win. So if I'm in black shoes, what I want to do is I want to sell my rook as dearly as possible. I want to take as many white pawns as possible and then play against the rook. And his opponent has done this really nice move, rook c4, and his idea is very clear. You can push the pawn, b6. I will take this pawn. You will push b7. I will take this pawn. And in this particular case, we can see that I won't be able to give my rook. So I can take one pawn, but I can't take two. So after rook c4, b6, rook takes, b7, I have to prepare to give back my rook. And now we queen, and we go into the, oops, sorry, I have to do the promotion. And we go into these technical positions that I love. Sorry.
No, can we have a look at the previous position as well? Because I have to handle so many things, and I also have to think at the same time. So
okay.
Let's have a look. So rook c4, b6.
Yes.
Rook g4. Rook to h4.
Rook to h4,
yes.
king c7.
And we don't have. No, I wanted to give a check. Yes, a different.
We don't have time to give up the rook. Yes. So that is. There's some crazy fight in this exact moment. Sorry, if he has played the move rook e4.
But I think Maurice has something.
Sure.
Really interesting for us.
I love the technical stuff, Maurice, but you like the action.
Well, first of all, we're talking about this incredible matchup on board one, essentially between this VR team with the sponsor playing on the bottom board. By the way, he has gone on to lose that game. Nepo did win, so that causes a 1-1 tie at the moment. Hou Yifan is leading in her game against Dana. But the other games are all rich. Look at this one between Wesley So, and we know this player he has, Victor Bologan.
Yeah.
He was a monster back in the day, and this is an incredible position. His last move, he's down a pawn for the moment, but he played the move rook b to d8. It's an obvious threat. Bishop out the way. He's down a pawn, but he's got some activity. What is this queen going to do? If you back this queen up, look, where do you put it? Your queen is trapped in the middle of the board. The only place to hide is this square, one of the uglier squares on the board. And now queen e5 asks you the question, mate here, pushing anything drops your pawn on h3. So this is not what Wesley wanted to do. So instead, what did he do? He said, okay, I see your threat. You're going to take my queen with bishop h2. I'm just going to protect. I'm just going to ignore you. Like, go ahead, do it, make my day. Well, he said, okay, I'll take it. And look at this material imbalance we get in this game in just a few moves as we go fast forward to this position. And we're going to see another trade of rooks, and I believe it's updated beyond this position at the moment. Here we are. Let's update this, refresh, and this is the position. What do we have? Let's do the count. A rook, bishop, and 2 pawns is what I see, if I'm counting correctly. Rook, bishop, and 2 pawns against a queen. What a wild position. This pawn looking to go down the board. It's all about the pass pawn when you have these material imbalances. You want to know about the strength of the passer and that the minors are solid. This bishop well anchored by the pawn on f2. This knight can also find green pastures on d4 or f4. I think that white is in cruise control in this position. But before I let you guys talk about it, look at the game again between Nadirbek Abdusotarov. Wait a minute, let's go back to here. No, I want to go further back to here. We were talking about that H-pawn. Will he or won't he? Nigel brought everybody exit stage right to this side of the board and said, all right, here we go. Do I respect the youngster or not? I'm your elder. Give me the pawn. I'm taking it. Pawn in his hand. White is up a pawn, giving potential counterplay down the line. And now we see the black pieces start to migrate towards the king, doubling rooks and backing up. And this is where we stand. Let's just keep going. And now he's giving the pawn back in the position.
Yeah.
And now counter sacks. What are we looking at? Like, this position is insane. This knight is not hanging. Oh, if he takes, bishop takes, of course, pinning the queen to the king. This is the position we have. This is a sizzler. This is an absolute barn burner. We will definitely want to keep track of what happens in this game.
Fantastic. Nice combination in the game of Gukesh, as in this position.
Wait a second.
Yes, as we get updated on the board. Gukesh played bishop captures d2, and he had in mind a very nice series of moves that were all forcing.
Actually, while we're setting up the position, I wanted to tell you yesterday there are some teams where, like, whole families are playing. For example, in the team Metropo Chess Association, I can see that you have the Peglau family, the German family. I think there are 6 of them, and they're all playing chess.
Wow!
So you have 3 of them playing today. So it's a very interesting team. So yes, have a look at this position, because I thought that Gukesh was completely winning.
Yes, he started with the move bishop takes d2, queen takes d2. And remember, I was saying that there was missing a white pawn on g2. And how did Gukesh take advantage? Bang, bang, and check. Oops. White was forced to play rook to g3 takes, and rook to g7, and it's completely over. You can see checkmate is inevitable in this game of Gukesh. Over to you, Maurice.
Back to this game, and more fire on board. The knight went to e5, obviously threatening to play knight takes on g4, opening up the h line. Nigel said, I got to take it. I'm going to allow the pin on the diagonal, but not so you can get my queen. I'm going to put a rook in the way. Please take it. Please take my rook. Yasser, I know you wrote a book. Take my rooks.
My rooks.
Well, here's this rook hanging. What did Nadirbek do? Not yet. I want it for free. Look at the queen and the rook lining up after the move d5. He said, all right, I got to guard this piece. Now what? Please take the rook. No such luck, buddy boy. f5. This is pinned this way, that's pinned that way. This pawn is pinned this way. It's a pin party. Unbelievable position right now. And so Nigel, I believe, took on f5. Again, these moves are coming so fast, it's hard to stay current. After f5, he took, and finally moved his king out of the position. The rook dropped back, not taking yet, and now e7, distracting the queen. Please, just get out my face. Queen took the pawn, and now queen e3. My turn to pin you. Unpinning, ingenious style, takes, and we are now current with the position. I believe we're not, because he took on g4. Now, what a move, because if you take here, then suddenly check, and you lose your queen. So that's not playable either. This game is like the game of the tournament. What kind of chess is this?
Crazy.
Takes, and I think he played knight to f1. And we are here. The queen is now defended, so no discovered possibilities.
Right.
Rook under threat. White block now on move. What a game. But this is an extraordinary game to be playing in round 1 of the tournament.
Crazy stuff. I just have in front of me a game of Hou Yifan, and again, for me, Hou Yifan is a chess legend. Welcoming her back into the world of chess as a competitor. Obviously, she took a break to get her doctorate degree in Oxford, and now she's a professor in China. But welcome back to competitive chess, Hou Yifan.
By the way,
she's
yes, sir,
doing
before
great.
you will show us the game, I wanted to tell you that there is a little story behind the
Yes,
scenes.
I know the story. But
Yes,
go.
so Hou Yifan played against Dana Reznice in the Olympiad, and
Right.
actually Dana won that game.
Correct.
Dana played for Latvia, and it was an absolute,
sensation.
yes, an absolute sensation.
It really
so I
was.
think this today, Hou Yifan is going to take her revenge.
Remembers that
So she
Olympiad.
remembers that game.
Yeah, and here, of course, it's all about the passed pawn. It cost Donna her piece, and Hou Yifan is
So this is
wrapping things
completely
up.
hopeless,
Yeah,
yes.
it's an extra piece. I think this game is actually lost. And Maurice, what happened in Nigel Short? I feel like you're giving me a cliffhanger every time I look at this game.
This game is absolutely sick. This is as ridiculous what happened here. So he played knight back to F1. Knight back to F1 was played, yes. So let's keep going. Rook back, dropping back, and now rook E2. You, remember, these were pins happening to black, back into white a second ago. Now it's happening to black. Rook E2, and like, who cares? You want my bishop? You can have it. Why? Because this bishop is pinned and under attack from this lurking beast on the long diagonal. So at the D4, take a look at
Yifan.
black's next move. Bishop takes D4. Like,
What?
isn't this piece hanging? But the problems are coming along this line with a queen H4. Well, actually, I don't even know why you can't take.
Take
What's
it.
the deal here? Take it, and what do? You can't take on the, queen takes E3 is knight takes, so it has to be a queen move somewhere? What are we missing? What am I missing? I need to know, Yaz. Quick, fast. What?
Queen H4, Queen H1 mate.
Queen H4 is not playable. It's hanging
Queen
on this
H7,
square.
Queen H1 mate. Queen H7.
H7, this is not mate, but it's a monster threat to be sure, and you have to find a move against it. Okay, I'm going to believe you.
I don't believe myself.
I mean, you say so. So, knight F1, sorry, let's go back. Rook G8, rook E2, D4, D4 takes, and if we update
Oh,
the
Jovi.
position, he played queen takes, and now queen takes E2, and now G2 is hanging, and it looks all over but the crying. This is just death, except, whoa, rook F8, let's sack a rook to try to unpin our bishop and save the game. I believe the game went takes. Okay, this updating is tricky. We are here. Rook takes F8, and now takes, moves, trying to avoid trading, and now some checks and more. Is it perpet? Is this how it's going to end? Wow, amazing.
A perpetual check.
It looks, what a game. What a dogfight this was.
A
Unbelievable.
save.
Right away at round one of these championships. Simply a remarkable, remarkable game. I don't know anybody's going to play a more exciting game than this one, this whole tournament. But it's only round one. There's 11 more rounds to go. What great action.
We told is going to be a lot of oohs and ahs and ooh la la.
Yes,
That was an ooh la la.
You know, I love Seinfeld so much, and like if he would, he would say in this situation, I don't know how to match this level of enthusiasm.
Very nicely
But
put.
I found that Jovanka Huska won her game, but I think that she was losing actually until there was a blunder.
Okay.
Let's show it on the board.
So
I
we
think that
have
white is completely better here.
An extra pawn for
Yes,
white.
an extra pawn, an extra central pawn, and
Everything's going okay. So far, so good.
then king h2, and it allowed rook e3.
Oh
You
no!
see?
So the king was defending the rook. Excuse me, where's my mouse?
Yes.
The king was defending the rook, and there was no threat of rook takes e3. And white thought, okay, I will be very solid and safe, and allowed the loss of a piece.
And black won the game, while
Jovi
I
went
actually...
on to win.
Yes, so she was actually very lucky
Very
in this
lucky
one.
on this one. Yeah, that was a big, big, big turnaround.
So
Wow.
you have to watch out. You have to be very precise. Like this, well, there is no easy game in this tournament, especially with this time control. Like 15 plus 10 might seem like a lot of time, but when it gets down to the last minute and you will have to play like, your game only on 10 seconds, I know that my hands are shaking. By the way, what about yours?
You know, I'm not used to any of these time controls of today.
Okay.
So in my day, it was like they had these fixed time controls, 40 moves in 2 hours and stuff like that. So whenever I was down to 5 minutes, I was getting nervous. So when you say you're down to 10 seconds, I don't even know how to relate that to my experience of being feeling the pressure at 5 minutes. And Maurice, all the action he's been showing us, he's got more.
Yes, I think that we are going to have a guest in our studio, a very special guest, and I wanted to ask you, so what do you like about classical music?
Classical music,
Yes.
what do I like? Well, sincerely speaking, I like the fact that it soothes me, that I find classical music very calming.
Okay, so before we are going to interview our special guest, I think that Maurice has another hidden gem for us.
All right, go for it.
This is not classical music. This is hip hop we're looking at right now. It's wild, it's crazy, it's fun, and it's spontaneous. This game, though, very important for that same standings of that matchup, the game between Wesley So and Victor Balogun. We saw the craziness that got to this material imbalance. I'm loving it because I'm going to be doing a course for Chessable on video imbalance, material imbalance, I mean. And here is going to be a great example I'm going to put in the course. Because check it out, it went exactly as my first chapter is going to go, where it's all about the passed pawns, baby. Yasser, you said what? Push 'em, baby?
Push 'em,
That's exactly
baby.
what happens. When you have material imbalance, look for the passed pawn. Look for the key pawn that you want to push. And of course, Wesley said, here we go. This is the one that you're going to have to deal with, you're going to have to suffer against. And the pawn just kept going. Some kind of counterplay, maybe. No such luck. We're shutting that down. We're not worried as we keep pushing the pawn. The knight tried to go over to stop this from happening, but it just did not help. You want my bishop? Sure, nice little deflection tactic. And c7, a rook beats a queen as long as, hey, we got this big dog going down the board. The pass pawn won Wesley the game, of course. And it looks like by the skin of their teeth, the VR team is going to win that match.
Very nice, very nice. I just had this, again, I kept an eye on the game of Vidit for just a moment because I wanted to see how he's going to do in this technical position. Remember we left it, the rook was on c4? Well, check this out. b6, he didn't take. He played f5, and now this was a key move. I really like this move a lot right here.
Yes, sir. I think we don't have the board anymore, and we have Christoph who joined us.
Welcome. Nice.
Hello, Christoph. I lost my ear.
Hi. How was it? Oh. Yes? Yeah.
First of all, Christoph, let us present you to the audience. You know, you're one of the most talented and the most acclaimed violin players in the world. Well, I know you don't remember the conversation, but even played a few games. I wanted to ask you, how does it feel when you play chess? Is it the same when you play violin?
No, it's very different. First of all, I don't know if
I'm not sure. Do we have sound for Christoph?
Oh, not yet.
Now yes, thank you. Yeah, no, so first of all, in music, you don't have an opponent, right? In chess, you are already facing, an enemy, so to say. Music is very peaceful from this point of view. You are pleasing everyone. So, but the stress is obviously much higher for me because I'm not used to play on this kind of circumstances, and so obviously I'm very well feeling on stage, but quite adrenaline is mounting on the chessboard.
I apologize. You guys know each other too well. For our audience, if you don't mind, just address the camera and tell our audience who you are and your background.
So I'm Christoph Baratti. I was born in Hungary. I am a musician. I consider myself a musician mainly. Violin player, conductor. And besides other things, I really love chess for quite a long time. First time I really encountered chess was, and that's where we met with Vladimir Kramnik in French Senate. He had a simultan, and we had the chance to play together. I was playing the violin too at that moment, and we know each other since 25 years. So that's basically my connection with chess. And
Well, welcome to the world of chess. Isn't it great?
Thank you.
What do you think? Have you seen this playing?
How is my team doing? I hope.
I don't know. How's this team
Christoph,
doing?
I wanted to ask you, was it your first official game? It was your first official game?
Official game.
In the tournament. Okay,
You can
so,
keep it away from it.
so
Doesn't
a
need
lot
to
of
be close.
pressure. I never told this, Yasser, I never told the story because it was never relevant. But Christoph, when I was a kid, and since my name is Skripchenko, so Skripka, of course, is the violin. Kids are not very kind at school, so my surname was actually Stradivarius. And I remember a conversation when you told me many years ago, 20 years ago, that you are dreaming about playing this exceptional violin. So I've learned that you actually are playing this violin for a long time. Tell me a little bit about the relationship with your violin, because for me it's a real person. So
no, it's really fascinating, and it was maybe a few years later I had the chance to play on a Stradivari violin, which I still have. So next year will be 20 years since I played this instrument, and it's an amazing piece of art. It's 320 years old.
Right.
So it's amazing to have this kind of piece of art, and the sound is still fantastic, and the condition of those instruments is really very well preserved, and it's just incredible to be able to perform in this instrument.
do you talk to your violin?
No, not really. I'm a very romantic, but also a very rational person. I have my relationship with my violin, of course, but it's more, but it's also inspirational every day. So I think it's good to have a balance between knowing what this instrument exactly is, but also having some romantic idea about eventually a soul.
Yeah.
Of the
I talk to
instruments.
my pieces. I say, "How are you doing? I need some help.
Why
I need
did
to
you
get
move
into
there?
the game."
Why did you get there?
Why
You are in
yes.
trouble now. Yeah. Well, if I would talk to
Exactly.
my pieces, that would be probably the conversation.
Krista, thank you so much for
Thank you
joining
for
us. It was
having
a
me.
pleasure.
Thank you. Yes.
Exactly.
Well, and your team is struggling, but let me have a result so I can tell you.
So is it my game which will be decisive? I hope
Right? I hope not. I hope not, Christoph.
not. Thank you, guys.
Well,
Thank you
thank
for
you.
joining us. And what results do we have on there?
Well, we have a lot
tell
of
me.
results right now. So,
Tell me.
a very clean score for the Freedom team, 6-0.
Wow.
Then 6-0 for Alpha Eshek Linz.
Now, the
there-
Freedom team is the team that is led by Vishy Anand. So, okay, they're doing great. Sorry. Please continue.
Because there are still a few games going on, and by the way, Fabiano is still playing. So let's have a look at his game, because I'm not sure that he will be able to win today. That
right.
will be like such a surprise.
Okay.
He's playing against a 2200 opponent, who's a young player, I think, from Netherlands.
All right. I'll fish that game out, but let me turn it over to Maurice. Maurice, what do you have for us?
Well, but let's throw it back to you before I start on my board.
Oh, sorry.
Okay.
I'm still fishing out the game of Fabi.
All right, then I'm here with camera, so let's do this. Look at this. Look at this game.
We have
We got
to
the
do this
pensioners
every
and Lanier
discipline.
Dominguez as a pensioner. He's not even 40 yet. I'm not sure that qualifies. Let's check for his
ID.
His ID and what's that card you get, Yaz? When
Oh,
you
the
turn
golden
55?
Social Security,
No,
golden
it's not the Social Security.
senior
I'll think of it
discount.
as an AARP. That's what I'm talking about. The AARP card.
Right.
We have it in the States anyway for a retired person. Dominguez is not retired at all, but take a look at this position and a move that he missed against Alexander Duschenko. Bishop to A5. You're going to see a maneuver you don't see every day. And Dominguez he did not suspect it when he decided, oh, let me just drop back to this square on b7, and then boom, the bishop sneaks in to the back of his position, the rear guard, with this great move, hitting the rook. The rook cannot defend the knight because, oops, the other b-hop is hitting the e6 square, so he had to allow the desecration of his pawns. Look at this pawn structure. It looks terrible. Look at these pawns. They're all over the place, scattered to the winds. And Dushenko said, after this exchange, let me attack two of them. There's a button here. There's one here as well. Now check this out. Queen to e7, queen takes, bishop e2. Let me grab another pawn. They look all free until you see the move. Bam, rook takes on e3, a counter sack by Dominguez. You cannot touch this rook because after queen takes on e3 with check, then your king has to walk the gauntlet. King h1 runs into bishop to f3 check. By the way, hitting the rook as well. And if bishop to g2, let's just sack our queen and show you the punishment for your greed. This would have happened, but Dushenko realized, okay, he's just sacked the rook. The main point is the check along this diagonal. Let me deal with it with a tempo move. Rook to d7, a sparkler of a refutation. A hit on the queen, forcing the queen to move. And now give me your rook. I don't believe you, Mr. Top Player. I'm letting you do that. Now king g2, look, no bishop f3, no work along the diagonal. The rook sack completely refuted. Black tried to cook something up, but he realized it was all for naught. Shut down that bishop. Yeah, you can check me. I'm just going to relax. I'm going to go in the corner. Again, the diagonal covered. And after this trade, there's no mate. Don't worry about it. You try to stick me? Nope. Everybody's coming all the way back, defending everything. And I can even start snacking because we don't believe your attack at all. There is no mate because this rook is coming back to f1 on any check. Just a great refutation of what looked like it could be a dangerous attack, and one of the pensioners going down in this round.
That is a big result indeed. I'm really surprised.
It was a very important game, you know, the swinging state, you know, like in the American elections. So Donchenko Alexander won, and they drew the match against chess pensioners. So
wow,
it was very important actually to win this game and to draw the match. But let's have a look at the game.
I'm looking at a game of Fabiano again. He's just coming fresh from Baku, where he finished third in the World Cup, and it's a dead draw. I don't know if I have an update, but materially speaking, there's nothing to talk about. Both sides have just one pawn, rook and minor piece each, and technically speaking, I would say Fabi's game is a draw against a much lower rated opponent, a 500 rating point gap between them.
So, yes, we were talking about the results. So let's have a look. Yes, 6-0 for Freedom, 6-0 for Alpha Eshek Linz. There is still a game going on, well, at least on my screen, in the match of Armenia against Doppelbauer Kiel. So there is one last game between Grandmaster Sargsyan on the first board, on the top board.
Yeah, I was just going through games, and I'm seeing a very funny checkmating pattern of the game of Daniel Friedman. The final position looks a little bit like an overkill. Black's king is getting swarmed. But please continue with the results.
WR chess won 4.5, 1.5.
And over to you, Maurice. You've got a nice game to show us?
Yes, I kind of over or understated or basically BS my way. I never do that, right? Yes?
Is it even a possibility?
Never. For the dramatic purposes, yes, WR Chess did win in huge style, 4.5, 1.5. Not maybe what they wanted, maybe some more points. We did have that loss by Vadim Rosenstein. We also had the draw, that electrifying draw we saw between Nigel Short and Abdusattorov. So that's where the 1.5 points were. But on the other boards, they dominated. And I just want to show this particular domination by Vincent Keimer, who had an amazing World Cup, came this close to beating Magnus Carlsen. I mean, this close if he had found the right moves there. But nevertheless, he's an upcoming talent, and he has this dominant position. the move rook to e5. It looks as though this bishop is buried on the square, but the story is really that bishop. The d6 bishop along this diagonal. Already black is threatening rook h5. You can't take it because it's mate on h2. Again, thanks to this bishop along the long diagonal converging with the queen. So white went passive, and you know if you have to start going passive, you're going to be in trouble. Knight back, the doubling of the rooks, and now g3 chasing the queen, and now bishop back to d3, thinking he was shoring up the position, only to be met by, bang, another pin in the position. Arises, I should say a pin arises as the rook is now hanging on the e1 square. Now he's trying to defend this pawn at all costs, but here comes yet the other b-hop. We mentioned it on this diagonal, now it switches diagonals, and it's just murder she wrote on this e-pawn. It's just ugly. He tried rook c2, and now when piece is pinned, a pawn is pinned, anything is pinned, it's always nice to attack it with a pawn. The gang tackle, look at how many things. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, count them, attacking this poor pawn, defended by 4 things. 5 on 4 already sounds like a whitewash, and also the pin as well. In this position, white said, that's it, no mas, please, and young Vincent took the point.
Looks impressive finish there. I wanted to see how our 10-year-old finished the game, and it actually finished very early. We had actually even seen a position very close to this. After the move knight e4, Mark found a very nice idea. Bishop check, bishop d2, and what do?
We don't have the position on the board yet.
See that at
while
the moment.
we are setting up the position.
And here it comes.
Yes, sir.
Bishop.
Before, I wanted to ask you, aren't you happy that Maurice is back?
Oh gosh,
Yes.
yeah.
I wanted to ask Maurice, where have you been? You know,
Where have
this
you
is your
been?
first commentary gig in years.
Well, about a year and a half. About a year and a half. I've been doing a lot of writing books, and also, as I mentioned, doing chessable courses. So it's just too much. I also do corporate speeches. So busy with my schedule that something had to take a back seat. My beloved commentary. It's hard, you know, love working with Yaz, of course. Yaz is a pure legend and also happens to be a great guy as well. But I had to take a break. But I was so intrigued by this tournament, its format. And also the sponsor said, you've got to come back, cut it out. It's only 3 days. It's not like 10, 12 days of commentary. And I was going to be in Europe anyway for a wedding of my great friends, Grandmaster Christian Kurilla and Jennifer, his long-time companion after 7 years, finally got married in a castle, Dracula's castle at that, in Transylvania. So that was great to go to just before I came here to Düsseldorf. So I've just been having a good time. And this is what I love, if I can combine some work with some fun. So I'm happy to be back doing some commentary for this event.
Well, welcome back.
Yes,
Welcome
sir.
back,
We missed
Maurice.
the wedding.
Yes, we did.
Yes, we missed the wedding.
Oh.
Normally, I don't have the fear of missing out, but you know, this was such a beautiful wedding. Congratulations to our new
congratulations,
events, of
Christian.
course.
And Jen.
So
well done.
Let's get back to chess.
Yeah, it was just this moment that Mark, the 10-year-old, had set up this nice little pin, knight e4, bishop b4 check. And Marie thought, okay, I'll just play bishop d2 blocking the check.
And knight
until
f4.
you see knight f4 and you go, rut-row, the bishop cannot capture. That's an absolute pin on the king. And the knight is forking the queen as well as the bishop. And Marie said, uh-oh, I'm going to lose a piece. So she gave up at this point. So it's a very quick finish for our, what did you call him? Young gentleman? No, what
Yes,
was it?
little gentleman.
Little gentleman.
Like little prince.
Yeah,
yes?
little prince,
So
yes.
I told you, you have to watch out for this little gentleman.
prince.
And I think he was the first one to win
Even to finish the
game
game.
in this tournament. Yes.
Exactly. Do we have all of our results, or they're
Well,
still coming in?
I am actually was looking for you to give me the updates if we have
I
all
was
the
just
games.
going through the finishes and
Because-
looking at the final positions, because again, there are so many games to look at. What was your math, Maurice? 118 games?
108, I think.
108
Well, 18,
games.
it's 18 boards, 6 at a time, 6 times 18 works out to 108.
108.
You're correct.
Thank you very much.
Yes, sir. I have a few positions which are frozen on my screen, so I'm not sure about that if all the matches. But What is this? Two queens
I
are
saw
on the board?
Yeah, I stopped also.
Yes.
I don't even know what this game is. It's
Maxime
between
Vachelagraph, do you
NVL
remember?
Yes, and
So
Ali.
he managed to win this game?
He did indeed. That was the queen ending.
Yes.
And the final position where Maxine has two queens is pretty impressive.
Yes, let's have a look at. You know, we always talk about MVL as such a brilliant tactician, but he loves endgames actually. And he
Absolutely.
trained with Alexander Belявsky. You know, not many people know about it. So like his endgame technique is near to perfect.
Yeah. Well, it had to be because I tell you, it was a pretty even balanced position until obviously white broke through on the king side and he pushed his pawn. His opponent set up one last desperate
okay,
cheapo.
let's have a look at this cheapo.
Yes. You always like one last act of defiance. Black played the move queen f3. I don't know if we have it on our board. Black,
Yes, now we have it.
The pawn has promoted. And black wants to resign, but he gives one move. Queen f3, inviting queen takes f3, which would be an instant stalemate, which did not happen. MVL caught the threat and played queen f4 check and went on to win.
That's such an elegant way, you know,
Of course,
to finish the
one last
game.
act.
Well, he's seen worse, yes,
Yes.
Maxime. Like,
Yes.
nice try.
Nice try,
Queen of
not
three,
good
of
enough.
course, yes. But it didn't work this time.
It didn't work this time, no. And again, I'm just going through some games. We have results now.
We
no?
have a lot of results, almost. And yeah, I think there is a last game. Fabi is still playing, by the way.
Is he really? Wow, okay. Because again, that was a game that we thought was drawn for some time. Richie Rapport finished in a nice way, bishop h6 in his match. So I like that. Maurice, what do you have for us?
Well, I'm just absolutely entranced by this game. This has got to be like one. Remember, Yasser, we call the game Wesley So beat Gary Kasparov in St. Louis in one of those blitz.
Yeah.
And we call it, like you called it actually, like the blitz game of the century or something, I think were your words. Something absolutely.
I think I was a bit more elegant than that. But
Well, what was it? Well, what did you call it?
I don't know. But it was impressive.
It was something psycho. And I'm seeing some stuff on our screen. I don't know if you're the one who's doing that or
That's not
what.
me.
That's not you? Okay.
That's not me.
All right, well, this game, this sequence from here is like, for a rapid game, one of those kind of games. Absolutely epic. And if you may join me in this, and any comments you have, let me know. This position, it's so sick. It starts from this. It doesn't look like it's going to turn into what it turns into. That's the miracle of chess.
Right.
Like, this position is going to turn into something completely insane. And here, just take a look at this move. Like, you're in the middle of what are we doing? Are we attacking? Are we defending? What's this sidestep? And this is going to be a fateful sidestep. King A8 is going to count tremendously. It's going to have enormous implications for how this game goes, putting the king here. Now, my opinion is this is where Nigel got a little impatient. He should, in my opinion, play the move King G1. Get out of the way of the pin. Right? I don't see any tactics, do you?
No.
King G1 looks solid. Get out of the way of these rooks here. Just move your king and get security. This king was looking for security here. Get yours out of the way. Unpin now. Instead, he decided, I need to go for the attack. I need to go forward. So he played F5. And this was sacrificing this pawn on G5, sacrificing it back as he was up a pawn, and now takes. And his point is, after takes, he's looking to play this beastie move, Rook F7, and he didn't want to give black any time to stop this. Rook F7 now with a gorgeous attack along the rank, and okay, white is looking very good, and black has to be careful. He did not suspect his opponent's counter move, which was knight to E5.
Whoa.
Now, Yasser, you got it like that.
That's a visual.
I mean, that's
a visual.
amazing. Knight E5 in this position.
Right.
Now, What do? First, you might have to pick your jaw up off the floor when the move is played. That's the first thing. Then you have to start thinking, well, there's a threat. Knight takes. Should I maybe move my king back now? Like get away from the pin? Like might be a good idea. Instead, he got pretty aggressive with this move. And after takes, of course, he's pinned along this line. So knight takes, I would want to play this move, but I see my queen is hanging. I wonder if knight takes, is this, let me just go down the line. Yasser, help me out. This analysis. Takes.
Takes on G3.
Do you want to take on G3 or do you want to take on F7?
I'm not sure.
Could we do this?
Right.
What's going on here? I want to play.
I understand. You
want to play F8 queens and hurt your feelings. Your rook's still hanging. That's not really hanging, but I'm worried about you stopping me, and then when I take your rook, you take my knight. Why can't I take this rook? Okay.
Even there, the material count is a rook and minor piece for the queen, but you have this pawn on F7.
Which
you
I
can
can
play
defend.
rook F2,
right?
right?
Which I can defend. Like this is a.
This is advantage white.
You like white, yeah? It looks very positive. Rook can come down, and if this knight ever gets in the game, it's over.
Correct.
So he could have played like this.
Correct.
We got to forgive the players, of course. They're playing
spot
fast with instincts. Instead, he decided to take, and after takes, he played rook F4 here, not wanting to give up the queen with knight takes, which looked promising. Again, that passed pawn. Remember I said, in material imbalance, it's very important to focus on your passed pawns. Right. So D5 showed up on the board, and again, great pin on this line. That's not really hanging because the rook is now hanging, so he had to defend. And now F5, and
Maurice, if you could go back just
Please.
one move there.
Yes.
So in this position, put the rook back on the E2.
Okay.
Can we take the knight? Knight takes E5.
Again, this move.
Yes. Rook takes G3. Takes on D5.
Woo!
So the rook is hanging. There's two.
Feels good.
Rook takes F7.
Oh yeah, feels good.
It's weird, right?
Yeah,
I don't understand it.
The only move to think about is
rook
this
takes
one.
G2
Rook takes
check.
G2. And you can't take with the king because takes is going to crack everything open. So look, well, you can't take with the rook either because queen takes.
Queen takes E5, and that's the refutation.
Yeah,
rook takes G2.
We have to take with the king, and then bishop takes here.
That's not what we wanted.
I'm not feeling this energy here.
No.
Okay, let me do that. Yeah, I'm not feeling this energy as bishop takes pawn is coming next.
Correct.
No, that shuts it down, so we can't do that.
No, but I think that after, I had a look, after rook G3, so Maurice, knight E5.
Oh, you want to go back to this 95
yes,
rook
knight E5,
G3?
rook G3. I think that you were absolutely right here.
I want to go back to just getting the passed pawn again.
Right.
And then I think queen E7. Yes, but the pawn was on D6. Yes, before.
But then you can take on G3.
No, Maurice, before it was played, like
Even
the variation.
before?
Yes, before here.
Here,
yes.
rook F4. No, this is the position we were in.
Yes, so knight E5 here instead of.
Yeah, we played this position. We tried this.
That was what we were
here
trying.
And we did this analysis.
No, but I think queen E7 here.
Oh, queen E7.
Yes,
here.
I wanted to try it, queen E7.
And now we can't take because of queen E5.
But
check.
maybe knight D7 here. It's like I had a completely crazy looking move, and I was not sure if it works or not.
Wow.
So what do you think about this move?
That's a move.
It's crazy.
So
Commentators are having fun with this position. That's a move. F8. Ooh, that's a move. Good one. Good catch, Almira. I like
so
it.
I actually think that white is maybe better here.
There's a beautiful line, continuation. Continue queen H4 for just a moment, Maurice.
Yes.
So I'm threatening mate on the spot.
Why can't I
queen? You queen with check. I go bishop C8.
Oh my God.
And now E5 check.
Wait.
E5 check, rook G2 check.
Yeah.
And I get you on H3.
I'm not trying to get got. So let's back up. You just go bishop C8. Why can't I take something?
Well, you can also take queen H8, no?
Like this guy.
Yeah, I'll take on G2. I'm still not sure of the material imbalance.
Oh, I'm up. White's got a lot of stuff at the moment. What are you going to take? You're going to take this?
Yeah.
And then I take that. And if you take this, I play rook F8.
And then the knight on D7 is happy. Yep.
Oh,
nice.
It's over.
Nice.
It's over. What a position.
What a game.
What a game. I mean, this thing is, we could keep going in this position. I'm not sure if we're going to keep entertaining these thoughts here, but this one is,
We were worried what we were going to do between rounds.
Yeah, we could
because-
analyze this for a while. Come
but
on.
I just found out we can analyze this position till next Monday.
Look at this move, F5. And so the E pawn doesn't become an F pawn. That's the key. It stays an E pawn. But, we should point out there's some variations to talk about. Takes, very smart move, opening the E file. Finally, King G1. Finally get the king out of this line. And rook back, we should note, again, you cannot take this because of this check disrupting all the forces. Well, you could play, but it's going to lead to this position here. Takes bishop to c8, and maybe I take a pawn with check. Not sure yet. Taking here, and that's hanging. That's there. This queen, queen. Not sure what white does here. Do you have a move?
Queen E3 there? I
Queen
don't
E3,
know.
bishop F4.
I've got the rook on F4.
Oh, yes, you do. Good. Okay. So Queen E3 is. There's also a check. And take
Yeah.
my bishop.
And then I got E7 at the end of
And
that
then a
line.
push. Okay, let's see this line. Check, king,
King
move.
F1.
Well,
King
let's put
F1.
Let's put it on a
F1.
different square.
Yeah.
Let's play king F1,
These are
takes,
pairings for
and
round
then
two.
push. Material is blocks up a piece, but this joker is turning. Wait, let's counterattack to try to slow you up. Can you queen here? Do we see two queens appear on the board?
Why not?
I
Maxi,
don't want to give
MVL
away
did
my
it.
beautiful queen. What is that? Queen-
MVL did it.
Oh, I'm getting a frozen board. I hate it.
Yep.
Yeah, so you
the
know this-
promotion.
The promotions cause. Oh, my board is frozen right in the middle of the action. We're going to have to come back and resolve these technical difficulties. But this game, it's blowing everything up, including our tech.
We almost finished the analysis. It just blew up at the very end.
Yes, sir. We have all the results now.
yes.
So
let's talk about the
yes.
results.
Let's,
Almira, do the honors.
Yes, let's have a look. So, Freedom 160.
Wonderful.
But then the team MGD1 lost 1 point because
Our
their
second
leader,
seed.
yes, our second seed. No, they were actually third seed. I will explain to you because we have the team number 2 who is always playing on the board for special board for the broadcast. So,
Okay.
because their leader Nihal Sarin drew young player like 2300 player Yevgeny Yeliseev.
Okay.
And they also lost another half a point on the third board, so 5-1.
5-1.
Okay. 6-0 for Alpha Ishek from Linz. Then, so the first result where it was a bit shaky, 4.5, 1.5, Team Armenia won against the Doppelbauer Kiel. Then 6-0 for Ashdod Elite Chess Club. By the way, we should say a word about the Israeli teams who participate in every team competition. They have a very long-lasting chess tradition in their country, so they have leagues, championship,
They're
played
used
like
to
all over the
team,
year, of
lots
course.
and lots of team competitions in Israel.
And
yes.
then, here you
And
are.
then.
Fabiano Caruana drew his game against the young Dutch player, Siem van Dul.
He tried very hard
tried
with Fabi, but did no success.
So here you have a 27-63 player. He drew against 22-33.
That's what happens in Swiss pairings.
And that's what we're
Sometimes,
looking actually for
right.
these moments where young players can show their potential, their true potential,
Exactly.
of course.
Exactly.
So 5.5 half Columbus Energy, Kings of Chess from Krakow, Polish team,
By the way, I like some of the names of these teams too. Go on, go on.
against Aachener Schachverein. So then you have Magdeburg and friends against the team from Chessbra 160. So
Okay.
very
Shout out
famous
to
here. Shout
Eric
out
Hansen.
yes, to the Chessbra team. So here we come. The WR Chess. They managed to score 1.5 points. 4.5 points against the
1.5.
FIDE management board. Yes,
Right.
FIDE management board managed to score, yes, 1.5. So they scored on the last board,
Right.
on the amateur board. Chess pensioners drew against Germany and France.
That's a bit of an upset.
Yes, that's a bit of an upset, but I don't know for whom. Like for Germany and France, we will find out. In the next round. You have another original name, the Sharks.
Sharks.
The Sharks. They beat Berlin Chess Federation 3.5, 2.5, and Elizabeth Pets lost the game.
That game,
Yes, that
what we
game.
were showing.
Yes, what they were showing. So maybe then we will be able to analyze the end of the game. Maurice will find it for us. Six pack won 5-1.
Again, a very
again-
original name.
Yes.
Americans will relate to six packs.
I'll give you the honor, of reading the six packs against File Hoop.
I don't know. I can't see from here.
Chess Club. Then Kenya Commercial Bank Chess Club.
Right.
They lost against Düsseldorf Schach Club. So we have the team who won on their home turf, 5.5-half. Team Chess Semi won 5.5-half against École Polytechnique Française de Lausanne. And I can tell you, those schools are very tough. Once I gave a simul against like a team, like you had a team of schools,
Juniors,
not juniors, like there were players from universities, École Polytechniques, and so I had to play also the simul on the clock. This was the only simul in my life which I lost because I was running all over the hall, and they were incredibly strong.
Right.
So then you have Rishon LeZion Chess Club, who won their match 5.5-half against Neustadt Weinstraße. Ukrainian amateurs,
Okay.
they're present in this tournament, so they won 5-1 against UNICEF Beirut. Then Chess Wizards won. It was a close match, 3.5, 2.5 against the team which is representing Africa.
All right.
And then Schachverein Hammer won 5.5 against the Deutsche Schachjugend, so the junior team.
Nice.
And we have the pairings for you. So let's have a look at the pairings. I think that we can bring them on the screen.
Okay.
Yes, I
Yifan?
hope so at least. So
Let's see if we can do that. No, we've got.
yes,
There
we
we
do
are.
have.
So Freedom versus the Chess Bras. That will be a great matchup. I expect that to be much more competitive than the first rounds. And continue,
oh,
please.
yes, no,
Sorry.
so sorry, it's because I
no
was
worries. And
getting
team
information.
MGD1 versus Düsseldorf, also a very big match. We're beginning to see the clashes already, Almira. Team Chess. Chessimai? Chessimai?
Chessimi.
Chessimi. Okay. Appreciate. ACV.
It will grow in
Ishak.
here.
Yeah, it takes a while.
It takes a while, yes.
But I'm thinking that it's time for us to maybe take a break as well, right? As we get ready also for round two, and it will be coming up shortly, right?
Yes, we still have to wait for the lineups.
The lineups?
Yes, that's very important. So it actually might be a very good time for us to take a break, and we will come back like within 5-7 minutes.
Okay.
I think that Maurice will prepare a few brilliances from this round.
He's my hero.
He's our hero, by the
Our
way.
hero.
And I'm so glad that, we have so many spectators here today.
Absolutely.
Yes, sir.
And thank you to the spectators and for joining us.
Yes, and please stay tuned, and we will be back in
Shortly.
Yes. Hello, everyone, and welcome to Düsseldorf. I am International Master Almira Skripchenko, joined today by Grandmaster Yasser Seiravan and Grandmaster Maurice Ashley. Maurice, it's a never-ending story. You want to analyze this game once again?
Well, it's the game that never ends, and we do have a finish that's a shocker as well. We thought it was a draw by Perpet. You remember back in '97, Yaz, when one Gary Kasparov decided to resign against Deep Blue in game 2 of a match, and it turned out that it was a draw. You resign a drawn position. Well, it turns out that Abdusattorov agreed to a draw in a winning position. Let's take a look at how the game concluded after the spectacular final desperate try of Rook to F8, takes moves, force him to take, and now Abdusattorov saw nothing better than to just repeat moves here, go up the board, and take a draw. It turns out he didn't have to do it. Even now he didn't have to do it. I'll start from here. This is not a draw because you go back, and after this check, you start going the other way towards your pieces where they can help you, especially this queen. White gets 2 more checks, but runs out right here as there's no queen e6 to slam the door on the black king, forcing it to go back. You could try other checks. Any check you do, queen to c6, the king will move to f7 and go seek the shelter of its pieces. And if we go back 1 move to here, queen to g6, well, we start with rook f7, and already you can see that there is no way to continue the Perpet. Black is winning. So if you wanted more drama, there it is for this game, the final word on what was truly a scintillating and exciting game.
Spectacular first round, Almira, but tell us about the upcoming round.
Yeah, I think that we have the pairings for you, and well, we will bring it on your screen while the players are getting ready for the next round. I think the first and like the most important feature of this round is that Vishwanathan Anand is going to play on the first board for the team Freedom.
Welcome, Vishy.
Well, as you know, that teams can have up to 9 players. So yes, there are a few substitutes. Yes, possible reserves. So Vishwanathan Anand is playing against Jules Mussard. Jules won the French championship last year.
Yes.
He is incredibly strong in rapid and blitz, so not an easy opponent.
Right.
I'm actually looking forward to this game in particular. Then we have the MGD1 team playing against the local team, Düsseldorf Schach Club.
Right.
And Pintala Harikrishna is making his entrance.
Also a debut.
Yes, his debut in this tournament. And you have the Chessamy team playing against the Alpha Eshek from Linz. As you may notice, we don't have the second seed of the event, the WR team.
On the top list.
On the top list, because they are playing on the fixed board in the middle, like in the middle of the playing hall.
Right.
That's why we don't have them here. But I have them in front of me, so let's have a look. And they're playing against the six-pack.
The six-pack.
Yes, so WR Chess is playing against the all-Indian team, six-pack. So we will watch this match closely as well. So what about the surprises of the last round? What do you think, Yes?
Well, we saw it there. For me, the big surprise, of course, was Fabi making a draw. He's 2,700. He almost had a 500 rating point advantage over his opponent. But you got to give his opponent credit. I mean, he kept the draw, and that's very, very difficult. It was a long game, but Fabi couldn't break.
Maurice, any thoughts on the first round?
To me, I saw a lot of big things happen in that round. We saw certainly the issue of the upsets. Elizabeth Pates goes down in her game. We saw as well Lanier Dominguez go down in his game.
That was a surprise.
We saw the draw that should not have happened also as well. So there was definitely a number of things I think happened in that round that were just absolutely crazy that we will expect to see more of as this tournament goes on.
Yeah, the loss by Lanier certainly is a standout for
Absolutely.
sure, right?
A
And
big
the
loss.
pensioners getting held to a tie.
Yes, that was they're
that's
definitely
really
favorites
a
for that
shock.
one. And Lanier's game was certainly significant in making that happen.
Exactly.
And I just saw that the winner of the Cairns Cup will play for the Düsseldorf Schach Club. Anna Zatonskih.
Wonderful.
Yes, she's
Welcome,
playing
Anna.
on the ladies sport.
Exactly.
And she lives here in Germany, right?
Yes.
Of course, yes.
Yes.
So she, she's not a favorite against Gunay Mamadzada. Yes,
But she wasn't a favorite in the Cairns Cup either.
exactly. I think that we had a conversation with Luc Van Velde recently, and I'm sure
he
that
just came
yes,
to
he
us. We
just-
couldn't
yes.
kick the guy out. He wouldn't leave us alone.
I'm not sure actually that he managed to beat Anna even once. It's like, and Luke is a tough opponent already
For anybody.
For anybody. So this says a lot about Anna's
Especially rapid
potential.
skills.
Yes,
Yeah,
yes.
her rapid
Yeah.
skills are. I know she's very good.
May I interject?
Please.
I see a matchup here that
Between-
seems a fascinating one. It's on board, all the way down on board 16. It features the Ashdod Elite Chess Club. They're playing against the Ukrainian amateurs.
Okay.
But isn't it the Ukrainian professionals that are on this Ashdod team? I see Maria Muzychuk. I see Ilya Smirin.
Right.
No, you have
Israel.
Pavel
I see
Ilyanov.
Pavel Ilyanov. Can you imagine you come to this far to a tournament and you are Ukrainian and you're going to play, and all of a sudden it's
The
all your
amateurs.
heroes. I mean, the amateurs get to play all their heroes.
You're
That's funny.
absolutely right, but Baklan
irony.
Vladimir played for the Ukrainian Olympic team, so
Right.
he's facing Pavel Ilyanov today, but you also have Andrei Volokitin playing for Ashdod. So it's sort of in a Ukrainian derby today.
Very strong
Yes,
amateurs
yes.
at that. Very strong players.
And I remember Elyanov in the Baku Olympiad, the very final game. He was being embraced by his team. He had won. They thought they had won the gold medals, the Olympiad. Yeah. Wow.
So let's remind our viewers, if you just
Joining us. Shame
right?
on you.
Yes, shame on you. But where have you been? By the way, it's Saturday. I'm not
Right.
sure that you have
Good
something
weekend.
else to do.
Right.
Brunch is over.
Oh man,
So-
that's bad news. I didn't even get brunch. Go on.
We have an inaugural FIDE event, so it's a FIDE World Rapid Team Championship. A few novelties for this event. You have 4 professional players,
Right.
or at least 4 top players. You have 1 lady playing for the team and 1 amateur player.
It's a minimum one
It's a
lady.
minimum one lady,
Some
yes.
teams have more than one
Of
lady.
course.
If the team is strong enough, or for example, the VR team has both Hou Yifan and Alexander Kosteniuk, you can roll them out in a good
Yes.
lineup any day of the week.
I'm waiting for the team who will have 5 women and only 1, board left amateur. Yes, so I think this. By the way, for the next edition, this is something to think about. yes.
Right. I like it.
So, what are the who are chess pensioners playing against? Let's
That
have
is
a
a-
look.
They're
Yes.
playing against the Berlin Chess Federation.
Because they drew their first match.
Yes,
They
they're
drew.
playing against the Berlin Chess Federation with GM Rabiega, Ian Baskin, Luganau, and Elizabeth Pates is playing against Sad Vakasov. That's a good matchup.
Wow.
Definitely a great matchup there. And also you have Ivanka Hauska playing on board 5 for the pensioners. So should be an interesting matchup.
So the pensioners, they had a very shaky start
Right.
in this event.
Well, for me, it's kind of funny because you're mentioning also like Peter Svidler and Jovi, and I'm used to them as the commentators. And like they're out there playing, I feel kind of like
I have a funny
I'm
story.
missing
I have a
out.
funny story. When I went inside to do the opening ceremony,
Right.
I was just seeing all these great players, and I was
Glad
hugging
handling.
people. Peter, my gosh, we haven't seen each other in a while. It's Peter Spidler. And then I saw Ivanka Hauska. Oh, Jovi.
Jovi, yeah.
I'd actually just seen her in Norway chess, but happy now to see her as a player and not a commentator.
Right.
And I said, oh, so you're playing? And she said, I don't know if I want to be on this side of the boards.
Right.
And I said, so what happened? She said, well, I was there in Norway chess, and I see a text, and the text is from one VK. And she said, VK? Who's VK?
Right,
And
Vladimir
she looked at
Kramnik.
David Howe and was like, VK?
VK?
one Vladimir Kramnik
Right.
requesting her services.
Sit
How
up.
do you say no to Vlad?
Right.
Vlad, she said she couldn't say no. It's like an offer she can't refuse.
Right.
How many times do you get invited to play in a tournament by a former world champion, Vladimir Kramnik?
You just can't say
dare
no.
not say no
You can't say
to
no.
that one. So
Right.
that's how she,
That's how it.
a member of the team.
That's nice.
It can be very violent, actually getting back into play. Because I know, it's
Right.
like, I do not play many tournaments recently. So, like, I know that you have to prepare, and especially when you get an invitation from Vladimir Kramnik, then you have to be up, to the challenge.
But there it is, right there. That's the rub. You have to be up for the challenge, and for Jovi, she's sitting at the board, she's making her moves, and you got Vladimir Kramnik looking over her shoulder. It's like, dude, could you go sit down? like you're scaring me.
Yeah.
I'm nervous already.
My big sister, Cheryl, when we play games at home and she's rolling the dice,
Yeah.
she doesn't want you anywhere near her rolling arms.
Right. Get back.
Move. Shoot. That's
Right.
what she would have to do to Big Vlad. But remember, Jovi also lost her last game to Hou Yifan. So that wasn't any fun. If I'm not mistaken,
No.
No,
that
it
was
was
a matchup.
Dana.
It was Dana. And
Dana
round
that
one.
played. You're right.
No,
My apologies.
Jovi,
That was
Jovi, yes.
Jovi, yes?
Yes, she actually managed to swindle her opponent.
And
Yes.
she won
Oh,
from
she
a
won the
worse
game.
position.
Oh, okay.
That was the
Okay.
king
That was the
H2.
absolutely, yes.
The petite combination.
Le petit combinaison.
Thank
Just
you.
translate
Thank
into
you
French.
for
I
my
stand
French.
corrected. I stand corrected.
As we
Now-
see the boards,
Ooh,
they're
look
getting
at
ready.
that.
They're getting ready for the start of round two. Almira, who are we looking at? We're seeing
So
Val,
Daniel Dubov and Jordan
Vichy.
Van Forest before.
It's the Freedom Team.
the
Yes.
Freedom Team.
Can I just say quickly
Please.
how much of a fanboy I am of Vishwanathan Anand?
Me too.
I mean,
Hand
Vishy
raised.
is class, has been class since he broke into chess in the 90s. The guy is such a sweet human being, but a killer at the
At the
chessboard.
board. Exactly.
And the inspiration that he has been for all of India, and especially now we start watching the fruits of that as these great young players, Pragnananda, Gukesh, Eric Gaisi, you name it, all of them
Vida.
coming up because of the leadership and the inspiration that he's been. He's not just an inspiration to Indian chess, he's an inspiration to world chess. And we're all fans.
Absolutely.
So the round is about to begin.
we see Richie.
Polina Shuvalova also on your
There's
screen.
Polina, right.
And I think she's playing against, Sarah.
Again?
Sarah Delmarcheret.
You're all right.
It's already a very difficult match for both teams.
Indeed. As we're getting ready
Yes.
to start round two, and again, they are playing a time control of 15 minutes per side with 10 seconds. We'll be playing 12 rounds of chess, 4 rounds today, 4 rounds tomorrow, and 4 rounds on Monday. And we will be here broadcasting throughout the entirety of this inaugural event. And it's gotten off to an exciting start.
Yes, sir. Actually, this match, I have looked at the lineup. It seems rather balanced on
On paper.
on paper and like top 5 boards.
Okay.
But then this is actually one of the matches which
With the
can be
amateur?
decided, on the last board. Yes,
Right.
on the amateur board. So you have Shapiro Alexander playing on the amateur board for Freedom, and you have Stoizhin Nikola, who is playing for Chessbra.
Exactly.
So let's have a look. Sarah Sadat is playing, it's her new emploi. I didn't know that she was a Chessbra.
We have fans in unusual places.
It's an unusual role for
Right,
her. Yes.
exactly. So I'm looking forward to getting my board updated. I don't
Yes.
think my PGN files are quite uploaded yet. And I'm loath to touch something. I manage with a click of a mouse to clear my the entirety of my screen.
Pure magic, yes.
Yeah, pure magic. Close. Yeah. And by the way,
I'm looking at the lower rated, the amateurs, and seeing who the amateurs are. I think the lowest rated, the highest rated amateur, from what I can tell, is a 2022 Manfred Schneider. I don't see anyone else. above that rating, but there's a limit, isn't there, on how strong the amateur could be?
Yes, Maurice, you're absolutely right. And I was puzzled about this as well. So the regulations stipulate that the amateur cannot be rated higher than 2000, yes, in any of the ratings. So rapid, blitz, or classical chess. But this limits to the rating list of the 1st of April. So if somehow the amateur progressed after this, yes, so that's
rating.
why they may actually have this rating, which is a bit higher than, well, 2000. But yes, I asked myself exactly the same question yesterday. Then I asked the organizers, so...
the cutoff was from the April rating list, which is fine. I mean, you need a cutoff somewhere.
And I think this was a very intelligent way, to write the regulations so that how we can actually understand that how strong is the amateur.
Exactly.
So then that's how we know. And even like in the case of younger players, they're still progressing, but they are under 2000. They're rated under 2000.
Look at all the fans, by the way, who got the front row to be able to see the legends of our sport. And certainly there you see Vichy as a legend, and they're excited to see the game jump off any moment now. But you got the fans here. Germany is big on watching these chess events, and fans love to come out in force. And yeah,
and you just had Emil Sutovsky.
A laugh being shared between Daniel and Vichy.
Yes, Maurice, just before, we, for a few seconds, we had Emil Sutovsky, who probably gave last-minute advice to Vishwanath and Anand, but he's the captain of this team.
Emil is.
Yes, Emil is the captain of
I'm looking forward to this matchup right here, though. You got the fire and desire attacker, Daniil Dubov, against a youngster who does not back down, Jordan Van Forest.
Right.
That's going to be a barn burner. I mean, that game sounds like one we certainly have to pay attention to.
Yes, but you have also the former European champion Ivan Saric playing for the team Chessbra, and he's playing against Vidit.
Against Vidit, yeah,
so,
and Arian Tari against Richard Rapport.
Yes, so I told you.
Yeah, definitely.
We'll have a closer look on the sixth board of this match, because I do think that this might be decisive.
Could be for the round. I was asked the other day, and for me, it's my absolutely favorite quote in chess. Indian journalist had asked Vishy Anand, what was it like? What is it like to be world champion? And Vishy thought for a moment. He said, well, every day I feel like a sportsman. Some days I feel like a scientist. Some days I feel like an artist. And some days I feel like an idiot. And I thought that is absolutely what it's like to be a chess grandmaster and a competitor. Some days an artist, idiot, scientist, but every day a sportsman. Nice.
Actually, that's a question that I didn't get to ask. We had a very special guest, Christoph Baratti, one of the most famous world's violinist players. So he joined us in our studio. Yes, and I wanted actually to ask him, because we can compare musicians, classic musicians, and chess players. They start very young,
Right.
So I think
was he a prodigy, for
He
example?
was a prodigy, of course, because he was playing with the symphonic orchestra already at the age of 8.
Wow.
This is an incredible achievement. But what is different for me, for the classic musicians, is that compared to the chess players, there's always a creative phase which begins, let's say, after the opening. So, what was this creative approach? That he has, and what is the new sound, the new ideas in the opening?
Could I point out the game's supposed to start at 3:30.
Right, there's some technical glitch.
Kind of delay is happening right now.
I think it's for the DGT board.
What it is, DGT boards, but they're a little behind, and you can see the players are super anxious to get going, and you see some of them walking around right now.
I love the Olympiads in the 100 meters. And when that starter pistol is ready and then there's a false start.
Yeah, exactly.
I feel like some false starts are going on right now.
Something's going on as you put Vichy Anand in a lineup.
On the table.
Let's go, let's play, and then 5 minutes later, he's still wondering, well, what's going on right
Start
now?
the
And they're starting
clock.
to talk to each other. You lose some of that tension as well. Or
Exactly.
maybe it builds up while you're there. So let's hope that they
Butterflies.
can resolve it really quickly so that they can start the round.
It's also
Absolutely.
4 games a day. It's yes,
it's a
it's
lot.
tough. Yes,
Things
a
will
lot of
happen.
adrenaline rushes.
Right?
Things will definitely happen while in so many games, so many rounds as well, because it's a complex event. First time out the gate.
Right. Great quick story as we're, again, waiting for the start. I'll stop my story the moment the games begin. But it was 2002, and it was Russia versus the rest of the world. And I got this call, yes, sir, could you be the team captain of the match for the rest of the world? And it was like, I paused because I thought the event was starting, and it was starting in like 48 hours. So they misunderstood my pause, and they said, well, you have to accept. I said, well, why do I have to accept? Well, this guy refused, this guy refused, this guy refused. So they were scraping the bottom of the barrel.
you were
and it was
not
me.
their first choice.
Not even close. I was like number 8. And there was this round, there's 4 rounds of rapid a day. 4 rounds of rapid
Like
a
here.
day. Like here. And that 4th round, folks were tired, like really tired. So I said to Judith Polgar, I'm taking you out of the lineup, and you're going to come in at the end of the round, and you don't get to start to play. She was furious. Oh, she hated it. She came and destroyed Garry Kasparov. And I stood behind her as Gary resigned, and the first thing she said to me is, I'm back in business, right? She wants to play, and they are
And we
underway.
do have them playing. We see the light, certainly bright in the playing hall at the moment as Vichy is moving very smoothly in his game.
Oops, I did it again. I turned something off.
You got a freeze on your board?
I got a freeze on. Well, no, it's like I went up with my scroll, and
All right, we'll get back to that. Look at Sagar, by the way, recording for all of India. They're so
I see
pleased
that.
by how the Indian players are doing.
Okay, but for now you have the.
Thank you.
Was this the Petrov?
Yes.
Because I'm trying to have a look at the board
Exactly.
here.
I'm looking at the game of Vichy versus Jules. And again, Jules is coming in, as you said, the champion of France. And he was a very deserving champion. This move knight c6 is a little bit offbeat, but it's recognized by theory as one of very strong moves.
Let's just show it. So if
Of
you
course.
take the knight on e4, because
Which is
it's
the most
yes,
natural thing
of
in the world to
course.
do. If I take
You
d5,
Play
the bishop
d5
is chased,
and e4.
winning back the piece. So there's no blunder of a piece. And Vichy is prepared for this line and takes. I'm expecting, no, he's already played the move knight c5, knight c3 on the board. Vichy has always been a very fluid, natural player, and I think for many people have underestimated his knowledge and understanding of the openings. We all think Vladimir Kramnik in his day, Garry Kasparov were great opening players, but so was Vichy Anand. He had a great repertoire. And Maurice, what have you caught your eye?
But we're still in that same matchup, and we've got Arian Tari and Richard Rapport going at it. And I love Richard's style. Richard Rapport's style of play is so interesting. He plays all these funky openings. He certainly prepared Dingler in the World Championship match. We saw some funky openings there. Did he play the H3 on move 4 and a Queen's Gambit? Declined? Like what? But at any rate, the game starts off as a French Richard plays. And after knight c3, we get a winnower. And this move, knight g to e2, that's already a pawn sack this early in the game. And you know, he's not just sacking a pawn, he's got plans. And so Richard gave pause and said, hold on a second, I don't want your stinking pawn. Make a move here. And so now the move a3, which by the way, after knight takes, this d pawn will be hanging as well. But Richard played bishop to a5, and then b4 was played, bishop to b6, and now bishop to b2, knight g e7. Let me catch up with the position as we see a knight a4 get played. What kind of position is this? Nobody likes e-pawns anymore, and now castles. Yasser, could you make heads or tails of what just happened? Because it looks completely ridiculous to my eyes the way this game has started. And again, this e-pawn seems to be something that white has been trying to give away, and black has been refusing to capture. Like, no, sorry,
No.
I'm not taking your stinking pawn.
Maurice?
I know you've got something prepared.
Actually, I had a look at this line. Can you get back to knight c2? Here, if you take d takes e4, white continues by playing a3.
B3?
No, a3.
A3, okay.
Of course. So bishop c3, let's say knight c3, knight f6, and maybe, it's just a hypothesis, Ariantari, he analyzed the move g4 here.
Ooh.
Well, modern chess.
Modern
what
chess.
Do you think? So that's
That's sharp.
a beginning of an answer. Yeah.
The funny part is it transposes in the game I played. I played knight c6 instead of knight f6. My opponent played bishop e3. I played knight f6, and they played g4.
Right here,
Oh.
knight c6 here?
Yes, I played knight c6.
Yep.
So my opponent played bishop e3. Now I played knight f6. I didn't play knight f6
Yes.
originally because I was afraid of bishop,
Bishop
g5.
G5.
And now it came g4.
Okay, so there's this.
So it transposed.
Transposition.
Crazy
game,
stuff.
Crazy stuff. Already starting out with intrigue in this particular game. Many more games we'll see like this.
But Maurice, refresh your board because what they've got is a completely original position anyway. I mean, with Richie Rapport's games, we expect originality, but this is a bizarre game. When did you see the bishop on b2 in a French?
And yeah,
With
this
an
bishop on
advanced
b6,
French.
there's no, by the way, also in the French, we expect to see the move c5 happen. That's not happening for about 10 years from now.
Right.
Look at this coverage on the c5 square, but he's trying to break the structure down already. And the f-file, f2, is going to be a little bit funky if he's not careful. This bishop will have to die. Someday, we expect this bishop to go because of this pressure here. And a lot of weirdly placed pieces. You would not think that these were world-class grandmasters playing with either, well, maybe more so with white, as look at how scattered and unorganized the pieces are at the moment. Trust me, they will figure out how to properly organize everything shortly. But I don't know who's going to be better in this position when the smoke clears.
Nice. Again, from the same match, I'm looking at the game between Jordan Van Forest and Daniel Dubov, and it always struck me, I was a fan of Bobby Fischer, and most especially his book, My 60 Memorable Games. And Bobby talked about the minor exchange, winning the minor exchange. And by that, what he meant was the two bishops. So in this game, Jordan Van Forest has just gotten a light squared bishop, and this bishop is on this nasty diagonal, and it's supposed to just be good for white that he's got the two bishops advantage. And it just seems to me that the modern players of today, working with their engines, have said, yes, but here's an exception, here's an exception. It doesn't hold true in this position. And I don't know, I'm liking Jordan's position, but maybe the engine is saying it's balanced.
Yes, sir. Do you remember the game which we analyzed together, the game that Bella Hutinashvili won? Because Daniel
Yes.
Dubov uses this variation very
As
often.
well.
Yes, and Bella won this game at black because there was a double pawn.
Yep.
Yes, and then, well, I think that
There
the
was
position
pawns
is...
on E4 and E3,
yes,
I think.
it's very
Those were the
close
double
to
pawn.
equal.
Yeah.
And if white over pushes here, what very often happens, and I think that Daniel Dubov counts on this because Jordan Van Forest is a very, very aggressive player.
Right.
So he is looking for his counter chances.
Oh, no question about it. And the last move is indicative of precisely that. F2, F4 is on Jordan's agenda, and that was why the knight stepped back to kind of discourage that move. He would trade twice and rob white of the minor exchange. Continuing on this board, on this matchup, Vidit versus Ivan Saric. Again, really a powerful teams, both sides. In this position, after the move knight e7, it's kind of peculiar to see this bishop on d8 versus this bishop on c1. The impression it gives isn't that good, but on the other hand, what black is kind of counting on is that after takes, knight comes to g6. It will provoke a trade where this rook is open and the bishop has a good square on f6. For me, the jury is still out. I don't know exactly what the theoretical evaluation is, but something's not particularly right for me about Black's position. We'll see if he can work it out.
Well,
Maurice, sorry.
Just before this,
we-
because
yeah?
it came after bishop b5 check,
Yes.
this position. So
It did.
actually, yes, here, the structure was defined immediately. So queen d7, c4,
And then
he
e5.
played e5. Because like before, e5 was considered to be a bit dubious.
Right.
Because you define the structure immediately, and then you've exchanged this bishop, you know,
Yep.
the light square bishop. So it was considered that white was always a bit better.
Absolutely.
So we will see, you know, why Ivan Šarić he chose this continuation. Because on the other hand, it's a very dynamic one.
Right.
It's very strange, might seem very strange here, but if you don't play for f4, then black will play for f5
Precisely so.
in this position.
Right.
And I think that Maurice has found a very interesting opening.
Yes, this line for me is interesting because I play a lot of bullet chess. I know, bad for your chess. I'm not a pro player anymore, so it doesn't matter. I play a lot of bullet chess for fun online. And this is one of the lines I use. And so it's interesting to see Levon show me something I've never seen before. Knight f3, d5, c4, d4. And I love to play the move b4 in this position right here. Getting ready to play bishop b2 without Black being able to play c5 and protecting that pawn very easily. And Levon played a move, I'm sure it's somewhere in the bowels of theory, g5. Like,
Oh my God.
I hear you.
Like what?
I hear you guys. You
What?
see a move like g5 land on the board, you're like, what is that? We're
Wait a
told to
minute.
develop our pieces toward the center of the board, and suddenly g5 lands on the board. I assume it's because if you take, then e5 happens, an initiative threat on this knight. Yasser, he just gave you a pawn right in the opening. How you like that? I know that you are the president of the Pawn Grubbers Club, and the guys just donating pawns right away. But with tempi and energy on this knight, looking to get some kind of compensation. By the way, also hitting this pawn on b4. This
Right.
seems like not so easy to handle.
It's not an easy swallow. That's
yeah,
right.
you can bring knight f3 and hitting this pawn, but then comes the potential e4, and you're wondering, what's my knight doing? I'm not sure I want to go back on the other side of the demarcation line in the middle and get my knight caught. So a very intriguing move, g5, to which the response came bishop to b2, and after bishop to g7, again giving him the pawn, he said, nah, I'm just going to slow this pony down and play the move h3. And after e5, now Black has protected everybody and has the center that he wants with this pawn sticking out here. And you might think, well, maybe that pawn might be a weakness on that square. Ha! It comes h5. Well, we're going to use it to attack you. What weakness? Can you imagine you're playing the white pieces and you're thinking, I'm supposed to get an edge. Black's supposed to try to fight back. And instead, Black goes, nah, I'm the one with the initiative right away. So g3 to give the knight a square on h4. And now b6 played. And after bishop to g2, I don't believe this, my board is telling me the truth. It is telling me the truth. Take a look. Yes, now I get what happened. Here he played bishop to b7, and white in this position played knight h4. What a move. Just to trade off the light squared bishops. And Levon has finally paused, really, in this situation. What a game already. Of course, if you trade, the point is to somehow get a little action. Well, there's lots of action. E3, H4, lots of F4. This is an absolutely crazy position as well. Man, we're seeing so many interesting positions get played all over the tournament hall.
That's crazy. That's crazy. I play the English a lot. I'm familiar with the b4 move. I faced it against Victor Korchnoi, but g5 was on my agenda.
But it's sort of like Blumenfeld concept, yes,
Right.
with white, where
Right.
white has an extra tempo. But for example, if we analyze this position, which Maurice has on the board, but okay, because here very often white or black plays e3. or e6.
Exactly, like in the
and
bend.
he didn't. With this move g5, I think that he avoids this plan. So maybe this was the whole strategic idea behind g5, h5. So white was forced to exchange the light square bishop, and you no longer have this e3 move at your disposal, at least not for now.
For sure. We'll keep an eye on that one. I just wanted to turn our attention to the game of Paulina for just a moment, because we got to this position where white is focusing her forces against the d6 pawn. And I'm really used to seeing a trade followed by knight e5, and you try to block this bishop from attacking the pawn on d6. This move really was a shock. D5, wow. Because they came e takes d5, bishop c5, and I get you. If I move my queen, you're going to take on f2. But look at this. Paulina had this really nice shot, a4, a5. So she's inviting a trade of queens. And what are you going to do with your bishop? Are you going to really want to play this position with split pawns? I don't think so. And
But can you take the queen on d4? Let's say a5, bishop d4 for me is the only move.
well, she played queen b4 in the game.
She already played.
She already played queen b4. And I
Can
was
you
just saying,
take bishop c3 here?
bishop c3, knight c3.
I actually think that she was counting on rook a7.
Exactly.
Is it possible?
Exactly.
Here? So rook a7 here. No.
Yes. So maybe in her mind, black was ready to play this position.
Yes.
And then she got to this position, and she realized just exactly what you were saying, that after a b6, bishop takes c3. No.
No,
I'm
rook
not going to
a7.
recapture. Rook takes a7, and I grab a pawn.
Should we show it like
Yes.
rook a7 and b
Rook
takes
a7.
a7?
And hello, you're
Yes.
going to have to play knight b6. And I'll take the bishop, and I still have a pawn
Of course. So
on a7.
maybe she rejected this variation
And
because of rook a7.
Yes,
and-
probably
okay.
she would have to do this. And then she gets into a position of pawn down, which is why she played queen b4 in the game. I don't think I'm up to date with the play, but I do see the move queen b4 on the board. And I was just drawn to this visually to the move d5 and bishop c5. I guess after queen d3, white is saying, okay, well,
But what do we do here after knight g4? Or should we continue a little bit
knight
here?
g4.
Yes,
Okay, so you have a nasty double attack. Like, for example, if I drop my bishop
Yes.
back, you will probably continue like this, right? But wait a minute.
What do you do here?
Exactly. I've got rook a4 in my pocket, but this move, knight takes f2, is really disturbing. If
But
I have
let's
to-
put it on the board. Rook
Yes.
a4.
Rook a4 looks like a really good move. I trap your queen. You have to take, I trap your queen.
But then you have knight
Knight
f2.
takes f2. And now I'm stuck. Now I'm stuck. I go, what? You're attacking me. That's
So if rook
crazy
b4,
stuff.
you have knight d3 once again.
Check. Check to the king. And the rook is hanging as well. Knight takes
Okay, you
d3.
can't allow that. Maybe you should just play bishop g3.
But we
So,
were
this is the
thinking knight
problem.
d5 then?
Knight.
Oh, my
bishop-
apologies. I was looking elsewhere. So knight e5.
And that
everything's
goes.
hanging. Oh.
Everything's hanging.
That's
So-
beautiful.
Isn't it? So right here, this is why white is stopping and thinking about her position. And you just saw her eyebrows kind of like flickered, like, where did that come from?
And Sarah is looking very confident.
Like
That's a
she's
bizarre queen on b4.
right.
We saw in the match just now, the World Cup match between Fabi and Abasov,
Right.
where Fabi played in the tiebreak game this move, queen to b4, an amazing move that cemented the game. It was just over after he played that move. Not often we see a black queen on b4 early in the game like that, not getting trapped.
Right.
Like, what are you doing in my position? And it looks like that is the case here, that this queen on b4 is also dynamically active, proving itself to be a thorn in the side of white's queen side. I want to talk about the same thing. What would you play? Take a look at the screen. my fellow co-commentators, you're black in this position. You got a lot, ideas. You got D5 ideas, F5 you're looking for. I want you to guess Daniel Dubov's move in this position. And since I'm telling you to guess it, you could probably guess what he did.
No.
You're thinking,
this is Daniel Dubov. And
you're thinking you can't even do the move. It doesn't even occur to you to do a move like this. Well, come on, just put on your creative, what the heck is that hat?
Knight D4?
That's too normal, yeah.
Queen D2.
Queen D2,
Queen
yes.
D2.
Of course.
What kind of crazy move? You're just asking it to get trapped. Like, what is this? Are you mad? Queen just attacking a pawn. By the way, he calmly defends the pawn with bishop back to b1. It's like, why is your queen even here? How do I punish you for this nonsense? Putting your queen in a position. It turns out that there was no easy punishment. Looks like I've left the game for now. White ended up just playing queen e3 on the next try and trading off queens. Let's just get this queen out of the position. I would have wanted to punish this move, for real. Like, how are you doing this at all?
Maurice, but this is an absolutely brilliant idea. Actually, black wants to play f5 in this position. So queen d2, bringing the bishop back to b1 is actually taking the bishop away from this diagonal, and actually f5 is a huge positional threat right now. So that was the idea. It's actually a strategic idea behind queen d2, I think.
I hear you, but how many of us are putting our queen on d2 just to pull that off? So I want to also show another position of interest. This one, simply because of the material imbalance, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave with the black pieces against Nicolas Lube, not sure how exactly you pronounce it. Forgive my mispronunciation. Lube, okay. So d6, and we have here, after queen b6, you said trade of queens? No, I don't want to trade queens with you. Who needs queens? I want my queen. Now, look at this. I'm after your queen on the diagonal. I told you I'm giving you my queen. Like, take it because I said so. A capture by Maxime, and after this trade, he's given up let me just get the count, 6 against 7. So he has a rook bishop. Minor. He's rook bishop, dark square bishop at that, and a fat pawn on c3 for the queen. Yes? 6 pawns. No, it's only 6 pawns for black. So it's only a rook and minor against the queen in this position, but it's this bishop. But black is not really well developed. It's all about this pawn, and can you keep it in some way? This is what this whole position is about.
As a president of the Pawn Grubbers Association, I have to point out there is 7 pawns for black.
Okay, black has, I'm counting, 7 pawns. Thank you, Yaz. It's harder to see this way than that way, but now I'm counting right. You're correct. 7 pawns. So now look, if I get this pawn back,
right,
I'm feeling good.
Real
I take
good.
the c3 pawn back.
That
cannot happen. That just cannot happen.
Cannot happen.
So he played this move. Now you wonder, he could have taken a pawn,
right?
Gotten rid of it, and
rook a2.
You get a2, but at least this guy is gone, and maybe I get some pressure play. I'm not really sure exactly how he handles, but black has certainly dynamic chances here with his pieces.
Right.
But instead of doing that, white decided here to play rook to b1 and allow knight c5.
Threatening bishop e4.
Okay, I'm going to update the board. In this position, he played knight c5, bishop f3, takes, compromises kingside, and now allowed rook a3 pawn still on the board. It's lasting a little bit too long. You can now, let me get that off the board, and now I will say, president of the Pawn Grubbers Club, it is 6 against 6 in this position. This pawn is still alive, though.
That's huge.
Now he doubled. What's going on here? As black was willing to make this wild sacrifice of his queen, particularly for the strength of this single pawn on c3, which at the moment, you think you could maybe try to solve the position in some way. It's not so easy. This pawn looks like it's alive. And it's only 2 steps from the queening square. So, I don't know. It looks like black has enough compensation in this position to justify sacrificing his queen early in the game.
Maurice, in that position, if you would just go a tempo back, because I actually really like black's position a lot. Right there, rook takes b6. And I was actually thinking after rook takes b6 on your board, I would take on d4. You would take with the pawn on d4. I would go knight e6. You would go d5. I'd go knight to d4.
D5. Okay, I don't want to play D5.
I know. Knight to d4. You would go queen d3.
Queen any, you're playing C2.
Yes,
Yeah,
c2.
And now I can't even
you
take
take
that
the rook.
because,
I
well, I'm not gonna
queen.
queen. We saw that happen already. We queen and we messed up this program.
Right.
But yeah, of course, queens
92
92
check.
take this. By the way,
Which is a winning combination
it
for
is winning because the knight cannot get trapped.
MVL. So it looks like MVL, actually, that pawn on c3
Yes,
is
let's
huge.
play it this way. 92 check, followed by queens.
Exactly.
And then you're up a piece. So the pawn on C3 looks like, that's the one thing you know about material imbalance. When there's a large material imbalance, look for where the most advanced pawns are or if they're passed. And those are the ones to worry about. If you let them stay on the board, then the side with less material is going to have some compensation to write home about. And this position here, as soon as it happened, right here, as soon as it happened, this one takes, and knight to d4. I'm thinking this pawn's got to die. I don't care what I do. This pawn cannot stay for long. It is the thorn in the side. And white, by the way, did not take it at any point that he could and even destroyed his position and allowed this rook a3 move. And we're sitting on this position, and now the last move was rook to b4? Takes, let me not fool you guys. Let me just get the right position. Here he played rook b6, rook a king g2 first, bishop f6, now rook to b4, king g7, and now he took the pawn off the board, and now queen takes c3, and black, when you finally get rid of the pawn, look at all this activity. And I'm smelling some bad things here. This does not look good for white. This king is on g3. There's some tacticos on this line that you've got to worry about, and great activity for black. But is it lost? Is it lost is the question.
Yeah.
Lost for white.
Yep. It's just going to be too much activity.
Because
Let's
the
make
only
a
move
move.
that you have here, queen e1, yes?
I mean,
Well,
Knight
knight d3.
Knight d3.
Knight
That's a fork.
d3, it's-
So
yes,
queen c1, knight
knight
d3.
d3 as well.
I guess we
Keep
just don't
going,
have-
keep going. What's your alternatives?
We don't have a move. Everything is bad here. Just when he took the pawn, and he's now played queen to e1. And what does he have for this move? Except giving back the exchange?
Right.
Looks like he has to give back the exchange. And Maxime hasn't played yet. This is how strong players are. They're
Right.
greedy. It's like, no. I want more. I want to see what's maximal here.
What
in
is
the-
maximal is bishop e5 check.
And he has, looks like he did play check, forced the king back. Then he played knight to d3.
Right,
And
because
now,
f2 is hanging with a
and
check.
now queen to b1. And now this button is hanging as well. And we see, yes, you're up a queen, but I've got active pieces. And that is another aspect of material imbalance. When one side is super active, yes, you have the queen, but my pieces are dancing. And here we go. This is dancing in this position. Black looks like he's definitely in control of the board. So great position for Maxime here. Let's see. I don't have quite any other boards lined
did a
up I want to go
filter.
back to.
I
But
typed
we
in,
certainly
and
have
then
some
nothing
excitement
happened.
on all the boards.
Okay.
What's
So I
happening
just
with
have to
Pintala Hari
get rid of
Krishna
it.
in his game? Kind of a curious thing when you think about the Indian players. Pintala Hari Krishna followed in the footsteps of Anand. Then it was the next generation, Vidit, and it looked like they were kind of on their way. And then all of a sudden, the explosion, and suddenly you just see all these fantastic players from a great chess culture now. We would not have foreseen the rise of Indian chess 10 years ago, but now they are here, and they are fantastic. And Hari Krishna is like, what about me? I'm still good. I'm still over 2,700. But so many exciting young players who are playing in this event as well. Gukesh is playing, Erigaisi is playing, Pragnananda is playing as well. I think that's all of them that I can think of at the moment I saw on the list, but nevertheless, well represented here at this event.
Thank you, Maurice.
you,
And
Maurice.
just looking at the game of Vidit versus Ivan Saric, but you had a game also that caught your attention.
Yes, I wanted to bring your attention to the game played by Fabiano Caruana once again, but this time I think they woke up a beast because Fabi was the first one to finish.
Really?
He absolutely demolished his opponent. So
Oh,
let's,
boy.
yes.
Let's see if I
a little
can-
scroll a little bit
Yeah,
down.
you
yes.
don't want me to use the filter. We've got a
Use
new
the
new
filter.
technique.
Yes, and you will get the
Tell me
game, Fabi's
when-
game, just a second. A little bit.
A little bit further.
Further, yes.
We have 108
Mm-hmm.
games. Keep going.
No, it's already there. Just a second. On the board number 6.
On board. Oh,
Yes,
so that's way
the
down.
match.
Okay.
No. Okay. Go.
Up,
Yes.
up, up,
No,
down, down,
down,
down.
down, down.
Help
Yes,
yourself.
and here we are. Here we are. You have the game between Fabi and Krastev.
What? Wow, you're right.
Please have a look at the
That-
position.
That queen on h8 makes a huge impression. So we'll start it from the beginning, shall we?
Mm-hmm.
We'll do it very quickly. Okay, so this is an English bishop,
Bishop A3.
A3.
Yes, it's a very interesting idea.
What a move. Now, I have played the white side, the English, my entire career, and I've reached this position numerous times. I have never considered even the move bishop A3.
Whenever I think that white is playing for double fianchetto,
Yes.
it's considered that they will automatically develop their bishop on b2. And actually, it
Yes.
came to my attention when I was analyzing those positions and also the one which are coming from the e3, first knight f3, b3, that bishop a3 is a very good move, because especially when the bishop is developed on g7,
Yeah.
you are going to avoid the trade.
Right.
And you do not allow black to play d5 here as well.
Yes.
That's why. So bishop s3 is forcing d6 or b6 at some point, but then you can play d4.
And we get a very quickly, white got a central domination with d5. Bishop came back to b2 because, well, the diagonal is well and truly closed. And suddenly, white is so many tempi ahead on the king side, and there's no counterplay on the queen side for black. So in this position, white is dominant, but still you have to win the game. And I think that was an indication, a little desperation by black there as queen h8 lands on the board, and that's all she wrote. Queen
Because you're
takes h7.
Yes, you're playing with this box of pieces, queen on b8, bishop on c8, rook on a8, and black could have taken on b2, like previously.
Right.
But then after queen b2, I think that black is completely lost. You see, like
Precisely.
white is having a dominating position here. So
And you're going to end up giving up the exchange anyway. Nice game by Fabi. Maurice, back to you.
Oh, talk about a nice game. Maksudlu played a brilliant game that you got to see this. It's going to feature, I'm going to preview you, it's going to feature 2 white queens on the board at some point. And white's going to lose, being up an extra queen. In this position, white has played very conservatively, allowed black to get a bit of a grip on the center, but he's preparing his own move, d4. It's all ready. You think that it's going to be a nice, quiet expansion until our friend G5 appears on
Again,
the board.
another G5.
Another G5. Like, these players just love playing this move. You've got the little hook on H3. You got the G file with the king sitting here. Said, come on, let's get with it. I want to attack you. All right, we've been taught when somebody attacks you on the wing, you should counter in the center. That doesn't seem to work as well as it used to now that a lot of these positions are shown to be good for the defending side, but push, takes, and now we've got this pin here. He took on C5, and you want pawns? Go right ahead, I'm giving you pawns. Rook G8 now, preparing this attack on the file, and he took a second pawn. He said, all right, I'm down a pawn, but here we come. Now trying to be passive in this position, play bishop C5, and now B5 after queen B3. And check this out, bishop back attacking the queen. This will be a running theme. And now knight G4 replacing the bishop with a key piece, hitting the F2 pawn in this position. Rook E2 defending, rook to C8. Okay, I'll take a pawn. Why not? Weaken this pawn here. No, knight B4. Out of nowhere, you can't touch this knight because of bishop F2 check. And there goes your queen. I can just feel white panicking right
Right,
now. Like
after night
the guy
before.
refuses to just take things back. Queen A4, let me defend with a discovered check coming on the next move. Thank you very much. My knight is now parked. F2 is being ganged up on royally in this position. But we get to take with check after all. And now bishop D7, move your queen again. The queen moved to A5. Could we please trade? Could we please trade? Please. No, thank you. Bishop to B6. All right, centralized queen. No, thank you. Now we got exchanges, forks. And by the way, look at the gang up on this side. Just pure play. This queen has been doing a dance. It's like salsa all day. It's just dancing, it's dancing. But not in a good way, unfortunately, as now this queen shows up, everything attacking on this side. A7 while Rome is burning. And knight F2, Kersplat. I mean, it's a knight H3 coming. It's all she wrote. And now here we get it. Might as well queen the damn pawn. I mean,
right.
I was pushing it all this time. Unfortunately, oops, knight H3. Time to resign. There's nothing to do. If you put your king here, then simply queen to F4, and you're going to get mated after the move G3.
That was gorgeous. That was a really beautiful game.
What an astonishing
Knight C6,
game. Knight C6.
Fixed to B4 to D3 to F4 to H3 mate.
You got it.
No, I actually thought
Incredible
that
attacking game.
what you were
We just
referring
finished
to is
that
gorgeous.
image off.
Marie's dancing salsa.
Oh, that was an extra little shaky
Yes.
that we had
but
going on there.
you know, he's not just showing off. He's an
He's a
incredible
good
salsa dancer.
I
And I've
know.
seen
Oh,
him
no,
dancing in
please.
Paris.
I'm
In Paris,
I'm not that good. I'm not that
République
good.
The
Square.
Moulin
Yes,
Rouge.
yes. French cancan.
Very
Yes.
nice, Maurice.
I've seen this. I've been the witness
He's
to
a
this.
talent.
Yes,
He's a
yes.
talent. By the way, I'm just turning our attention to Vichy's game for
Okay,
a second
let's
because
have a look.
he's up against the French champion Jules, and Jules is going, I think, in a very aggressive way on the queen side. But guess what? Like a spider just waiting, Vichy's king is actually very well placed on C1, and if you keep pushing those pawns, the black pawns, they're walking right into the arms of the king. So I'm thinking king C2 and Vichy's much, much better.
Actually, I've spotted something interesting. Whenever
Please.
Vichy does this, I'm like...
Like a tell?
Yes, like a tell. Yes, he's actually a bit nervous.
Is he?
Yes, I know this for a fact. So I'm not sure that he...
He's happy, huh?
Yes, the position seems equal to me, but maybe there is something that escapes us.
At this exact moment, I'm kind of surprised by this move knight F3. I had actually expected Vichy to play the move knight to B5, just to kind of maintain the knight on B7, the dominant, or I want to say the passive knight, to maintain it there. And maybe on a good day, you get to play A4, fastening, protecting the knight. Knight F3, A4, knight E5, rook C2, knight C4. Okay, we've caught up to the players. I still like white's position, maybe not
And
as
knight
much as...
E5 was played on rook C7, so maybe they're repeating.
What has been played?
Knight E5, rook C7, I think
Knight
that is.
E5, rook C7 once. Okay, so for example, exactly in this position, Almira, I agree that the material count is really even. What is black's next move? For example, if I play the move rook here, just asking you to make a move.
Can I chase you away with F6 and then king F7,
F6.
or you will play rook D5?
No, I just wanted to soften.
Yes,
soften.
But now you don't have the E5 square, so I will play king F7,
Okay, and again, I'm just waiting.
G4.
I'm just kind of waiting, and
Knight D6
yes,
to
that was the
transpose
move.
to rook endgame.
And that was where everything falls apart, right?
Yes, you're
Because
taken.
so this was the thing. It's not clear how will Jules play. Let me refresh my board. I'm coming right back.
I think that
and
they're repeating the moves, actually.
they did play. Well, one move H5 got tossed in, and you're right. They are repeating the moves. Okay, so the position, is time a factor? Actually, from the perspective of Vichy, Vichy actually has a 2-to-1 time advantage. And again, I'm just going to refresh my board.
King D3.
He
actually,
has
yes.
played A3, by the way. He refused a draw.
Yes.
A3, B3, king D3 on the board, yes? Okay, once again, I'm just asking a question. Haven't you pushed your pawns a little bit too far? Jules seems to be confident. He's playing as if everything is okay. Again, we are on board 1 of the Freedom team. King D3.
And
okay.
we have a result in this match. Vidit won his game against Šarić, so they're
On
leading.
board 3.
Yes,
Yes.
they're leading 1-0.
Okay,
this
that was
match.
the game where the bishop, Ivan Šarić, developed his bishop on D8. He played E5 and his bishop to D8, and it looked a little suspicious to my eyes. Any other result? I'm sorry.
Well, actually, we have already 4 decisive games in the match between Alpha Eshek and Team Chesame. So Alpha Eshek won all 4 games.
Wow.
So they're heading for another clean score. But for the moment, Katerina Lagno, because my games are not up to date, she was a bit better with black, so she might win as well.
Okay.
Against Melanie Lube. And actually, there are so many, couples, family members,
Yes.
brothers and sisters, husbands and wives. But there is one team, Shachvira in Hammer, where Vojko Jagodinsky, who was played against Livon Aronian, she is playing actually on board 2, and her husband is playing on the board 4. So it is like this is also a family event.
Very good. On our screen, we see Aryan Tari versus Richie Rapport. Let me just bring that game up on the board as it features a rook and pawn endgame, but I'm seeing that there is also a rook on A4, so I have to refresh my board for just a moment. Well, a balanced game, what can I say? For 5 versus 5 in a rook ending, I don't see any particular advantage for either player. Maurice,
Don't you think he brought already his king to E4? Yes, because
Yes.
my games are not updated yet, so I think that this is...
over to you, Maurice. What caught your eye?
Well, a pretty finish and also an instructive finish in a game with one Alexander Grischuk. We know Grischuk, the big dog, the gangster, if you will. You know he plays. To get rid of my rook on this square. Now, check this out. Knight to G7. Let me cover up, protect. Don't hurt me, please. Grischuk said, I'm going to hurt you, actually. I'm sacking. Right now is the time. Now, I want to make a point early. This piece sack only works because of this pawn on E5. Only because of that pawn on E5. Very important pawn for the position. And we're going to follow up why. Takes and takes. Of course, we have a nasty mate threat that can only be stopped by queen takes on C7, bishop takes. And now white is up material, except this move shows up. Rook to C8, there's a mate on the back rank. Suddenly, how do you not give away this bishop? Well, first and foremost, this very important point that had to be seen in advance. Queen F6, now you can't take the bishop because queen D8 check. Thank you very much. Or if you block, I'll just take it and then I make Luft. But black said, well, it's time right now. I'm going to take your bishop from you. That's okay. I'm going to take this with check. You move your king. By the way, you couldn't move the king to F8 because bishop D6 with check before making Luft. So the king had to find somewhere to go. So he went up to G7. Queen D7, he went back. Hey, I'm going to take your bishop. That's the point. I want to play knight takes and get your bishop. But like I said, it's all about this pawn, now joined by its good buddy on the F-file. And after knight takes, which had to be done because rook takes loses that, here comes another one, and they're just rolling down the board. A meaningless A5 played, and here they come, and the game is over. Crushing advance of pawns in this position, thanks to this aggression with the E-pawn, and of course the positional play. A nice finish here. Black resigned the game.
That's a beautiful capture, a sacrifice of the bishop, Marisa. And also, I love that follow-up, Queen F6, the quiet move. Oh, those quiet moves are deadly. What are you showing me? I know you were really anxious.
Yes.
This king upon endgame.
Yes, let's have a look at it.
Crazy.
I think it's like, well,
This
now,
is an amateur's.
yes, now that we had this cautionary tale, yes,
Exactly.
I wanted to draw your attention to this endgame. We will have the board on the screen like in a momentary. And so what do you think, Yasser? Is it a draw?
My first instinct is that white should win thanks to being a pawn up. And the way you do it is you really want to be able to play G4 and F5. So if you can get those two moves in at once, you win on the spot. You get a pass pawn. So for me, I would start with the move H3, intending G4, and I'm assuming you have to play H4?
Yes, I can play H4, but maybe I can wait with King E4, then you'll play King F2.
And then
maybe
eventually
now I can,
you have to
yes,
play H4.
H4.
And then it's a dance of, can I...
But if you play King G2, can I play King E3 simply? So that's why I was thinking, is it a draw?
Sorry, I just... it's one of those very perplexing... Your king can get
King
back.
F2 here, yes, but then King E5, and then
And
it's
then
a
the
draw.
king... So maybe...
So maybe it's a draw, because I thought
That's
that this
crazy.
endgame was quite interesting. I didn't know how to evaluate it immediately, so I had to
my first
think about
instinct
this
was
idea.
it was a draw, but now I'm less certain. Can I play H4? Same idea of being able to play G4.
G4 and
So-
H5, yes. Okay.
Yes.
So here you play.
So I get my F5, and if you take, again, we know the pawn breakthroughs. So can I play H4 and somehow
King E3, but now?
King E4, yes?
Yes, King E4.
King F2, and I want to play, if you go back, I want to be able to, I'm not sure. I'm still not sure. It may be a draw. It's crazy.
So
it's
you see,
crazy.
that's a very interesting
But we have
game,
many,
yes.
many games completed. Tell us some results, Elmira.
A lot of results, actually. So right now, Competence Academy All-Stars, they won their match already, 4-2.
Again, a formidable team.
Yes, so they Fabiano Caruana won, Livon Aronian won, Gukesh won, Nino Batsashvili playing for the team won, but they lost on the last two boards. So they are maybe a
4-2?
bit vulnerable, yes, on the last two boards. Then we have Germany and France leading 4-1 against Chess Wizards. And one game at oh my God, there is a huge upset, I think, in the match between the six-pack and W Chess, because Aravind beat Wesley So.
Whoa.
Maybe I think we have if you can pick up this game
Maurice,
for us.
if you can pick up the Wesley So, that sounds... whoa.
Yes, so...
That's a big result right
yes,
there.
it's a big upset, yes.
I do think Vishy Anand, by the way, is winning now in his game against Jules. He's a pawn up, and the bad news for black, the queenside pawns, as menacing as they look to be, are also very, very vulnerable.
We actually thought that he's going to pick up the A4 pawn, but somehow he won the pawn on the king side.
Yes, exactly. The pawn that I thought was
Yes.
vulnerable, like you, was the A4 pawn, and somehow Vishy ended up with a passer on the king side. But maybe this isn't as simple or as easy as we imagined it to be.
So
Just a
maybe he
second.
should give up his G pawn.
He did it as
he
a
did it
decoy.
already. Yes, as a decoy, and then take on C4.
Indeed, that's exactly what has happened. I think on the board we have seen knight takes G6, knight takes C4. And again, I'm just refreshing and getting an update
But then
here.
king D5, knight B6. Yes, you have this, or even rook G4. So let's say knight G6,
Knight G6,
knight C4, king D5. You have knight B6 as well, no?
Knight B6 is a goodie, rook D4 is a goodie.
And then Rook d4 as well. Yes. So
A number of really good moves, but let me, again, I'm trying to get a refresh. There it is. Knight takes c4. He played king c5. Knight d. And finally, we're going after the a4 pawn, by the way. It took us a while, but we finally got a target, a clear target. And it does look like Vichy is smoothly winning. How is the match overall going between these two teams?
Freedom is leading 3-1.
3-1.
Yes, so there have been 2 draws, and they won on this third board and on the last board, so their sixth board prevailed.
Okay.
And there is only 1 game left.
So Daniel Dubov and
no, 2
Jordan,
games left. Yes,
Jordan
okay.
Van Forest drew.
Yes, you have Polina Shuvalova, who is probably pressing right now against Sarah Kadelma-Sharif.
Right. That was the crazy game with the bishop on c5, right? And then finally the amateur game?
They won. They won on the
see.
board 6.
Yes. Okay,
so
very good.
they're very close to winning the match. And Maurice, back to you.
Well, you're right. This was indeed an extraordinary loss for Wesley So. If you take a look at this position, your quick glance, guys, you see this position, you walk over, who do you think's better?
Black.
Black, just immediately.
Right.
Come on. Black is just
Those bishops are
fully centralized, bishops active, pieces just trained at the king, pass pawn, fully protected at the moment. There is no way Wesley So loses this game in about 12 moves. Like, there's no way.
Maurice, but no one, even if white would be better, they wouldn't be able to contradict you. I just wanted to tell you. I would be too scared.
No, but seriously, look at this. It's even material. You don't want to take this because D3 is coming. It's going to be crazy. How does Wesley So go down in this game? Well, white first said, okay, first things first, let's get a little bit of play. I'm going to hit your bishop. I refuse to, we don't have an engine here, but I refuse to believe black is supposed to lose this game.
right.
Takes, and now let's bring the bishop back. You want to keep it on the active diagonal, of course. Okay, that's the target. Let's go after it. Move it somewhere. Okay, I'll put it on another active diagonal. You've been pushing me around, but pushing me into good squares. Well, let's attack your queen. You know, let's get rid of all these active pieces. First was the bishop, now it's the queen. The queen drops back, and now the move bishop to d3. Now let's deal with your knight. Bishop left, this left, now it's the knight's turn. Man, this guy's pushing me back on every move. I don't want to go backwards, so he plays the move queen to h4, staying active and threatening on the h2 square. Now let's deal with that bishop, which is defending this knight, blocking the square. Wesley must have, and by the way, preparing knight f3 as well, and then this knight is going to be in a world of hurt. Wesley decided to trade off his bishop for the knight, but again, hey, your active piece. What defense here? You remember all those active black pieces about 6 moves ago, 7 moves ago? They're gone. They're backwards, and they're trying to coordinate. They're no longer at all coordinated. Now the move f3, let's deal with your only remaining active piece, blunting the other one as well. Now it's time to trade queens, and your d-pawn is going to be hanging, by the way. Wesley traded and now played rook to b8 in desperation, hoping that he will be able to get this pawn in exchange for the d4 pawn. No can do. Your last active piece from that whole beautiful picture from a few moves ago is that guy. And by the way, there's a little back rank mate you got to deal with. He dropped his bishop back, and now b5. Don't take it twice because there's a back rank mate coming at you. Wesley decided to play h6. Gift me the pawn. Okay, can I have it back now, please? Let's equalize. Nope, sorry. It's time to resign. The game is over. Your bishop is hit. You're about to go down. Don't try rook to d8 because we're just going to take this one, and it's back to the back rank problem on this square. Amazing defense. I don't know if it was all correct, but Yasser, I'm fully confused by the fact that Wesley So started here with this position, and simply in 13 moves, it turns out, that's move 24, he lost on move 38, so 14 moves, he got pushed back all the way. One of the best players in the world got steamrolled from this position.
No way, just no way. In that position where you play b4, if you don't mind,
first right away.
Yeah, the first move that came to my mind was knight g5. Because I want to play knight h3 check, I want to play knight f3 check. I want to open
F3
that
check is the problem.
Yeah, I want to open that diagonal.
Knight F3, however, you got ideas.
I got ideas.
You got ideas. Hold on, maybe I play.
What?
Relax. I'm just trying to get the zen of the position, as you say.
Right.
Maybe I play queen.
But can you take on
wait,
c5?
wait.
No, Maurice, don't believe him.
Believe me.
Just take on c5 and play. No, just.
I got to take it. I had no choice. I had to take it.
No, because yes, you have to take
I
it.
mean,
No.
I'm getting killed. I don't want to.
No, Almira, go ahead and tell the
You
audience
make him look
what.
like a genius. That's the last thing I do when I'm around Yasser Sirwan is make him look like a genius. We don't want that to happen. He'll be gloating for
You
weeks.
might have missed something here, Almira.
No, because I was only thinking about knight h3, and then of course I've prepared like
king
king h1, and that's it.
No,
of course,
no,
but
no.
bishop takes c5,
We don't want his
knight
bishop.
g5.
All right,
yes.
Yasser.
Yeah.
I'm not falling for your tricks.
No,
like
don't
the
do
rookie
it.
over there
No,
who doesn't
don't do
know
it.
you set people up. So I
Don't do
need to
it.
guard the f3 square. It looks
Correct.
like.
Correct.
No knight e3. That looks stupid.
Right.
Yeah. Okay. Knight e5. I have knight e5. I do have a knight e5. Your rook wants to come here, but there's a rook c5. But then you might take twice and take here, and then I take. Okay, Yasser. Let's try an active move. I'm just doing it just to do it.
Wow. Okay.
Because I don't. This thread is nothing. I'm just. Yeah, that's still hanging. Let's get back to the party. This position's crazy.
It really, really is, because my mind is exploding there. Knight h3 check, king h1 is fine. So
Yeah.
that doesn't do me any good.
Blah, blah.
Yeah,
I'm
no,
good. Okay.
And I got d3 and d2 as
Wow,
well. Can I try d3? That's a crazy move.
I like the craziness of it, d2, but maybe I just play queen d1.
Yes, and then knight h3.
Oh, he looks like a genius. That's the last thing I wanted to have happen.
I got a 10 euro note that I'm going to slip you for making me look so good.
Yeah. Look at that nastiness. Bam. Okay, that was slick. You
That was
caught
slick.
me. You
Okay.
caught me.
That was
So wait a minute.
lucky
D3.
shot. A lucky shot, Grandmama.
D3.
Wow.
But you're just. Oh, knight h3 is back. What the
Knight
heck?
h3, d2.
D2 is back.
But I'm just saying that Wesley's pieces were so active.
Yeah, you're right. You
He
should've
he
stayed
let
active.
himself get kicked back.
Absolutely. You got a little
He didn't-
lazy.
he didn't
That one's
use-
tricky. Hold on. Let's go back one and what you got for this, which was my first move.
I wasn't sure either about rook e8 or d3. I wasn't sure about either one of those two moves.
But I
But
don't know
rook e8 looks
what
the most
D3
natural.
doesn't seem to do anything, no?
Why not?
I'm covering the entire rank.
I don't have knight
And
h3. I
I
don't have
don't
bishop
see-
f2. Okay,
Yeah,
that's fair.
Let's get back. I was more worried about this
rook e8.
this joker move.
Right?
And now, can my queen not get kicked? Because queen g4, wait. Let's solidify.
Queen d3. That looks like a solid move.
I don't know, though, because why is my pawn hanging? Oh, no, because I have this guy. So let's just take just for now.
Crazy stuff, Maurice. I'm just saying that it's perhaps at that moment when he was going backwards. Go ahead,
Wait a
please.
minute.
But maybe here.
What about this crazy darling?
Rook. Oh, knight h3 on my agenda. Genius. Genius.
But Maurice, maybe you have knight e5 after knight g5, because now that you have spotted knight f3.
Wait, hold
so
on. Is this right?
At the very
This,
beginning
this,
of the variation.
Blah. Oh no. But
Knight
wait.
f2
We
check.
could take.
And run?
And we're leaving.
How far are you running?
I don't know how far, but we got the track shoes on.
Wow.
Insanity breaking
Hold
out
on.
here.
Hold on. No,
You want to
Maurice.
stay there?
I want to stay here. Queen h2.
Yep.
King e1. Bishop b4.
Yep.
King d1. Bishop a4.
Oh,
What is going on?
I gotta play rook c2.
I don't see it.
Wait for it.
Oh,
Can I? No, you have queen E2.
dang.
Is that true? Queen E2, and there's no D3
There's
shot
no
here?
D3.
D3 is
Oh.
queen takes queen, and I got nothing. Nope, that's not it.
By the way, for our audience, this is exactly what grandmasters do.
Mind blowing.
They calculate and they keep pushing and they keep pushing the envelope,
That's a
and they
crazy
try to
position.
find the winning combination. But that is an amazing game. Almira,
No,
sum
I-
up round two.
Yes,
Just
I
tell
will
us
sum
about
up.
round
But if we
two.
get back to this position which you proposed, Maurice, after knight g5, I think that was Yasser moves.
Yes.
And since now that I realized that knight f3 was one of the most important here, no, knight g5 here, no, Maurice?
Sorry,
Yes,
sorry,
just
sorry,
Yasser
my bad.
moves.
So
Knight
here,
G5.
And now knight e5. That's I
Knight
actually
E5.
want to take on c5.
Isn't that what we
Right.
just did?
No, because you played queen e2 first and then knight e5, but I want to start with knight e5.
Knight E5 is an immediate move.
And now if knight h3, of course, I will play king h1 as planned.
right.
Oh, this is the position he played D3, no?
So,
Yes, this
that-
is my D3. And we looked at rook C5, D2.
This is the position.
yes, but I shouldn't allow this, I think.
Okay,
Is
but
there
then what do
any
you
way?
do?
Yes. Can I take on d3? But then you... Oh, good. There's
Knight eight.
another check, another check.
Almira, please.
You can't take with the bishop because of mate. You can't take with the knight because of this check.
Yes.
I mean, this is
Maurice, when you came to this position and you said, how does Wesley So lose that position?
Exactly.
And I said, with those two bishops, he can't.
He just-
He's
it's-
just...
you got to
So,
play actively.
you know, you got to go knight G5, D3, and kill him. By the way, I do believe that Vichy won,
Okay,
but I
let's
just
have a
want to
look at
make
the
a
results.
confirmation on that before I announce it. Yes, he did. He did,
Yes, he did.
win.
Okay, because I don't have all the
Vichy
games here.
jumping into the action, winning, I think, a rather smooth game, helped by Jules. Jules was too ambitious on the queen side. And the final results.
So the final results, here they are, because I have to update my file as well. So they won their match, but Polina Shuvalova lost to Sarah Hadalmasharek. So they won 4-2 because
4-2.
yes, 2 games were drawn. Let me update this file. Okay, then Team MGD1 won 5.5.
That's a very,
Yes.
very big
Only
result.
Anna Zatonskih was able to make a draw for the local team, Düsseldorf
Right.
Schach Club. Then Alfei Shek Linz won 5.5 as well against chess enemy. And actually, Katerina Lagno made a draw, and Larry Mark, he won this endgame. Yes, so
The young,
yes, the young gentleman.
Young gentleman.
He won this game, but I'm still not sure if it was drawn or not. So maybe it's we have to check it with the table base.
Nice.
Then Armenia beat the club from Rishon LeZion 4.5, 1.5. The club from Ashdod won once again 5-1 against Ukrainian amateurs.
Right.
So they prevailed in this match. Competence Academy All Stars won against Schachverein Hemmer, so they 4-2. The Sharks, they lost against Columbus Energy Kings of Chess from Krakow, so 1-5.
It's tough when the Sharks lose.
Yeah. Chess Wizards lost against Germany and France. So the WR Chess, they won 4-2.
They won 4-2.
Yes, they won 4-2. Nevertheless, I mean, even if Wesley lost this game, they also made 2 draws, and Vadim Rosenstein won. So
Very nice.
he brought
Bravo,
a very
Vadim.
important. So the general sponsor of this event is also playing in this tournament.
Exactly.
And I wanted to get back. So chess pensioners, they drew again.
No.
Vladimir Kramnik, he won,
Okay.
but Peter Svidler, he lost against Robert Baskin. So 2,300 players. So
That's a shock.
Jovanka lost, so they also very vulnerable on the last two boards.
Also.
So they drew their games 3-3, their match 3-3. And I wanted to get to the FIDE management board.
Right.
Because we are still waiting for FIDE
Arkady,
president, yes,
to make
Arkady
his
Dvorkovich,
debut.
yes, to make his tournament debut. But
Right.
they won very convincingly, 5-1.
Okay.
Um,
For those of you who are joining us late, just to say that the FIDE management team, the idea there was officials of the FIDE, including Vice President Nigel Short, are playing in the competition. And I was saying that in my career, I certainly had my run-ins with the bureaucrats, the chess bureaucrats. So it would be wonderful for me to be able to play against the FIDE management team. But unfortunately, this competition came too late. It should have been years ago that we had this rapid chess competition. And let me just interrupt you, Almira, and say
Yes.
Maurice has discovered something else worth showing.
Well, you mentioned the big upset with the game with Peter Svidler losing to a
Right.
much lower rated player. And it's another one of those Wesley Soul parties because you're not going to think that Black's going to lose this position after this and this. You're betting on
Wow,
Peter Svidler,
it's
he's
over.
Black, and you're thinking Black is going to lose this game in
No
just
way.
a few moves?
No way.
No,
No
way.
way.
Well,
No way.
way, because it did happen, and this you're not going to believe. Check out this shocker. After the queen retreated, queen f4, I mean, Black's pieces are crawling all over the dark squares. Bishop f1 just to deal with some threats. You feel like there must be some winning blow,
Knockout.
some knockout. Where is it? Do we smell it? Or maybe what? Like, it's not clear. But Peter did, and he said, I know how to do it. I'm going to play the move bishop h2, and after the king moves, I'm going to play, I can't even understand this happened. Rook takes h3.
Oh no, queen takes f4.
And after queen takes f4, you have to stare at the board and say,
What
Oh my
did
God.
I just do?
do?
A straight one-move blunder.
Oh,
Obviously,
no.
yeah, it's a discovered check, but your rook's hanging, dude. Thank you very much for the entire rook. And Peter had to resign in one move. Definitely, he's going to try to throw this game in the trash bin because it certainly was not one of his finest moments. And that happens, folks, from time to time. Maybe he was in time pressure. Simple blunder cost him the game.
But that last moment, Maurice, I call that a 50-50. Because if you don't take the rook, your only other legal possibility is king g1.
Yeah, you get mated.
It's a 50-50.
Well, hey, you don't take the rook as mate, by the way. So,
Exactly.
I gotta take the rook.
Peter was gambling there a little bit.
No, gambling. I mean, we be gambling. But by the way, I'm so impressed by Black's position. At the worst, probably this,
Yeah, you have to go back.
right? Like
Yeah.
at the worst.
Right.
Because rook e1 is so strong if you move your queen backwards. You could try. No, you can't. Well, this passed pawn has got me concerned. I was thinking we could play this position and takes, where king g1 is met by bishop e3.
E3, yeah.
And then king moves
And you take a
only, and now
bishop.
you take. And maybe now you make a mad Russian hope, although rook behind is going to win that pawn.
Right,
Because
bishop
that's
F4
met by
check.
takes
Right.
at the minimum. So that's at the worst. After, I mean, he must have noticed that. Right here, he could at least, here, he could have at least brought his bishop back. I
Right.
don't see a win. Yeah, I don't see a win, but bishop here, king back, I don't see a win here either. But maybe you can move your queen, no? This darn pawn is moving very fast, but maybe, what's wrong with this? It's a long threat, isn't it? It takes a while to get this and
To
then
set
get back,
up rook
and
e1.
get back on this thread again.
Right.
But what he did got
Was a
frustrated,
disaster.
and that certainly was an answer for sure.
Disaster.
But was there a way to protect after queen f1 and rook e2? Like this, very simple here, instead of rook h3?
Yes.
I'm looking
that
at
was
queen
a
f1
question.
and rook e2.
That's
yeah,
a good
that
question.
was that
That's
I
a
thought
good
was
question.
was the setup that he wanted.
Yeah, what's wrong with this?
And I was wondering if maybe I should have played h5 and h4, as a prelude to this, what
Yes.
you've just suggested. Yes. Looks crushing. Looks completely crushing.
Maybe
I
Queen E2, Queen
see
E2,
Peter.
Well,
something
I
like
don't
before.
Peter's
my
going
God.
to explain himself.
I guess Peter wants to. We'll be back. We'll be back with the man of the hour shortly.
yes,
Just give us
sir.
a few seconds as we mic you up.
I'll give you the honor, like
Yes.
do your duty with honor,
Yes.
but you are going to ask those questions.
Oh
you
yes,
know?
oh yes, oh yes.
Yes.
I just want you to be a shield, so when he
Yeah,
decides to,
exactly. you
to
know.
punch me,
I don't want to be in this situation.
Nice, nice. But we
yes.
do have Peter Swidler coming. His team did win, though.
Yes, of course, they won. So, no, not in this. They drew and they drew. So they drew in the
That's
first
right,
round.
the
yes,
pensioners.
yes.
I'm sorry. Yes.
When you say
3-3.
it's the pensioners, you know,
Yes, yes.
that's-
I just like the name.
well,
like
well,
the
you
name.
will ask a few questions about who came
Exactly.
up with this name, by the way.
Indeed. And we got part of the story of how the team coalesced together when Jovi has explained that she got the text message from VK.
Yes.
Come and join my chess team. Yeah, okay. You're going to have to do it. You have to do it. And we do have a very special guest, a familiar face, a friendly face, Peter Swidler. Peter,
Yeah.
nice to
Hi.
see you.
I'm
Welcome.
still not in the shot, so I don't know. Now I am. Am I audible?
You're
I was given this
completely
device which I
audible.
can't use.
Yes.
So I was fired, so one of you needs to leave now.
Just a second. Let me grab my room key and we'll
Yeah.
trade rooms.
Yeah.
Nice.
Well, honestly, they probably should have been fired, but unfortunately, that is.
You're here through the duration.
Biddings will continue until morale improves, obviously.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But
How did you get invited? How did the team coalesce? Forget about today. Just tell us about the history of the team.
It was partly Vlad's initiative and partly the initiative of our team captain, Mr. Koenig, who is the driver, at least one of the major driving forces for this. And yeah, we do have a kind of a common theme. Even though before this particular round started, Jan Nepomniachtchi, who was playing in the row next to us, he turned around and he said, "Are you sure your last board is a pensioner?" Because we have a child of about 10 playing on the last board. So, and I said, pensioner is a state of mind.
Right.
So it's you just need a proper frame of reference. But yeah, it's a nice team of people who've known each other for ages and ages.
Exactly. It came to my mind, Peter, when I saw the team, that ages ago, you and Vladimir have visited Seattle, Washington as junior
that
players.
did happen, yeah.
Yeah,
That did
and it's
happen.
like, I was thinking, oh my gosh, you guys have really been friends for decades. So when you say you know each other very well.
For a while, yeah. And
Yeah.
there were some even more ambitious. Some of the ideas about this team didn't come together at the last moment, and we had this idea that we wanted to include Joel as well, but that fell through.
Oh, that
but
would have
actually,
been
we were
nice.
so envious with Yasser. It's like, so do you accept applications for this team? For the
Yeah. So
I could submit a
Yes, we
resume for consideration in the future. Tell us about the event itself. Mixed team event. First time you've had such a team. Rapid chess, so you like that. It's fast, fast, fast.
No, it's all fun, and like I'm not enjoying this too much.
At
This particular moment, yeah.
But there'll be many more.
But yeah, there's plenty of rounds to go, and yeah, still like what I did, just to cover the basics about this game, like whatever. This is probably the biggest one-move swing in evaluation of my career potentially.
Really?
I th-
We've all
From-
been there,
Yeah,
losing,
from
winning
a completely
position.
winning position to immediately resigning.
Right.
You can't even continue the game.
No.
Yeah, and I saw Queen F1 Rook E2. It's not like I didn't see other options. I was looking for something that was ending the game faster, because if you play Queen F1 Rook E2, he starts pushing the pawns. You have to still play a little bit. But yeah, it's just completely inexcusable, and in particular because I could see that the match isn't really going particularly well, that we're
Right.
struggling on the bottom two boards, and
Right.
yeah, that is just, I don't know what that was.
Okay, we're going to call that a blackout. I mean, all right, ask our good friend any questions you like. He has all the answers.
well, I wanted to ask you, Peter, do you have team meetings?
We had a team meeting at the bar yesterday. The non-pensioners weren't invited.
The 10-year-old excluded.
The 10-year-old was not present.
Very good, very good.
Because
Peter.
he's used to those team meetings, you know, so which are very violent. So.
By the way, the 10-year-old, tell us a little bit of, what's his name, her name?
We have two brothers playing Brothers Anand, and both of them will play some games. We have 4 people potentially rotating on the bottom board, so we'll continue the rotation policy and see where it gets us. I'm still getting introduced to my teammates. I don't really
know them.
Those kids I've never seen until today, so I can't really tell you very much about. They seem like very nice children, but
well, they must be incredibly excited to be playing alongside yourself
and
Vladimir.
And we immediately introduced them to the idea that we can't play chess either, so. Or at least I do.
Nice. Peter, thank you so much for joining us. It's good to see you, and no more blackouts, huh?
Hopefully, but no promises.
No promises. Thank you, Peter Svidler. And Almira, we're going to have to take a break as we've had 2 very, very exciting rounds, but we got to prep ourselves for round 3.
Yes, we do. And before we go on a short break, I wanted to tell you that 8 teams have a perfect score. No, even 6 now. 6, yes, 6 teams have a perfect score. So Armenia will play Freedom. Competence Academy All-Stars will play Team MGD1.
Right.
And Alpha Eshek Linz will face Columbus Energy Kings of Chess Krakow. So those teams, they have 4 points.
They're perfect scores.
They're perfect scores. Maurice, any thoughts?
Well, we're seeing a lot of mistakes and some strange hiccups.
Expected.
As you said, that line that you mentioned, Queen F1 and Rook E2, does indeed seem to be winning. The C-pawn's just not enough to create counterplay, just too slow. Then we see Wesley So going down in a position that you could never even conceive Wesley So losing. So a lot of craziness in this event. Slowly but surely, maybe some jitters. People get the jitters away and they start to play more solidly. Or their teammates look at them and say, yo, cut that mess out.
Right.
We'll see.
You're going on the 6th board.
or you're going home.
Right.
We'll see how this develops. But certainly 2 rounds already. I guess that's 216 games in the can.
Right.
With many, many, many more to go.
I just have to say, based on the interview of Peter Svidler, that if I was a 10-year-old playing chess, I didn't start till I was 12, but imagining for a moment that I get to play on a team with Vladimir Kramnik, Wesley So, Peter Svidler, it's like, what do I have to give up? You know, like all my toys, everything, take it away. How exciting.
Look, their toys are chess pieces.
That's true.
So this is a great honor for them.
Exactly.
Incredible start to the tournament.
What I wanted to say that we were talking about players, but we shouldn't forget captains because they have very important decisions to take, especially during like this clashes, direct clashes. And so every match has its strategy.
Absolutely.
So they have this 30 minutes to decide and to pick up the most valuable player of the team, and then to establish the strategy for the round. So
absolutely, rotating players in and out, and we saw the debut of Vladimir Kramnik as well as Vishy Anand in this round too. We're hoping to see the debut of the FIDE president. So we've got a lot to look forward to as we're ready for a break.
Stay tuned, and we will be back.
Sounds good.
We're joined by Vincent Kamer, the German player for We Are Logistics, or We Are Chess team here. The first round, first day, opening of the Düsseldorf World Rapid events. How are you feeling? Let me ask you this.
Yeah, pretty good. My first game was also not too difficult for me. I made a quite comfortable win. So that was very nice. Also, of course, first round there's always you're a bit more nervous than normal. So I was kind of happy not to have to stress too much about the game itself. And yeah, also the team won, so that was a good start, and I'm hoping we can continue that.
You were playing against the FIDE management team, so is it a bit strange to play against the team of the international organization? Like the people who organize things are also playing. How do you feel about that?
Well, it wasn't really weird. I think it was already a quite strong team for the first round. Before the tournament, I had expected to get a rather worse opponent for the first round, but well, yeah, I'm lucky we managed. I think that at some point the match was even kind of close, so yeah.
We're playing in Germany, your host country. How does it feel for you? Do you feel more stronger, or any more energy, or do you feel a bit nervous more that you're playing in your home country? How does it feel?
Yeah, neither really. It's a team event, so anyway, I think it's more about the teams, and also our team is very international, obviously, with many top players, basically more or less only top players, if you're not talking about the amateur board. And yeah, I would just say I enjoy it here.
And how are the dynamics in your team? Obviously, it's just the start, but have you had time to prepare a bit, to talk together, to make a plan?
Yeah, sure. I was already here also 2 days earlier, and we had some time to spend with the team, which was very nice.
And speaking about the other games, like this tempo, playing 4 games a day, can you manage this? Is this for you? Obviously, you're a professional, but is this different than what you had in Baku? So how difficult or easy is to adjust to the change?
Well, 4 games a day is not really the issue. I think here it's rather tricky because the breaks between the games are rather long. So basically we are going to be here for more or less nearly 8 hours, which is kind of hard to keep the concentration up for that long. So I think it's more about the time than the games itself. But yeah, 4 rapid games a day is very normal and not really an issue, especially since we're only playing for 3 days. So I don't think energy should be too big of an issue. We also have 2 reserve players, so I think none of us is going to play every game.
All right, and also you have a different format here. We also have, you have to have a woman player, you have an amateur player. How does that impact the team dynamics and how you approach the event? Obviously, it's different than from regular team events, so to speak.
Yeah, I think having this amateur board kind of makes it, you can't really rely on something. Yeah, it could go either way, and I would say nearly all of the games, which is kind of interesting, but of course can also be painful. Let's say we have a very close match, and then everyone is fighting, trying to give its best, and then on the amateur board there might be huge mistakes from both sides, which is, it's very interesting. But yeah, so far this hasn't really played a role, and well, we will see.
Vincent Kamer, vielen Dank und viel Glück. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Dear chess friends, welcome back. We are in Düsseldorf right now. I am international master Elmira Skripchenko, and here next to me is sitting a legend, Yasser Seiravan, a grandmaster. Oh no, Maurice, I didn't forget you. One of the most recognizable faces in the chess world, Grandmaster Maurice Ashley.
Yasser gets all the love.
All the love.
Just winning smile.
I'm soaking it up. I'm feeling good. Hello, everyone, and we're in round 3.
Yes, tomorrow you get to switch.
I don't think so. Yasser always has to be in the middle of things.
Right.
So here we are, round 3 of the FIDE World Rapid Team Championship.
Yep.
We had so many exciting games.
We really did.
But before we start, I had a question for you, Yasser, and then for you, Maurice. And actually now you get time to think. He doesn't have this privilege. If you could choose and invite 3 players to have dinner, who would you pick? Yasser.
For me, that would be easy. I've had lots of dinners with Vichy, but not enough dinners with Vladimir. I would like those 2, and I'd really like to catch up on Hou Yifan. I want to know what's going on in her life. I think she's a marvelous person.
Okay.
Living or dead?
Anything.
Dead is not going to be such a good meal. I'm not sure you're going to like that.
Fascinating conversation, though.
You can invite Paul Morphy.
I mean,
I didn't know I had that kind of
you got
latitude.
to think about these things. I mean, throughout history, I would invite Tal for sure. He was my favorite player of all time, so I would absolutely want him on the conversation. Currently, I so enjoy being around Peter Svidler. I know he just had a tough tournament, but he's one of my favorite people in life, and I haven't seen him in a while, and I would love to hang out with him. But there's so many on the list. Of course, Vichy's on the list as well. Vichy's always self-effacing humor, but spot on at all times. A great dinner. I've had dinner with him, and just to catch up again as well, Vichy would have to be on the list too.
When you asked the question, I limited myself to this event. I didn't think it was a limitation because I think this event is star-studded. Now that you've asked us the question, we'll flip it right back on you. Who would you like? And I'll limit your answers to the players in the field.
Well, actually, I have so many friends playing in this event, so
You're going to lose a lot of friends. Go on. Tell us about 3.
Well, I would definitely invite Elizabeth Petz.
Of course.
So
That's such a politically
I
correct
know.
answer.
Isn't that political?
You're like sisters.
I know.
but then Alexandra Kosteniuk,
Another sister.
another
What's this?
sister, and probably Katerina Lagno, because we had so
You
many
invite 3
laughs
sisters.
together.
What? Wait, all these are your best friends. You didn't even give us anything original with that. You see them all the time.
But actually now I have such a period in my life that, pleasure is above everything. So yes, I just want to have a good time.
Good, so the 3 sisters. By the way, seriously, it's not a joke. For this round 3, let me just set the table with some really great matchups. We have Gukesh versus Arjun. I mean, talk about 2 top Indian talents who are at their top of the chess world right now. So keep an eye on that game.
And used to playing on the same team, not opposite each other.
What they did in Chennai during the Olympiad.
Yes, indeed.
Ooh, that was great stuff. And Fabi versus Hari Krishna. That also, we talked about Hari being, surpassed by the junior players. He's still a formidable force. What are you telling me? And he's up against Fabi. So we've got some really, really great matchups. And that's not even talking about the top boards where we have Gabriel Sargsyan, who's a longtime gold medal player for Armenia, up against Vishwanathan Anand. I mean, talk about a clash of legendary players. Round 3 promises to be a really
By the
good
way,
contest.
we should also point out 2 former women's world champions going up against each other. Hou Yifan of WR Chess against Maria Muzychuk.
Oh.
How you like them apples?
Yeah,
That's
I like
a
it.
great matchup. Should be exciting
As well.
for sure.
Right.
What I wanted
Okay,
to-
so what matchups do you have? We told you ours.
Actually, first of all, I wanted to come back to...
You're like a little kid over there. It's unbelievable.
I wanted to come back to this match, Armenia versus Freedom, because...
Right. First board.
Yes, first board. I actually don't think that the Armenians are going into this match as underdogs, because they are so motivated, and you rightfully said that, for example, their first board, Gabriel Sargsyan, has won so many crucial games during the Olympiads, and if on top of my head, he won a few games against Alexander Grishuk, and I think the Armenia won gold medals,
Twice. I remember
twice.
him winning,
So
yes.
this is a very tense match.
Sure.
And then, I think that Alpha Eshek Linz, is another.
I see another one, by the way. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave playing against one Badur Jobava.
Yes,
Oh, yes.
I was coming to this match.
That kind of matchup also sizzler, because one player very theoretically booked up and tactical as a beast. That is Maxime. And
But-
Jobava, you never know what he's going to put on the board. I mean,
And he
anything
can
happen.
beat
And he can
anybody
beat anybody on a good
given
day.
Would you
Yeah.
call him a chess maverick?
Yes,
Yes.
absolutely. That's a great
Yes.
way of putting it.
Yes.
Quite the maverick.
So
Definitely.
yes, I was coming back to this match because both teams are having a perfect score. So
Right.
the the team from Linz, Alpha Ishek, they will try and win this match in order to fortify their leading positions, of course. So you have MBL against Jobava, and a very interesting match against Lagno Katerina against Maltsevskaya Alexandra, who is representing Poland right now. But overall, I think that Alpha Ishek is a huge favorite in this match. So they will end up leading the event probably after the round 3, if everything is going according to plan. And then you have Chess Brass against Germany and France. So a clash between Jules Mussard and Alexander Donchenko.
Nice.
This is their first board. So the FIDE management board is playing against the team from India, Six Pack.
Nice.
So they have a lot of things to prove, first of all. And I wanted to tell you that on the last board is actually another power couple, because you have Dana Reznitsov-Zola, but her husband is playing on the 6th board.
Also
So,
for the FIDE
yes,
management
for the FIDE
team.
management team. So
Nice.
yes, so you have another power couple playing this event. This was one detail that attracted my eye.
May I say something else that attracted me? What happens when a continent plays a country?
Okay.
Team Africa is
Right.
playing Kenya Commercial Bank.
Nice.
you got
Well,
all the
I'm going to go with
elite-
Team Africa on this one.
That's a messed up deal.
I'll
it
take
is
the
a-
African
yeah,
All-Stars.
the African All-Stars.
Versus the Kenyan.
Looked like it should be a crush on those boards, but some stars on the Africa team, of course, as you got Adli and Kenny Solomon from South Africa.
Sure,
as
long
well.
time
Jessie
player.
February, also from South Africa, playing as a female player.
Well, you have also
Welcome.
WR Chess playing Ashdod Elite Chess Club. So here you have it. Another very tense match. And chess pensioners, they don't have a rest, because if you start a tournament and you don't start well, especially when you're playing individually, you think, okay, when am I going to win a game?
Right.
So they started with 2 draws, and they're thinking, okay, we need to win now.
Win the
But
match.
they're playing against Ukrainian amateurs, so this is not an easy team to play after 2 draws.
Right.
What do you think?
Unfortunate political implications as well, given the makeup of the teams. But let's hope that that's not up for consideration in this round. As we know, they're class acts playing with the pensioners. But I was also thinking, this is a 12-round tournament.
Right.
Just because you start slow doesn't mean you want to get desperate. There's 10 more rounds to go. There's going to be so much chess. You don't want to blow it early. We have to win right now.
Right.
Just
Go
work yourself
desperado.
into the tournament, and it could be that you see teams get an early lead, play, get the good scores early, but they fade at the end because it's so long. It's nice to maybe play the Swiss Gambit. Hey, we got a couple of draws. We get some couple of easy games, beat up on some weakies, get ourselves together on day 1. I don't know. It's still 12 rounds. That's a lot of rounds and a lot of room to catch up.
Right.
Don't get desperate after 2 rounds.
Actually, like the only team event where I've played more than 20 rounds was the Chess Olympiad, but
Exactly.
like
They
before
used
when
to
there
have
were 13 rounds. So it's you're absolutely right. That's a very important observation. But I know from personal experience that there's always a moment where I start to get impatient. Yes, and that's where I had
the key.
Yes, to work on myself. Yes.
Don't push too hard. As individual players lose, how does Peter feel right now? I've got to bounce back for the team. He will bounce back, of course. He's the great Peter's fiddler. So just take it one game at a time. This is going to be the team captain's responsibility. Everybody, it's okay. It's okay. Just get back on the horse. We know you know how to ride.
Right.
Do the right thing. Don't start the team captain that says, "You idiots, start playing well."
I've
else.
been in those teams, This is not easy because you're already punishing yourself so much. So
My team captains have been the opposite. I've had Nick DeFermian as my team captain, and as we were going to the tournament hall, he says, "Okay, guys, bring out your pieces. Castle early. Stay ahead on the clock." Thank you, Nick. It was great. It was great. I
where
love
is
this
Nick
guy.
right now? I
He's
want
in
to
San
bring
Francisco.
him back.
We need him. He was calm as you can be.
I think
and
he
then
would-
I've had nervous team captains, right? Like the guys shaking in the playing hall. Go
No,
on.
I just wanted to tell you that Nick would be the perfect team captain for a women's event. Like this
Yes,
is this is all you
easy.
need. Yes,
Yeah,
easy.
California laid back, as we get a very nice shot of the tournament hall there, and the play is underway as we see Vichy against playing the black pieces against Gabriel Sargsyan. And let me just
Is it the Queen's Gambit accepted?
Well, I
Looks
don't
that
have
way.
moves. I
No,
don't
it's
have
Queen's Gambit accepted. We can see it on the
with
board.
E3.
And now E3 on move 3 for white.
Here,
Right.
Vichy has a choice to play E5, but he goes for a very classical approach. He plays knight f6.
Bishop.
Knight
Knight
F3. Play
F3.
knight F3. Said I'm not
How
taking the pawn just
Could
yet.
you not take the pawn in that
I would
moment?
have taken that pawn
So
immediately.
fast.
About time. There it is. He finally does take the pawn.
E7, E6, bishop takes C4 on the board.
It's the kind of line that has a reputation of being very drawish.
Yes.
The white wants to, the black wants to play pretty solidly and
Neutralize.
no need to do anything crazy in the early board. And now a take on C5, which is almost
An
going into
odd
one of
draw
those
for-
endgames that suggest peace.
But those
tranquility.
endgames are very unpleasant. I played
Unpleasant against who? You
for
mean
black. For black. Yes, because
we are
I,
talking about Vichy Anand, right?
yes, I know. But Visha Anand doesn't, well, I'm not sure what are his motivations for this round, but he has no way to win this game. So this is it. This is very important to understand from the very beginning. This is going to be only two results.
What?
Yes.
What? How dare you?
Right?
You're talking about Vichy Anand?
Yes.
Are you mad?
You know, the crazy part about this specific position and this specific ending, I always thought that it was a three-result game in the sense that black wins when white tries to do something a little bit over exuberant. Like oftentimes I've seen white play knight e5, knight d3 as if this is some kind of a great maneuver and it wins some time. It does, but the knight's not the most beautiful thing on d3. I have won my fair share of both on the white side and black side, and I do think the better player more often than not wins. The takes on c5, however, to my mind, that is really a kind of a draw offer more than other variations. b2, b3, by the way, the Rubinstein variation of the Queen's Gambit accepted. Looks a little bit boring. Take us somewhere else. Where
Yes,
would
I
you
was
like to
surprised
go?
actually that Gabriel Sargsyan didn't go for a more
Yes.
modern approach.
Yes.
Nowadays, very often they play e4. They sacrifice, they play bishop b3 and then or
Yes.
even here e4.
Yeah, I mean,
Yes.
Vishwanathan Anand we're talking
Yes.
about.
right, across the other side of the board. But you're right.
Easy
I
for
mean,
you to say. Easy for us to say on this side.
Right, you sit on
Go
the
into
other
the
side.
main line. Play the sharpest lines against.
on,
See if
play
he's
for the
any good.
win.
See if he's still good.
You play e2, e4, get things going in the opening. No, Gabriel said, look, I'm going to play a very safe approach. I'm going to play b2, b3. I'm going to fee and shadow my bishop. I'm going to play knight into the center, rooks into the center, and let nature take its course. We'll see what you've got. What else caught your eye, Almira?
Well, I don't have
Even the
any
board.
games. Yes, I don't even have
Okay.
a board. So yes, I will have to wait a little
So
bit.
let me get this straight. You repeat after me. You're relying upon me. Is that what I understand
Well,
is
I have
going
to
on?
reconsider my life choices.
Now, that got Maurice to get up and look at the board and say, come on, I'm going to pick out something. I've got another game that's very interesting. The game of FIDE. This is like this Catalan pawn sacrifice. And I must say, it's very hard to understand exactly when the compensation is real and when there is no compensation. So you look at these knights in the center of the board and you say, okay, they're doing good, but then just you realize if it's black's turn, like for example, we'll make a bad move, king h8, f6, f5, and I can just chase those knights right out of the center with those two moves. So whatever it is white has to do It's got to be now. It's got to be now. And he played the move b2, b3.
But
and
even though if you, yes, sir, even in this position, I think that
Yes.
if when you play f6, knight f3, f5,
yes,
it's also a strategical approach because you are weakening
yes.
those squares. Your
Especially
knight will
the
go back,
E5.
yes, of course, on the e5. And then you might as well play e4, open the position, and even though black is still a pawn up, this is going to be very dangerous because then bishop will take on e4.
Agreed. But I mean, again, we're just going to put some moves on the board just to get an idea. And again, it is a pawn. You have sacrificed a pawn. You do, like you just said, you know, you've got some squares, you've got great activity, there's some weaknesses, but it's a pawn, and when is the compensation sufficient? And when?
But why knight g5? I wanted
have
to
no
go knight
idea.
g2.
Okay, let's do that. So I played a bad move. We do have b3 on the board, by the
Yes.
way. I played a bad move, king h1, just to emphasize the position.
so-
f6, and you wanted to go knight to d2.
Knight to
yeah?
d2, yes.
Okay, so in this particular case, let's say I play, I don't know, bishop b7, just to put something on the board for a moment.
Yes, and I have troubles knight e5, then and I wanted to play e4. Knight e5, you will play knight c6 immediately here, yes.
Yes, I'm with you.
e4.
e4. Now I actually pause because I already start to think about a piece sacrifice.
You can even take on d4, maybe.
I'm thinking, check this one out. This is actually 3 pawns. And for the moment, I can imagine if I can take on and queen d5. Again, we're getting a little bit far, but the idea that I wanted to start with is, when is the pawn a good compensation? And it's really a funny thing, this Catalan pawn sacrifice, because I see a lot of times where you get no compensation, and other times you just destroy the opponent, like the rook on a8 never moves, the knight on b8 never moves, and you lose like a complete beginner.
But nowadays, they always seek this long-term compensation. They play b3,
Strategic.
yes, the strategic
Yeah.
one, and then it might not be obvious, like to everyone, yes, or
that's
to us at least,
what
because
I
we
meant.
didn't analyze this position thoroughly. But then you just give away a pawn and you play on.
Exactly. We will continue our look around because I did want to just check in on the game of Gukesh for just a moment. And again, these are 2 supremely talented players, but as I find their game, I stop at the game of Fabi versus Hare Krishna, as Fabi's just played an intriguing move right out of the pages of Levon Aronian. You get these positions, and whether he's black or white, I have seen Levon move his king, drop his knight back, and in order to
Yes.
get to f4, it's like.
But this
he's
is
a
pretty standard idea, right?
I understand, but
That's
he's a
right.
one-trick pony.
Yes.
I see them do it so often. King h1, we'll keep an eye on this. Have you got your board?
No, I have
Not
nothing.
yet?
Yes.
Okay, you're still
I
relying
have
on
nothing
me.
if I don't have you. Yes, Whitney Houston.
Perfect. Oh boy, are we in sync. By the way, Queen h1. Look at this game of Nihal versus Levon Aronian. Levon is jealous of his opponent getting to play the move. Look at this. Okay, so you have a student. You, Elmira, are teaching the great talent of France how to play chess. And the great talent of France sits in front of you and says, "Teacher, what should I do?" And you say, in this position, what you should do is play the move rook a2. I'm the parent of the great talent. You're fired. You're teaching my child to play rook a2. Queen a1. This is great stuff. Come on. This is great
Well,
stuff.
I love this idea.
Wow. And look at, and white's position's not bad at all.
Yes, but on the other hand,
Is it any good?
That's a different question. But
this is black's positional idea is to trade dark square bishops here.
Clear.
So it doesn't matter like how long will it take. That's why Levon Aronian played knight e8 and he played
Exactly.
bishop f6.
Correct.
So he needs to neutralize this bishop and this
Right.
battery, like
Right.
bishop b2, queen a1.
Right.
this being done, then he will probably play queen e7 or e5 if he can do this.
Okay.
This is very important. So like to
get active
yes.
active play.
And to get the very active center. So
Okay, so we
E5,
just have
E4.
b4. So we're imagining the trade, yes, and then we're imagining queen e7. So at least you're intimating that you're prepared to take and maybe snap a pawn. I
Yeah.
don't know if you necessarily want to take it. And let's say I'm in white shoes and I'm thinking I need my bishop on g2, the action. So I want to blast open this diagonal. I'm going to play the move b4, b5 with the idea of capturing on c6 and playing knight to d4, trying to open the long diagonal and the bishop on h7. Okay, it's defending the king, but maybe it's passive. I don't know. You're just gut instinct. You think black is okay. You think it's
well, I do
it's
think
normal?
that black is okay. On the other hand, I was thinking that this looks a bit awkward with the rook being on a2, but of course you can play rook a1 at some point, but I think rook on b1 looks much better here, of course. So
Agreed. That was because I played the move b4, b5, by the way. I was trying to do something.
let's have a look. What
I'm innocent.
what
All
can
right,
we
we'll
do
keep
here?
an eye on this one too. Again, I was on a search for this game, and this is the game I'm bringing up between Gukesh and Arjan. And again, these two players really don't need any introduction because they're lighting the chess world on fire. Two of India's great talents. Prague is also in the tournament. I don't think Prague has made his debut.
No, not yet.
Not yet. Okay. Coming.
So maybe the
I mean,
young ones who needs to rest.
Yeah,
Yes?
right. Well, it's like the drum roll. The drum roll keeps going on. And what do we have? Let's see how we got to this position. We'll do it very fast. Okay, again, a Catalan. An open Catalan with captures on c4. Okay. And
Yes, sir. One question, if you would explain to our viewers, why very often white would give up the bishop here? Like take bishop f6 and then go for this specific position, yes.
Yes. So in this case, it's a strategic plan that white is saying to his opponent before the move b6. I'm going to give you the two bishops, but what I get in return is this very passive bishop on c8, this bishop on this diagonal, and most especially, I want to stop you from playing the move c6, c5. If you get in that move, the advantage that white has goes away completely.
Okay.
So oftentimes what white would like to do is put this knight on d3. Okay, it takes a little bit more than that. You put your knight on d3 in order, this knight looks great on c4, but it's not good on c4. In fact, the ideal square is knight e4. Where this comes from, actually, is from the Cambridge Springs defense, and there are many games that have featured this pawn setup. And from black's point of view, you could look at, for example, the game between Jan Timman and myself. The move b6 is very important. You get to play bishop b7, and in order to play the move c5. Jan actually had a much improved position. His pawn was on a3 and his pawn was on b4. And in that case, I had difficulties making equality. I won the game, but it had nothing to do with the opening. I was in trouble.
For example, in this particular structure, if b6 is a very good move, but then can we follow up with your move knight d3? Then,
Knight d3.
Yes, if c5 is also
On
a
the
potential
agenda.
threat.
Yes, exactly. So knight d3. So probably
Bishop a6, yes?
Yes, I have to activate my bishop. I really want to bring my rooks into the center. It's still strategic. I think we're still kind of in the opening phases. It's a feeling out phase. We're waiting for the armies to clash. And Maurice,
I think that Maurice
you've been
has a
incredibly
cheapo for
quiet.
us.
I have been a little bit quiet. The openings, it looks like people have slowed down
Slow play.
somewhat. as they've gone through 2 rounds. Maybe they're a little bit punch drunk. Maybe some people felt like, you know what, this tournament is starting to get on my nerves a little bit. Let me just relax a lot more. But for whatever reason, the games are not as sharp as they were in the first 2 rounds. I'm sure they'll build up in the middle game, but the openings have been quite conservative. But I have a question because she's always trying to tease us. So I have a question for one Almira Skripchenko, our host.
Whoa.
You know, she's always saying how she's the youngest on the team.
Yeah.
Bragging about, you know, we're the veterans and the like.
Right. We're legends, by the way.
Yeah, legends. That's the right way of putting it, of course. But Almira, I have a little test for you. And I see with your youthful self if you know the answer to the question. There's this position after the move E6 and knight to F3 and H6 comes from one of the most famous games in world history.
So,
Do you
Deep
know
Blue
what the game
against
is?
Garry Kasparov.
Wow, look at you.
Game
I thought you were
6.
young and you were too young back in 1997.
Well, I know my classics.
Indeed, Deep Blue defeated Garry Kasparov, the AI taking over the world, the brain's last stand, one of the most famous games in chess history and world history, as well as we look at ChatGPT 4, or is it 5 by now, or 10 coming to take over, and of course AlphaZero dominating world chess. But this is where it all started. Well, in this game, I bring it up not randomly because in this game, after bishop to d3, this was played between Rafi and Peglau. I'm not familiar with these players, but black played h6 to start, and knight to e6 landed on the board. Of course, a little capture. Sorry, it's mate. That would not happen, so I have the knight to e6. Queen to b6, offering any trades? No, I really want to sack by knight. That's what I really, really want to do. And after it takes, bishop g6, king moves and castles, and the game is proceeding along Kasparov deep blue lines, bishop coming out to a4 first. A little bit different at the moment, and I think white played bishop f4 here, bishop to b7. It's a pure piece sack for nothing else other than a compromised king. Deep blue was able to smash Kasparov. It got a pawn for the knight. Mm-hmm. Still, we see this king on this square. I wouldn't be too comfortable if I had the black pieces here.
No.
And the Oscar goes to?
Yeah. Congratulations. That just shows that you were also old enough to have followed that game.
How dare you?
There was one nice story about that match between Deep Blue and Garry Kasparov. Of course, Maurice and I were calling the action.
You were commentating.
Yeah.
Yes.
And it was one of the earlier moments where our audio and our audio broadcast was going, but also the text, because there was a court stenographer who was taking every word that we wrote, we spoke, went out. We had guests and so on. So at one moment.
But for what reasons? This like legal procedure.
Yes, exactly. That's exactly right. So at one moment, Marie says, and as Aaron Nimzovich says, an attack on the flank is best met by a reaction in the center. And everything goes on. We go on a break, and this court stenographer taps me and says, Yasser, how do you spell Nimzovich? That stopped her. It stopped me, too. I didn't know how to spell Nimzovich either. There are like 12 different ways to spell his name.
You get it right no matter what you say.
Yeah, exactly. All right. Well,
yes, I wanted to draw your attention to the game between Vladimir Kramnik, and he actually plays against Ina Gaponenko, so she's playing the world champion.
Okay, yes, you find the game.
Yes,
I'm looking
have to find the game.
Gabrielle and Vichy.
Because those are such unique moments,
exactly.
Where else you can play against Vladimir Kramnik, and
Indeed.
I think that I wanted to know if Vlad is doing well, or not, or we are looking for
what
another.
What kind of form he is in?
What kind of form he's in.
While you look at that, I just want to bring your attention to this double pawn game. This one between Hou Yifan and Maria Muzychuk two historical female players as Hou Yifan, the #2 ranked female of all time. She's now a professor in a Chinese university. I forget the name of it, but she has somewhat stepped back from chess. She'd gone as high as 2689. She defeated even the great Judith Polgar in an individual matchup. It's good to see her playing chess a little bit more, but she's got to go back to her day job once the summer ends. And Maria Muzychuk, of course, also a former women's world champion. This position looks like small advantage, if any, for white. Teeny tiny bit because of the expansion on the side, but it looks like they're being very respectful, knowing how dangerous each player is.
Nice. The double pawn game.
To be honest, you have a different opponent for Vladimir Kramnik, so I don't know what to think anymore.
Oh my goodness, I have...
Yes, maybe there was a mix-up in the pairings
Valerie?
because I have a totally different game. So let's concentrate on something else for the moment because I'm not even sure
Who Vladimir's opponent is.
So maybe Jan Nepomniachtchi because
we haven't
looked
Jan,
at this game. Yes,
much love. He's up against Andrei Volokitin, and I still remember this incredibly funny game of that Volokitin played. He was playing against Nakamura. Nakamura was playing e4 and queen h5. e4, queen h5, like ridiculous.
So e4, e5, yes.
Yeah, queen h5. e4, c5.
Queen h5
queen
as well?
h5.
Okay.
And Andrei played knight f6. Queen takes c5, knight c6, and destroyed Hikaru for his knight c5. Let's just take a look here as, okay, it's a kind of a Queen's Indian, knight e5, takes, and, okay, more or less a balanced position. I would just be a little bit worried if I was white that Black is ready to capture on c4 and rob me of the advantage of the two bishops because I would end up trading. So I would find myself attracted to the move bishop to d4 to prevent d5 takes, because if bishop takes obviously comes with a tempo and I would win a piece. So I would find myself attracted to the move bishop to d4, and I think I'm a little bit better. Still, the jury's out. For example, after knight a6, pawn on a3 is hanging, may find myself playing c5, and so on. Maurice,
but it is rather balanced, yes?
Yeah,
for
I
the
think
moment.
so. Maurice, what have you discovered in your journeys?
No, I was just checking out this game between Gukesh and Erigaisi, and this is the kind of chess you want to see from the young players, right? Pawns in the center for white. Certainly a lot of pieces still on the board, only a pair of minors exchange and a pair of pawns only, and this central break c5, what is it? It is knight b4 just played. It's white to move, you got d5, you got e5. I mean, it's really an explosive position. You can also take on c5, but of course, there's a problem on the b line. So I'm just curious to see how this game is going to continue, and it looks as though he took first, and after a takes, play the move e5, and now bishop to e7. And I get the feeling white's probably playing d5 on the next move. I don't see a5, I'm an e, yeah, I would be just pushing right away to just get the game open and the pawn on e5 being very, very strong. I don't see anything else, but this one's leading into a very exciting game. To be sure, Black now has the so-called advantage of the two bishops. That is, this dark square bishop is the one that he has that white does not. But don't be confused when you see the advantage, people say the advantage of the two bishops. It's often only about the bishop that you don't have. Again, this bishop, I mean, you're not gonna tell this bishop it's not a monster on the long diagonal. Of course, there's a lot of power for this piece, but this one would be the one you'd be scared of. This knight on c4 is saying, hey, I'm no slouch either. Chill, I might land on d6 in some position, but I'm quite fine where I am on the c4 square, and it's hard to see how Black makes any kind of real difference in the position with this bishop on e7. So it seems like white has the activity here, and I'm still waiting for a move I suspected would happen. Instead, he has not played that move, and talk about a knight that's not a slouch. He's played knight to d6. That's sharp. The point being, of course, if you take, and try to win this pawn, here comes d takes c5, hitting the queen, and this pawn becomes a monster on the c6 square. I gotta say, that move looks better than my move. Great play by Gukesh, who of course had a great run in Baku in the World Cup, losing to some guy who was pretty decent, I think. Yeah, it was Magnus. We could forgive him for losing to Magnus Carlsen. After all, a great legend, now legend. Magnus is what, 32? Can I call him a legend? He's still playing chess, but certainly he will be written about with all the history books for all that he's done. He's finally won the one tournament that he desperately wanted to put on his in his trophy case, that trophy being the World Cup. So Gukesh dropping knight d6. That's a scary looking move, guys. I wouldn't want to see somebody play this on me.
That's for sure.
So Magnus is a future candidate for the chess pensioners team.
Yes.
But yes, sir, I think that Gukesh made history.
No question about it. He had such a marvelous run during the World Cup where he gained so many rating points that for the first time, I think in about 20 years, Vichy is no longer India's #1 player, but he was finally over.
More than 20, come on.
I know, it's been terrible, right?
20 years would be 2003.
So it'd be closer to 30 years.
So
then.
on the 1st of
It's
September...
more like 36 years. Vichy's been around a while. I don't know the exact numbers, but Vichy was #1. And by 1990, Vichy was on the scene and the top player in India. So we're talking easily over 30 years.
So it's a change of an era.
The history is incredible.
Exactly. No question about it. I just wanted to bring up this position that I have on my screen. I certainly have not updated my board yet, but it's the game of Jan Duda, and he, I think, is making his debut into the event against Evgeny Alexeyev. Yes. And this position, I really, you know, if you were given this position as a white and you were asked, okay, after it takes, queen c7, what's your move? And I really like this move very much that Duda played. And it's sort of like you have to know your trumps and what your opponent's trumps are. So what your opponent's trumps are in this position is this dark squared bishop on g7. So what you want to do is try to weaken the light squares. And I really love this move h4. I think a lot of players, myself included, would be naturally inclined to playing castles. Then the king would move and black would aspire to play the move f5. But by playing h4, what I'm aspiring to do myself is play h5, force g5, and then I've got some weak squares. And after this, let me just catch up on the players. Sorry, I'm just going to refresh my board. And let's see what has taken place. As Duda, I think, has really improved this position immensely. King h8, h5, castles, bishop e2. And remember what I was saying about playing on the light squares. Personally, I would have jumped at bishop to g4 in order to trade. If I could plant a knight on f5, I'm doing great. Almira, what do you have?
No, but this is such a nice position, of course. And then the only thing that you don't have to do here, just to finish with this position, is never to take on c6. So d takes c6, and which invites to b takes c6, and then black is more or less fine.
He's got his play, right.
But I think that Maurice found another gem in this round.
This would go under gem. This would go under getting your hand caught in the cookie jar. That's happened to all of us.
The mouse trap.
Yeah. What did I do? Well, watch one of these, because here he comes. We have Yelena Dalielian playing against Polina Shuvalova, and take a look. Black with the knight under attack. Could take on h2 with check, but that would potentially trap her own bishop in the position. So she just played knight e4, no problem. Go ahead and take the pawn. Her opponent did take the pawn, and she said, okay, now after you've won your pawn, now I can take my pawn with check and attack your queen, queen g4, and I'll leave. And her opponent said, well, I know this move. We all know this move. Why not? How bad can it be if I just threaten mate on G7 and force you to do some kind of backwards bishop move, or maybe play G6, a little soften up of your position. Until the move F5 landed on the board, and she went, wait a minute now, there's no queen G3. Queen F5, of course, drops the entire piece. Let me keep hope alive with my queen on G5 to only see rook E6 land on the board.
Oh, no.
And this bishop is no longer with a pulse. It's getting killed on the next move, nothing to do, just losing a piece. That's it.
But queen
By
F5?
the way, with check.
With check,
Because
as well.
queen F5,
Yes.
rook H6 is check. You don't have
yes.
time for queen D5.
Of course. No, because I
that'll be
haven't
so
seen the
nice.
board yet.
You pick up your queen, and your opponent says, that's going to go on H5 or H3. Touch move. Touch move. Or you could actually move your king so we can, carry out this sweet little mate on you if we want. So either way you look at it, this game is over. But no, don't make threats if you're not ready to study the defenses. Bishop
Rook
H6.
E6.
A horrible blunder in this position,
Ouch.
losing her the game.
Thank you for that, Maurice. No, that's a very good lesson right there, that bishop H6. I think that's happened to every one of us. Again, I turn to our first board on table 1, Gabriel Sargsyan versus Vishy Anand. And this is what I wanted to say, Almira. When you said only 2 results where white is playing, black is playing 2. The king on E6 is a little bit more active. Then its counterpart on E2. Am I expecting a draw? Yes. But, I mean, it's 3 results. For me, at least, it's a 3-result game at the moment.
I think that the position objectively, of course, is
Even.
equal,
Yeah.
yes. But then after G4, and
Yes.
then if I will have a chance to play knight D2, knight E4, maybe, and then H4 as well.
Yes.
Yes, maybe I will have some active play. Of course, you will tell me once again that's your
Well,
only argument that Vishy is sitting in front of us.
You got 3 moves, H4, knight D2, knight E4, and you still haven't really convinced me that has achieved that much. Black will drop his bishop back and play knight to C5. We'll keep an eye on this one, as so many games. Maurice, what caught your eye?
Big game we discussed earlier, the game between Fabiano Caruana and Pentala Harikrishna. We know Fabiano is still the present in world chess. He's the number 2 player on the planet, just came back from the World Cup with a 3rd place finish, losing only to Praggnanandhaa in that matchup. He had not lost any games in the entire tournament until he faced that kid. And oops, that kid's pretty tough. So this matchup now against another Indian star, Pentala Harikrishna, a little bit older, but still dangerous. And look at this position. Black has this bishop on H3. Everything looks cool, calm. Look what Black decides to do. He plays knight to G5. The F3 square is looking a little saucy. Rook to D3. And now he retreats his bishop all the way back to C8. He said, I want the H3 square. Psych, because this pawn is hanging. Fabi plays F4, knight H3 check, king to G2. And what's the move, guys? What's the move? You know the move. It's been so far played. In any exciting moment in a game,
G5?
G5. There you go. Good guess. G5 on the board. That's not a move you want to see if you're a white. Like, wait a minute. I thought everything was solid. I was okay. And suddenly he's being attacked near his king position. It looks like he played king F3 attacking.
No.
Wait a minute.
Wow.
King F3 attacking the rook, and then pawn takes on F4, sacking the rook?
That's bold.
I got to
That's
make sure I'm
bold.
not being false news. That's what happened.
That's
King F3
bold.
attacking the rook,
Oh.
and he said, boom, give me that. This just got scrumptious. If you take here, is your king getting, let me not touch anything real quick. There's a check, there's a check. Is it mate?
It looks
It
like
looks
it
like
is.
it is mate.
Knight.
But check, what if I go, I'm still going to be forced backwards?
King
Wait a
E5.
minute, where is the mate?
Yes, sir, but I thought about another line. For
Tell me.
example, if I don't give
By
the
the
rook.
way, yes, sir, Marie.
And he's
Oh,
taking the rook. We have seen it. The rook has
it's
been
easy
captured.
to confuse us. We're very close.
The rook has been captured. There is a basic move here where you could just play knight check, knight takes, and pawn takes knight. I hope that's not it, because that looks pretty easy to spot. Check, takes, and the game looks
You want something
very drawn. right?
Oh, no,
What I mean-
no. But knight g5 check, Maurice.
So
what
you
do
don't. What I just wanted to show the audience
please.
this line. So you could do this. You could do this. You could do. Well, actually, I want my king on d4. Maybe that's not so drawn. If I go here, then I check you again, so that your king. Ooh, no, that's saucy. That actually looks strong because you're the e pawn will survive, and you'll be up a pawn. You may not win the ending, but at least that's a line. All right, yeah. So, but you want to mate him.
Yes.
But Fabi just took, so I doubt there's a mate. You want to play knight g5. Now we
Right.
have two moves, d4, e5. I'm going to go, I don't want to give you c5 for free, so I'm going to go up the board for now. What do you have?
I wanted it.
Actually, let's follow Fabi. He went to d4.
Yes.
So by the way, the safe knight f2 no longer exists. Remember that?
Well, in this position, I have perpetual check, right? We agree that knight f3, king c4 is mate.
Okay, we can get behind this position.
That's
That looks fun, yeah. That's
okay,
not going
so
to happen.
you have to go king e4.
So you have to go
And
back.
knight g5.
And
then
I
you can
have
just
a
play
draw
knight
in my
g5.
pocket.
That's boring. We don't want that.
Now,
Let's
I
go
understand. So now the question is, can I win it in this position? That's
Do you have
the
an
question.
answer, Mr.
And
Once four-time U.S. champion,
Almira,
one of the best players in the world?
May I introduce my champion?
I'm not going to fight your wars, yes.
Yes,
By the
please,
way, I would always go rook e7 because I was trying to find
Rook
an answer.
e7?
Yes, when king f3 was played, like I was
Right.
taught, to make a very
Quiet.
positional, quiet move and to withdraw the rook. And I'm thinking, okay, what do you do there?
We don't want to listen to you. We don't want to listen to you.
That's
no quiet moves allowed.
Okay,
no, we like
quiet.
the sacking the rook variation
Yeah.
for sure. This was playable.
But if you play c5 there, how do you continue?
C5
Knight g5?
where, here?
No,
No,
like
knight-
go back,
knight
yes, to
check.
your variation, yes.
And c5?
c5.
I've got whoop, 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 whoop. No, c5 I think to me made sense because you could take this rook and then take this piece again, right?
So let's take bishop
whoa,
a6.
Whoa. Because the c6? Wow. Okay.
the king is hiding on the c6. What I was saying was takes is playable, and that's
And
a
good-
passer
Good
that you have
for
to deal
black.
with.
Yes, so maybe this is the
This is-
variation.
this is
That's what
very
he's sitting
good.
on, considering this line c5.
But maybe king d5
Then
then?
The king goes here. I can play
Bishop
check,
b7, and you
then
force
you
the
can
same
go
line.
Here, and boy, if you don't get mated,
This
I
is
don't see the
remarkable that
position.
you're
I mean,
not
as he
getting
dancing
mating.
into the position, and
How is this not
where
mate?
is the mate?
That's remarkable.
But we don't have to mate, because I mean, I want to mate, obviously.
Right, but you
Check,
could take the knight.
king
yeah.
here is
King-
possible, or like you said, take the knight now since you can't touch this pawn because of
Right.
the skewer, and there's. Ooh, he has a lot to think about in this position. Which one will he do? Fabi, I think, is in trouble. Fabi
Big
already
time.
knows it doesn't matter. This is a 2-result game. Well, that's not fair to say. Of course, after king to d4, he could blunder. It looks like he has given a check, though. It looks like they're repeating moves. I hope that's not true.
Maurice, I just wanted to tell you
Yeah,
that
they have repeated moves.
I found one trick after. Okay, this is of course a very interesting position, but if black would have played rook e7 and not g takes e4.
Are you back on rook e7?
Yes, but there is something always very interesting behind those. So rook e7, and you simply threaten to take on f4. I think that Fabi had in mind the move f5 here,
Yes,
and if you
sure.
take bishop f5, knight f5, rook f5, king g4, winning a piece.
Exactly.
Do you think that this is working? So
For
f5 here.
white, yes. No, this is why.
No, f5 here with white.
Yes.
Yeah, we got it. Takes.
Knight
takes.
takes.
And this geometry.
Yes.
Yeah.
So,
That's fair.
And Fabi will gladly play
Yes, so
this line
Yep.
for himself.
Gladly.
so rook e7 probably didn't work as well, and that's why
He chose to
Pintalo went to.
sacrifice
And
rook.
they
to
have
take on
indeed
f4.
drawn. I see the board has been removed from my running games list. So it means that the game did indeed end in a draw.
By the way, a game that also is removed from our running list, Vichy Anand did make a draw with Gabriel. In fact, they agreed to a draw exactly in that moment where I was pointing out that black was perfectly fine. Sorry, Maurice. But what a disappointing...
What a disappointment.
Wow.
Got us all excited.
Sure did. And by the way, what was going on in Hou Yifan, the double pawn game? against Maria Muzychuk?
I'll have to go look that game up, but I just wanted to get to this game with Gukesh and Eric Geisy. That game shifted very quickly. Let me go back to here. Knight d6. I was trying to get a little bit behind this move to be excited by, but guess what happened? Bishops are opposite color position. Got real stable. He did finally play the d5 move under these conditions where he played queen c4. Interesting. He couldn't take, or he could, but he didn't want to allow this rook d2 incursion. So he played queen c4, and after takes, white is currently down a pawn, but with bishop opposite color position. So that didn't seem to work out very well for white, did it? Great defense by Eric Geisy, and more trades. And we have this position to be the current one. No, a couple more moves. The rook headed to this square, so g6, rook f3, queen g7. And again, black is up a pawn, f7 under ferocious pressure. Maybe someday he can move his king and play f5. Certainly the bishop can go to d4. It's black with the extra pawn, although white is looking for some kind of initiative here. I don't think that sequence worked out very well for Gukesh, and it looks like he's going to have to try to hold the weaker end of a drawing position.
Thank you for that, Marisa. I agree with you wholeheartedly. Losing the pawn didn't look that great for Gukesh. By the way, you brought up an incredible game. What the heck is going on in this game?
So first of all, Harika Dronavalli is playing with black. We have another great player from India. She's playing against Kitsi Tsalashvili. And I wanted to show you the position from the king's Indian, probably, yes?
Yes, probably.
And because
looking at this king on h1.
Yes, I loved it. So let's have a look at this game.
Well, it feels like it's a one-result game, that black is going to destroy her poor opponent's king. The king has no clothes. The king is naked.
So how did Harika proceed from this position?
You're asking me?
Yes.
Let's ask Harika. How did it proceed?
Yes.
She went rook, which is a very natural move. Whenever you're attacking, a principle I've long advocated for is make sure to invite everybody to the party. If you're going to go to a party, bring your mates. And doubling rooks on the G file makes perfect sense to me, as that is exactly what she did, knight h3. Oh my. It's all going so well for black. Wait a minute, is she a piece down?
Yes.
Yeah, I count.
I thought it was even material before I realized
it's easy to think that.
No, but the thing is why I wanted to show you this position, that although black is a piece down here, I think that, the position is still full of life and black is not worse.
Okay,
but here...
when you start trading all the pieces, then suddenly you're a piece down. Why isn't
So probably there is no more than...
It's a piece.
So is it a draw? So I have to play queen...
How are you making a draw?
That's a
queen
piece.
Queen G3, queen H3?
I'm running.
Run.
I'm putting on my tennis shoes. I got a piece.
No, here you even have queen G2 also, yes.
Also queen G2, but yeah.
So we're looking at another upset because I thought that black has enough initiative, but probably...
Not when
Keddy
you're trading all the pieces.
That game. Big upset, and let us announce another big upset.
Please.
In the game between Nihal Sarin and Levon Aronian.
Okay.
The veteran has been taken down. These players are showing some stuff. Rook takes b7. White is up a pawn in this position as Levon tried to dance his way out of this one. Knight f5 check. Maybe you'll get the h-pawn. But wait a minute, what about your f7 pawn? He defended it, and oops, a c-pawn. We've got a runner. c6, you want my knight? You can have it. There goes c7. Well, Levon tried taking here, and king to e1. It's like rook. What is wrong with rook to d8? Well, there is the move knight to e7, slowing that down for now. And I'm surprised, after king back, he played e5, king to f2, e4, and takes. What's this about? King f3 resigns. What just happened? Was he in Zugzwang or something? He was in Zugzwang. That's amazing. Now I understand what's going on. This knight cannot move. This rook cannot move. Because if it moves, then rook d8. This knight cannot move because then rook d8 and you can't play knight e7. You can't move your king because of rook d8 and you lose your rook. What a Zugzwang.
Right.
That's remarkable.
That is beautiful.
That is beautiful. The only move he could do is push his e-pawn, and his opponent just waited him out. So just keep pushing that pawn, and then finally I take you, and then I play king here so you don't have a check, and that's game. That was an extraordinary calculation, sacking his piece back here and realizing what was going to happen in this position. That was beautiful. What an amazing way to end the game and take down a former #2 player in the world, Aronian.
That was beautiful. And I must say that for me, when I first learned the concept, and I'll ask you about this too, Almira, when I first learned the concept of Zugzwang, I found it completely charming. This idea that your opponent is compelled to move, but is compelled to make a move that weakens their position. And we saw just an absolutely gorgeous example of Zugzwang. Black didn't want to move. Black wanted to say, it's your turn. And every time you made a move, how old were you when you learned Zugzwang?
Well, we learned those, back in the days, yes.
So even early years.
Very early, like at 6, 7, I think, already.
And you grasped it right away.
There are some positions which were very interesting. There's the mutual Zugzwang. I think this is from
advanced.
aesthetic point of view, this is absolutely incredible because it depends on whose turn
will make the result one way or the other.
Yes.
But actually, we learned Zugzwang, if it's explained, that is, we learned Zugzwang very early on in just king and pawn versus king, right? If a pawn is, if you play the move, let's say there's a king on d8, and then you play pawn to d7, the white king is sitting on f6, right? So black king on e6. The king is on d8, there's a white pawn on d7, and there's a king on e6. In this position, if you play king d6, it's a stalemate. If it's black to move, black has to play king c7, and you play king e7, and the pawn goes through. That's mutual Zugzwang. I don't want to move. I just push my pawn, I want my king, I'm waiting for your king to move so my king can go through. You can explain it as early as that it's mutual Zugzwang. Neither side wants to be the side that moves, because if black moves, black has to move out of the way, and if the king moves, then it's a stalemate. So that king and pawn position, imagine how instructive it is just from the very beginning. And I think that's probably the most basic example of Zugzwang that you can learn.
Exactly. That's
mutual Zugzwang.
Yeah, that's a very pure example. And more or less at those moments, you just say, oh, it's a win or it's a draw. Depend. But the kind of Zugzwangs I was thinking about were like this one, where there's a lot more on the board, and each turn, every turn, Levon is having to make a move that makes his position worse and worse. Almira, tell us more. What's going on in this round 3 of the FIDE Rapids?
Actually, Harika managed to escape. She made a draw.
What?
Yes, actually, because she came up with a very beautiful move, knight g4, and I know how difficult it is to face those moves when you are in the time trouble, here. So this is the game, and I think that here, when we were analyzing the position, she played knight g4 here.
Okay, she tried to throw something to make it difficult for her opponent, knight g4.
And I think, okay, let's say f takes g4.
Yes.
F takes g4. How would you continue here? Of course,
G1.
Yes, king g1.
Just to get out of this fork.
Yes, f3 was a very nasty threat, but then queen g3 maybe here.
Okay, queen g3. Now, I'm worried about my bishop, so I have to run. I can't interpose my queen because I would lose my bishop.
Queen h3.
Run.
And can I push a few of those pawns right now?
Now's your chance.
So g3.
G3 is a good move. I like g3. So I have to block, I'll pin the pawn. I'll block it. So my dream is bishop f1.
So maybe I should have started with queen h1. Yes, maybe this was the...
Sorry.
If this doesn't work, then Katie was absolutely winning, so we have to try. King e1, then...
Careful,
or-
because the immediate queen h1...
Queen f1. Mhm.
Exactly.
And then f3 also runs into queen f1.
Exactly.
So what else do we
You're two
have
pieces
here?
down.
Yeah. So then f...
She should have
What do you
taken...
think, yes?
She bluffed.
She bluffed.
Rika
okay.
bluffed. Sometimes you just... If you can't dazzle them with brilliance, right, Maurice?
They say that chess is not like poker, that it's such a scientific game that
Right.
you see everything in front of you. Yeah, sure. People get
Right.
nervous. People can be bluffed. Things look more complicated than they really are. And this is an example of it. Oftentimes, it is the bluff that saves the game.
Yeah. The Jedi mind trick. Nice. Our congratulations to Harika for saving what we surely think was a lost position. Just going around the horn and seeing a lot of results already as we're in round 3. We're deep into round 3, so there might not be that many games left, actually.
By the way, we should point out, we had mentioned an earlier matchup. This is a matchup between Maxim Vasilyev and Badur Jabava. We said that Badur is dangerous just because he's lost a lot of rating points. Doesn't mean that he's not a strong player. He's also a great defender as well. And in this game, he got to this ending a pawn down, but he was able to use just the deflection of this pawn on e3 to secure some counterplay. Maxim tried to corral the pawn, but it was still dangerous on the board. And you say, yeah, I got 2 passed pawns connected, but they can't overwhelm the king and the rook. This king is needed. And so rook got behind 1. The king showed up and said, okay, do your worst. This king is stuck over here the whole game, cannot make any progress. So black just started torturing any pawn he could, moved his king over, and said, what are you going to do? Any waiting move? I have waiting moves as well. And so that did happen, a check, and he went down and he said, nope, no security for you. And the game ended in a draw as white could make no further progress.
Maurice, and it was a very important draw because if you can remember before the round, I said if everything goes according to the plan, then, you know, Alpha Ishek will have, you know, all the points. So they will win the match, but actually they lost this match, and this is a huge upset. So Columbus Energy King of Chess from Krakow, they just beat a very strong team. So Vasilyev drew, but Grishuk Alexander drew as well. Mm-hmm. Then Parham Maksudlu drew as well. Then Arkady Naidich lost. Ooh. Only Katerina Lagno managed to win. And, well, their assets, the young gentleman, so he lost. And
on the first board, the Freedom team playing against Armenia, what was the final result?
Well, I still have 1 game left, and this is, but they already won the match, so 3.5, 1.5 is the score for the moment for Freedom. Yes.
Okay, so they've clinched.
Okay, no, 3.5, 2.5. Okay, so now the match is finished.
And
they
it's
won
3.5, 2.5?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, okay.
We still have, so Team MGD1 actually
and by the way,
won already against the Competence Academy All-Stars. So
say that again, please.
the team where Fabiano plays and Livon Aronian, they actually lost to the Indian team. Yes.
Wow.
So there's still 1 game in progress. That's the only game I have, but they already clinched the victory with 3.5, 1.5. Another upset.
Absolutely. And by the way, in that game, between Arjun and Gukesh, that was the game that Gukesh was a pawn down, but he had the pressure on f7, and it was enough to make a draw. So the game between Gukesh and Arjun, draw. Please, continue.
2.5 between Chessbra and Germany and France. So maybe we can have a look at the game between Jules Mussar and Alexander Donchenko. That's the game on the first board.
On the first board.
Yes, on the first board. So they are. No, they're they're on the top here. So if it's still in progress, I think it will be the decisive game of the round. Okay, here.
So this is for all the marble. Oh, it's an easy draw for black. Black has absolutely no worries here. He's going to be able to play the move e6, e5, and trade off the last pawn.
So,
that
so
might
they
be a
already
match.
made the draw, yes?
Yeah,
okay,
that-
so it's the match is drawn, 3-3.
Exactly.
Then FIDE management board lost to six-pack, but they scored 2.5 points this time. Dana Reznitsova won her game, and Nigel Short also won his game. But Nigel always plays like very interesting games, so maybe we have to, maybe
go?
we should have a look at this one as well.
Nice.
Nigel Short.
I just see the game of
Yes,
Mateus.
here. Oh, no, that's the final position.
the
so
final
yes, so let's have a
position.
look at the opening.
Exactly. So Nigel had a crazy, crazy game earlier in the tournament. They came out of a closed Sicilian. And one of the things that I've always admired about Nigel's play is I do think that in closed positions, he's an exceptionally gifted player. He really maneuvers very well. And in a closed position, he just simply, well, outmaneuvered his opponent and got a good game and went on to win. I see that was exactly what happened.
So yes, sir, I think that we can welcome another exceptional player, yes, as a guest.
Is that right?
Yes, of course. We will.
Oh,
we will
By the
try
way,
to prepare.
before we do
Yes.
that, I'd certainly like to show how this player won her game as Yifan played against Maria Muzychuk in this position. And we saw the double pawns
Right.
in this game. Do you feel like white is guaranteed to win? Well, there's that c-pawn on the board, and her opponent backed away, and suddenly the c-pawn started advancing up the board very quickly, and our opponent had to go on the defensive. And this maneuver is certainly not something you want to see as white as black, as one pawn dropped and a second pawn dropped. And very shortly thereafter, she was able to pick up a third pawn. And guess what? She looked like she got even a fourth pawn out of this one. And there you go. That's enough, I think, to win the game. So a battle of the former women's world champions ends in the favor of the Chinese superstar.
Hou Yifan. Thank you, Maurice. And by the way, as the president of the Pawn Grubbers Association, I admire people who grab one pawn, 2 pawns, 3 pawns. That's platinum. 4 pawns is diamond, diamond membership into the Pawn Grubbers Association. Hou Yifan.
Hi, sir. Hi.
Welcome. Welcome.
Thank you.
Wow, it's been so long since we've seen you. What have you been doing?
Not a chess question. I didn't expect it. Okay, so yeah, I haven't been playing very actively in the last 5 or 6 years. So I
Right.
was I'm doing a job at the university, like a full-time job. But in the meantime, I do play like some online events or some national events.
Wow, we are so honored that you would come and play here.
Yeah,
Thank you
right.
so much. Now tell us how you got on the team. How did that happen?
Yeah, I'm very happy to be in the team actually, and very honored to take part in the first edition of this World Team Rapid Championship with our thought it's a very innovative and interesting format. I love it. I thought it's
Right.
another type of way to promote chess and try to bring more players, not only the top and professional players, but just more players to get involved of it. And yeah, of course, earlier this year, Vadim, the organizer, had this idea to organize an event and build up a strong team.
Right.
And when he wrote to me, I thought, oh, interesting, why not? So, especially as it's during the summer break, so I
Right.
thought, okay, I'm
You
very
can
happy
do
to
it.
come. Yeah.
You can do it.
Yeah.
Well, it's certainly an all-star team, and your presence really makes it so. So welcome once again.
Thank you.
Really great to have you. And Almira, jump in. You're playing Maria. What a sock. This is great.
But
Legends.
I wanted to ask Hou Yifan, who I know like since she was a kid, so you were 10, when I first came to China. And I always ask chess players a question, if not chess, then what? But you answered this question already because not only you won the Women's World Championship, but you also became a very accomplished in another professional field. So the reason why you're coming back to chess, isn't it that now you have so many different tournaments than back then?
Yeah, I would say nowadays actually I'm more like playing the rapid blades, let's say the faster time control, both due to, for example, it's normally like a short term, right? Only 2 or 3 days the schedule allows. And also classical chess, I would say still a kind of different story, especially nowadays people are working very hard with developed technologies and so on. I mean, I'm ready to play, but just I probably need to balance all things well, and then I can come back. But it's always very good. I mean, I miss chess people, I miss the tournaments, I miss the feeling to play in the big venue here. Just made me remind like Olympiad, you're playing in a team, right? A very, very good atmosphere, so I enjoyed it very much.
But another world champion, when he was asked this question, he said that Anatoly Karpov, that he wouldn't be able to live without chess because it's like breathing to him. So explain to me, how do you live without chess?
Actually, I'm not really living without chess. I thought I'm just having a different role approaching chess, because what I'm doing in the university nowadays is still in the, for example, physical education department, mainly doing something related with chess and mind games. Of course, it's not like competition, but it could be like some research, how to build a college team, just trying to explore the other roles chess may have, except then there's professional things, which I thought most of the people doing it very well. But as a, let's say, chess player who really benefited through my progress, I wanted to share more ideas, share more things in common to like reaching more people who probably not so interested about playing competitive chess, but they can still enjoy or learn from it, from its strategy, from its logical thinking, or any other things.
Wow. Hou Yifan, I can't help but listen as you're speaking and think to myself, you're a real inspiration to girls who want to play chess and maybe become professional chess players. Do you have some advice for them? How can they get better, faster, stronger?
Oh.
How to enjoy the game.
Yeah, exactly. Amira says the point. The most things enjoy it, and you find your true love, your passion on it. It's like some self-motivated things. It's not like something external, like pushing you hard. That's not the ideal situation. But of course, for girls, I think it's also very important to learn how to deal with, let's say, different situations, especially some very challenging situations. We need a relatively soft mindset, and also of course, there are also technical part, which I believe many experienced coaches would tell more. So combining the general part and also technical parts.
Right. Wonderful. I think you have Maurice, who is happy to, if you'd like to stand up with Maurice and just tell him where you had an opportunity, what happened in the game. You can just click on the move and tell me when.
Me? You?
Yeah.
Could you join?
I'm not sure how
Yifan, I actually have a question, because from your point of view, if Maria would have kept her queen on c4, do you think this endgame is winning? If let's say she just waits on c4.
You mean kept? Yeah, of course.
Here.
To be honest, I don't think this position is winning for white. But of course, I was trying to create something in most of the, let's say, segments of the game. But I thought somewhere I made some inaccuracies. For example, here, b5 is like, it's too hurried. I don't understand why I just played such a move very fast. And trying to clarify the position, I thought if I make some quiet move, waiting here, enhancing the position, this structure black in weakness on c7, e5, maybe white can try something. But I play this, I don't really satisfied with this move. And then the position clarified. I thought it's very hard to win, but still, I mean, it's a team event. I can still try something. I mean, no risk for white at all. But I felt like while both of us were under time pressure, and then maybe at some moments she tried to clarify the position. That's probably not correct. As Amira, you say, it's better just keep the queen here. I mean, maybe not h4, g5, because that somehow gives white the chance to go king g4. Maybe she just waits slowly, h5 somewhere, if no invasions, then what to do? Because maybe one day queen b2, queen b4, but that's already another story. And even after this, I think after king g4, I got some chances, but maybe, I don't know, she retreats her king and wait until take on g5, give some checks, or take on g2. I'm not so sure. But after I think after taking these 2 pawns, it should be winning. If I did not blunder anything later. I'm a little bit doubtful that her queen can give some checks, for example here, like queen, I missed queen d7, yes, and if not queen e8, but queen c7, a little bit like, I mean, it should be winning like king d4, right? Okay, then it's winning,
yeah,
okay.
King d4 looks strong.
Then maybe.
Let me ask you, how is the team spirit? There's been some upsets, particularly Wesley So lost the game as well. Is the team still feeling upbeat, or what are your thoughts on that right now?
Yeah, actually, I thought I'm really a very good team. Although we just, most of us were just in the teammates for the first time. Like we all come from, let's say, different backgrounds, and some are from different countries. But really, it's like a team because we have like a kind of training or kind of team gathering a few days before the event, but also before. And we have said that the most important thing is to make sure we're winning the match, not winning every single game. So the most important thing in team tournaments, especially for 6 boards, is like when somebody has some blunders or just coincidentally made some mistakes, there are always others jump up that can catch the, let's say, turning point. Therefore, I thought most of us are actually very relatively experienced, and we normally just want to keep position, like keeping some chances, but not taking too much risks. And actually, we were very happy with our manager, Vadim. He won a brilliant game in the second match. I thought this rook-hand game with rook versus knights, at some moments it was tricky, and then he showed great endgame technique just to win a very important game.
Let me ask you, did you get a chance to see that game between Abdusattorov and Nigel Short?
Well, not really the most of the games, but I've heard that there were a lot of things happening. And after my own game, I saw like very complicated. This knight sacrificing on e5.
Yes.
And
right.
yeah, I mean, Nordibek later also showed something. It was like crazy, but he was lucky, right?
I don't know the word is luck, because that game was insane. So, but also he was winning in the end. He should have won the game. He allowed this perpetual. We should have moved his king to the center.
Yeah, but okay. In general, I thought if I were white, I'm happy to receive a draw, considering what happened before.
Right. Understood.
Yifan, I know that you love beautiful ideas. So get back to the Queen f1. Yes. So when you played Queen d2, that's exactly the moment where I asked you.
You mean here?
So Queen d2. Yes.
Queen, the last.
Yeah, like just before the move before.
Here.
So why I draw your attention to this position, because you know that there is something, of course. So g4, that's a draw. That's why I wanted to see your reaction, because that's exactly the position I wanted to talk about. So g4, it's a very beautiful idea. You cannot take king g4, but after h take g4,
King g4 is queen take.
yes, it's a draw by queen f1 and queen d3. So.
Yeah, hg4, queen f1. Yeah,
Yes,
now it's perpetual.
exactly. Yes, queen d3.
Yeah,
It's
yes.
a nice perpet.
Oh,
Oh.
so nice.
No, but that's a very
you should
beautiful
come to
idea.
our team.
You're training. With the training.
I didn't see g4 during the game.
Yeah, no,
but
I
at
know
some moments, I
it's-
already feel like it's not winning for white. And but while I see that our other 3 boys, they won the game, I mean, I'm happily sitting there and ready for a draw if she finds the accurate continuation.
Of course, and it's very difficult, during the game, under the pressure and with a very few seconds on the clock.
Yeah.
So thank you
G4
so
is
much.
brilliant.
Nice. Hou
Okay,
Yifan,
thank
you
you.
so much for
Thank you
joining
for
us,
coming.
and good
Thank
luck.
you.
Good luck in the rest of your game.
Thank you.
Bye bye.
Bye.
G4, that's a nice move. That's a real visual, Almira. Wow.
Well, actually, yes, because I was
You saw
thinking
it
of this.
during the game?
No, when we were
Just as they
analyzing.
were
Yes, of course,
analyzing.
because I wanted to give a perpetual. I was thinking, but okay, this king g4
Goes
and
to
yes,
G4.
and then so g4.
Occupy the
Yes,
square.
but first I thought, but king g4, but then queen e4 mate. And so,
Mate.
yes, okay, but this is so simple. Then everything is very simple
Clear,
when you spot the idea, but it's
Right.
not obvious at all at the beginning. So before we go on the break, I think that. First of all, let's have a look at the results and.
Once more, how many teams do we have with a perfect score?
So, here it is. We have only 4 teams. No, after round 3. So we have 4 teams with the perfect score. So here we are.
Freedom.
No, but WR Chess.
WR Chess is coming.
Yes, is there with 6 points. Team MGD1 with 6 points.
Right.
Freedom.
That's a team that's led by Hari Krishna, Nihal Sarin, Eric Geisy, Dronavalli.
Nice.
Gangsters.
Gangsters.
Absolutely.
And so Columbus Energy Kings of Chess Krakow.
Nice.
And
They're also a perfect score?
yes,
Yes.
because
So that's the Jabava team.
yes.
Yes.
Right.
Before we go in the break, I wanted to tell you that this is going to be, of course, a very short break, but we have 2 interviews coming up. So with Emil Sutovsky, the first one. So while we are in the break, stay in front of your screens. We are going to be back, and we have a lot of material and content for you, new content coming up.
See you on the other side of the break.
Here we are at the World Rapid Team Championship here in Düsseldorf, and joining us now is Emil Sutovsky, a well-known player, a well-known figure in the chess world, but also a captain of the favorites to win this event, the Freedom Chess Team. Emil, thank you for joining us. First of all, how does it feel to be here in Düsseldorf and playing this inaugural Rapid event? Well, for you it's not playing, it's just being a coach.
Well, I think it's an exciting event, and I feel myself a bit... I look at it from 2 perspectives, so obviously both as a FIDE and as a captain of a team. So I distanced myself I removed my FIDE hat towards cheering the team here, and we have a very nice team. And initially it was just an idea to gather my good friends as a one team and play. Surprisingly, I have very strong friends together. And competition is very exciting because there are some 10, 12 teams which are more or less on par. Ratings are a bit misleading here, but there are like 10, 12 teams who are capable to win, or at least to be in top 3. Well, how to say what it's going to be, but I think it's a nice chess holiday. We see a lot of teams, amateur teams coming from various continents, so it's pleasing to have such a chess atmosphere here.
You're obviously a player, a very strong player, a very well-known player. How difficult is it to stand on the sidelines and watch over your players, over some of the strongest players in the world now? How difficult is it not to be involved directly in playing?
Well, it's not too difficult because I'm used to be a trainer for some of the very top players in the past, so I know the feeling. And for me, it's an honor to be a captain and to be in such a team. And you know, together with Vichy and younger guys, to be one team together, to discuss, to try and win the tournament. I think it's rather fulfilling. And no, I don't think that anybody would feel in my position that, wow, why I'm not playing, I'm captaining. No, I think if I would want to play, I could do so, but I think here is my role to help players win and to build the atmosphere and also to take some decisions who is playing, who is not playing.
Okay, so what do you do as your role? What are kind of the key things you do as your role, in your role as captain? How do you help the players? How do you organize the team? How do you build the dynamics in the team?
Well, basically I talk to every single player separately and together. I discuss with them who wants to play on this particular match or who requires now rest. I support those who unfortunately lost previous games. And I offer my help in preparation, not that it's because it's very tense here. You don't have a lot of time, but maybe some advices and so on could be helpful. So I think it all creates both the atmosphere, the vibe, but also the professional angle of it. Because still, I mean, even the players who are much stronger than me now, they do respect my knowledge in chess, so I can contribute my bit or at least my thought about the playing style of the opponent or how exactly this game could be approached, or even the tactics for the game, because we should understand that there's a match points here, so you should know that this board is okay if it will be a draw, play quiet game and take a draw, and here we have to try to strike. So that's what I'm trying to do.
What do you think about the format itself? It's the difference that we have of one amateur player, one woman player. Obviously that contributes to making things more exciting. But is this something, now asking you with your FIDE hat on, is this something that FIDE is looking towards expanding more, getting more amateurs involved in professional events?
I think we lack this fun part for a bit, because we are doing and I think we are doing well, the top professional events. But event of the kind where teams can just gather friends from various countries, because typically you could play only club competition where you belong to a club. And here you can just build a team around your camaraderie and so on. So I think it's very nice, and amateur plays is also good because it gives a chance to amateurs both to be a part of the team, to play in one team with somebody great. So it's also a special feeling. It's an experience, and also, chess has so many various angles, and going only towards this, let's say, approach of meritocracy is not always. I'm a meritocrat by myself, but I do feel that we need this, to look at it from different angles to expose ourselves to a wider world.
Make it a more level playing field.
Yeah.
Your team has the name Freedom. Obviously, a lot of teams have very interesting names here. How did you decide on the name? Who came up with the idea?
I think I'll elaborate on that after the end of the tournament.
Okay, so there's a secret event. Okay, and final question. Which is harder for you, to manage people in FIDE or to be a captain of a team? Which is more difficult?
This work is more intense because there's 3-4 days where it's a lot of hours, a lot of conversations, a lot of action going on. But it's also more natural because that's the way I was built for 40 years, But FIDE work I enjoy it as well. We have a very good team. And of course, there's a team with which I work throughout. There is a team with sometimes different team with which I work on the particular events. So it's you have to be flexible. I hope I manage to be flexible enough and efficient enough, and that's how it goes. But this event is a strange combination of a fun, but also fighting for a top place, because for top professional, and I have used to be one. There's no such a thing as just a fun tournament. I mean, after all, you always...
It's always serious.
Yeah.
Well, thanks a lot for your time and good luck.
Thank you.
Here we are joined by Vidit Santosh Gujarati, who just finished his round 2 game here in the inaugural FIDE World Rapid Team Championship. Let's start from the 2 games today. How are you feeling? How does this event in Düsseldorf feel to you in general?
I'm happy to be here. It's a first of a kind, such an event, so let's see where it goes, but it looks promising so far. And regarding my games, the first game I was a bit rusty, so I'm not too proud of that, but the second game I think I played a really good one, so that went well, and also it's an important match.
So you just came back from, from Baku, where the World Cup had finished. How does that tournament compare to this tournament here? Is this more of a relaxation, a sort of mental vacation, or is it still very high in intensity?
In fact, I made a stopover. I went back home for 2-3 days and then I came here. Of course, you cannot compare World Cup to this because the stakes were just too high in World Cup, and the cost of mistake is high because it's such a it's a knockout format that makes it completely different. But here it's just rapid. There it was also classical. So I think stress-wise or the importance level-wise, I think here it's much more relaxed, which is nice, to play more freely and try out a couple of things. So I'm happy about that.
Well, the fact that you have 4 rounds each day and that you have less time to prepare and you say to play more freely, does that suggest more creativity and chances of sparking some more innovations on the board than when you have proper preparations for proper one game per day thing?
Yeah, for sure. Also, when people play here, they are willing to try or experiment a bit more rather than, let's say, a tournament like World Cup, because here there is room to do that, where in World Cup, if you try some offbeat line and it doesn't work out, you're knocked out and you would regret it. So that also adds a bit of a flavor to the games. And also it's rapid, so anyways, it's going to be up and down and lots of turnarounds.
Well, looking back at your time in Baku, you had some rapid ups and downs and everything. How would you sum up the entire event for you? What was it like? And when you look at it, would you say it was a good event? Are you happy? What are your thoughts on that?
I'm actually quite happy with the way I played. There were some really good matches, like the tie break against Blue Bomb was very intense. It went all the way down to the sudden death. And against Nepo, I was never really worse, and I managed to defeat him. So there were some very good matches. And against Backrow, I played like a very interesting game. And also, many people told me that they saw change in my style, which was nice to hear. So I'm very happy.
What was the change? What kind of a change was it?
Well, like against Nepo, for example, I had like 30 seconds and he was repeating, and he had like 5 minutes, I had 30 seconds. And I kind of refused that and I tried to play on, which worked out well. Things like this, or against Backrow, I went for like a more 2-pawn sacrifice attack, and which they thought it's a bit unusual in my game. So something like that. I was of course disappointed that I was just one win away from semi-finals and candidates. But apart from that, I'm happy with the games, and if I keep doing well, or if I keep playing like this, I think the results will start to show.
Okay, now switching just briefly to Düsseldorf, because I'm conscious of your time as well. How does the psychology change in terms of playing for a team? Obviously, it's not just a team format here, but it's a different team format. You have an amateur player, you have a woman player. The dynamics are different. So how does the strategy play out here?
It's always nice to play in a team event. Like I generally tend to do well. I don't know why, but maybe I feel more relaxed in a team event. There's less pressure. A good company is important, which I think we have, and also we are one of the favorites to do yours, favorites to win this. So overall, just positive vibes so far.
Well, I saw your team captain, Emil Sutowski, always walking behind and checking everything. Do you feel a bit of pressure? Because obviously Emil is a good grandmaster and a prominent figure in the chess world, so do you feel a bit of pressure there?
I didn't notice, actually. I was just like engrossed in my own game, and because that's the only thing you can control. You can't really control what others do, so it doesn't matter.
Well, Vidit Santos, thank you very much for your time and good luck with the rest of the tournament. Thank you.
e5, bishop b2 is on the board. And what happened next?
No, something's wrong because I don't see a knight on f6 on the.
Oh, you're right. He took with the knight on d5. Okay, so that's the trick. So in this position, after takes, he wants to trade off the knights, and he does it in this way. So you have to give up your light square bishop. And now d5, d4 is a kind of a threat. So trade off the bishop if I can. I'll play the move knight a4. I'm assuming this is the position that you want to avoid as black, as this bishop is going to be a passive bishop.
I don't know, yes.
Not so much?
I know that look. Look at that look from Arjun.
Did it?
No, Arjun's look. Arjun's got the look of somebody who's like,
I've been here, know this.
I know exactly what's going on in this position.
Right.
You can do whatever you like. I know exactly what I'm going to play. I don't trust this look whatsoever coming from Arjun.
All right. And what do you have on the board behind
Nothing
you?
special just yet. You guys can keep looking.
Just the Janusz Gambit? Janusz Gambit. Almira, what has caught your eye?
Yes, I finally got some moves, so I have to browse through the games.
Now.
Yes, and
Now you're going to play catch up.
It's still very early. We're in the opening stage, so let's have a look at our key matchups.
We did see Nihal Sarin and Daniel Dubov in our screen, and this trade on f4, intriguing that white allows that trade because queen c7 wins back the pawn, either the f4 or the c5 pawn, and it's up to Nihal to decide which one he wanted to keep. He played the move g3, not queen takes c5, but knight d7, bishop e2, and we're catching up with the players. I'm assuming knight takes c5 castles will be on the board, more or less. White is playing for these outposts. He wants to play knight e5, knight f3, knight d4. Black has his outposts on the e4 square. Pretty balanced position. What caught your eye?
Yes, have a look at Vladimir's game. So just put Kramnik there, and you will see that he played the Sicilian today, like in the last round. Yes, that's already
something special,
yes, something
right?
very special. So let's have a look. I think that he's a bit better, but maybe.
So what variation of the Sicilian did he play?
Well, he played.
Oh, it was strange
E6,
because
yes,
on
C4.
So he's inviting a Taimanov with e6, but then his opponent played c4 and tries to make a Maruxi bind. Bishop b4, takes, bishop d3, e5. Okay, this line. Okay, takes, f4, and they're still getting started. I'm going to say they're still deeply in the theory at this moment.
Yes, I just wanted to go back before the move f4 was played. So let's have a look at the structure, because of course it looks very ugly because you have all these weak pawns, c3, c4, a3, but nevertheless you have two powerful bishops. Maybe not immediately, yes. So would you consider move c5 here? Or you?
Oh, most definitely.
So already,
Most
like not f4
definitely.
immediately, but c5.
Yeah, I would absolutely consider c5.
But then d5?
And I'm very, very happy with this trade because I feel that the pawn on c5 is actually very vulnerable. Bishop e3 and so on. But the problem with c5 is d5, what you were about to say. And then I'm not so happy about the move c5.
Maybe f4 here. I don't know. Maybe this is already.
I'm asking for trouble, no? Am I asking for trouble if I take? So for the moment, I think you want to take, and I will take.
And now I wanted to take on f6, but.
So we get a kind of a bishops of opposite color position where you're going to regret that you have the double pawns, yeah? I will play bishop here.
Bishop f4?
Yeah. And I don't know, bishop to d3. As they say in NBA basketball, I'm posting up. You could post up too. You could play bishop d6
yes,
if
but
you like.
You have such a beautiful e4 pawn here.
I do.
Yes, you
I
will
do.
not even. take on f6. I think rook e8 with, and then.
But the current position is actually a very double-edged position, and I think that this is what I love about chess, this battle of ideas. So, for example, I could play a move like queen check, king h1, knight g4, just putting some moves on the board, takes, bishop takes, and I can make the bold claim, I have a great knight on e5, you have a passive bishop, and la-da-da-da-da-da, away we go. You can say, yes, but look, I've got the half-open f-file, I've got the half-open d-file. In fact, your pawn on d6 is very vulnerable. I'm going to put my bishop back on d4. I'm going to play for c5. Let's go. And, you know, it's just this incredibly rich position where the imbalances force you to be creative. You can't just sit there and go, oh, I'll play some soft moves. No, 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 no.
This is very beautifully put, actually. I was thinking, would I be comfortable myself in this position with white? Because you have all these weak pawns, and especially the bishop on d3. You know, it's not so much the pawns, but the bishop. When you're evaluating the position, you're always trying to see which is your worst piece.
Correct.
Of course, this bishop on d3 is horrible. So,
stands out.
So you have to look for possibility to open up the position, but how to do here? How to do it here?
And again, I think that a lot of, I just have to also, by the way, I have to be cognizant of the move bishop to g4. I really want to play the move rook d1, but I have to do it in a consequential way. So maybe in this position, I'll come back to your idea of playing for c4, c5. So something like bishop e3 and playing
but maybe c5 here. Actually, yes. And now your bishop a6, then maybe I will be able to win.
Some
queen a5.
Yes, queen a5.
And white.
No, that's true. But my bishop e3 is Now I'm a little frustrated. I get very angry when so be careful, be nervous. Okay, we'll keep an eye on Vladimir Kramnik, but Maurice, have the players settle down? Brought us some interesting fights.
Yeah, some intriguing fights. Look at this mismatch between Darman Sadvakasov, who's 2,600, playing against Andreas Yadojinsky, who's like 2,100. And in this position, White chose, after the move bishop to c7, to castle right at this moment. Now, I'm just wondering how deeply White looked into the position, because queen d5 is an, oops, I'm hitting your rook, hitting your pawn, why did you play this way? But 1 second later, after you take on a2, comes the move g5. And an attack brews on this side. Do you want to capture and allow the opening of the g line? Yes, you're up a pawn, but the attack is definitely brewing here. Black chose to play the move f5, gifting back the pawn right away, and that changed the nature of the game. I'm curious if Black were bolder in this position. Bishop takes, takes, and now we get an endgame where the material is even, but White has some kind of progress on this side, and this h-pawn is looking like a runaway button. Rook g4 and rook takes pawn is certainly going to be something thought about. Of course, you have knight g6, so it may not be so easy to corral this pawn, and Black does have some pressure down the e-file. So a lot of these mismatches, it looks like on paper, sometimes turns out to be quite competitive in the actual game, and it often boils down to just some mistake at the height of the tension.
Nice. I am looking at a game between Nepo and an opponent whose name I can't pronounce. And it's a beautifully intuitive pawn sacrifice.
Pakleza, yes.
Say it again.
Zbigniew Pakleza.
Easy for you.
No, I'm not sure. But what I wanted to tell you that this is such an interesting opening and a pawn sacrifice, and I think that Jan cannot actually believe how good his position is, because when you're playing those top events, you never get those.
No, your opponents don't allow you such a big lead in development for only a pawn. If you look at the position, only 2 black pieces are developed. Everything is on the original square, and White is ready to play f5 and blast Almira. I mean, I think Jan is very pleased.
Yes, but I was thinking, like here before, couldn't he take the pawn? He could play a3 and rook d6, but maybe I couldn't calculate. For example, like a3 here,
A2, A3.
queen a5.
Yes.
He can simply win the pawn back, but maybe there was knight d5 here.
Yes.
No, but you can take then.
No, I think you're right. I think this is what stopped him, if you will. What do you mean, simply take?
No, I thought that maybe there is something like rook d7, then you have to take on c3, and then rook b7.
And
I think this
takes
is a
A3.
horror position. But if you can castle, no, okay.
This is actually a funny variation. You won't see this kind of move very often.
Castle.
Castles, check, and pick up the rook. That is actually pretty nice. I've actually had that in my chess career. Going back to the position with bishop h3, something similar, but you can decide whether or not you want to put the pawn on a3. You could play rook d4, queen a5, rook takes. So that was maybe an option.
And you don't have bishop a3 then, so knight d5, rook
Yes,
d7. But
that type of thing.
But then, yes, knight d5 is a very important inclusion, yes.
But Jan must have felt that his position was so good that he's just saying, go ahead, make a move. Yeah, please, as we would say. And Maurice, what else caught your eye?
Well, I just spotted a very nasty trap in a game with Jordan Van Forest and Philip Wenninger, who's a 2,300 player, 2,350, very good player. Look at this trap. It is so slick. Oh, these top GMs. In this position, queen c2 was played. And here, he played knight back to e8, did Van Forest. And Philip looked at the board and said, I don't know, you might be 2,700 and all, but a pawn's a pawn. Thank you. Splat. Give me the bishop on c8. Free pawn. Lunch. Well, he's going to catch a bad case of indigestion because after he took on c8, suddenly the move knight c6 appeared. You want a pawn? Here's a rook. Well, what are you going to do? If you decide not to take the rook, let's say you play a move like queen f5, for example, there is a queen b4 check that's going to be a disruptor in your position at some point. Note, I do see the mate over here, but where do you put the king? And the b pawn's going to hang as well. Let's say you play king f1. We can just temporize with this move, and there's going to be a problem in the position with your king now compromised as well. I'm not sure. Maybe I would have gone for this instead, because what he did in the game was even worse. He did decide to take the rook. Here comes the check, guarding the b-pawn quite importantly, and after king moves obligatory, knight to f6, and suddenly the queen that had been eating all this food along the way is trapped on the a8 square. Now you might have said, well, I took a pawn, I took a rook, and guess what? I get a second rook, but after king takes, your development is terrible. You just simply cannot figure out what to do with your pieces, especially since queen takes is threatened, and there's going to be the decimation of your queen side. You're going to have any pawns left, and what's this rook doing in the corner? So this is just a horrible position. Right now, you have two rooks for the queen, and you even have the extra pawn, but it's not going to help. He tried to defend this pawn, but suddenly the queen became a disruptive force. The bishop on d3 had to move. Hey, now move your rook. The rook had to move. Give me that pawn. And after f3, I'm going to take another one, and this position is all over but the crying. So it looked like a gift possible to take. Don't trust those 2,700s. They always got something in mind.
They don't give up pawns so easily, that is for sure. And I'm just looking at a game between Levon Aronian and Matthias Bluban.
Yes, let's have a look at this
how did
position
they
a few
get
moves
here?
before. Yes, because I thought it was very, very interesting here. So he takes.
Well, actually, let's just go back a move or two more. So we get this position. White is a pawn up. Bishop to g4. F3 takes. Let's pause. Takes. So far, so good. Bishop b2, and Levon is thinking,
yes,
okay.
What do you think about
this
one?
Trade everything on f3. I get to go queen takes f3, and I'll be menacing bishop takes f6. So knight e4, that's a nasty move. Bishop takes, queen takes, check. My first impression is black is doing
Black is
incredibly
super,
good. Whoa, whoa, whoa. And only one single threat in the position, and I can do just practically everything, including rook e7 to guard against that threat. This looking good here for black. Levon in trouble. No, he got tricked. He got tricked badly in this position. Also, by the way, something very nice about the knight on d6, very securely covering f7, d6. The rook is well placed. The queen is well placed. I'm liking Mateus's position very much.
Yes, but then when you put the knight on d6, I thought that you might have a chance to grab the d2 pawn, and you like this so much, so maybe you should keep this possibility
And
intact.
play rook e7?
Yes, to play rook e7.
Okay,
maybe
the
not
problem,
rook e7.
the problem with rook e7
Rook
is
e1.
I may be able to make a draw with rook takes. You cannot allow me queen takes f7, the puzzle rush tactic, and you have to allow a rook ending, which I kind of feel like I might be able to draw.
Yes, then I think the knight d6 is necessary. Yes, unfortunately you have
Something.
this rook e4.
We'll keep an eye on this. Maurice, what do you have for us?
All right, quick, fast, guys. I'm going to give you a position. You tell me your evaluation. You think the natural result of this position is. We're talking about the top matchup in the event right now. As the Freedom team is taking on, remind me the name of the other team?
MD1.
MGG1. No, FGD1.
MGD1. What does that stand for, by the way? MGD1.
Well, we'll find out.
Yeah, I'm coming up with some really not so nice to say examples. But at any rate, your opinion of this position right here as black playing, trying to equalize, what are your thoughts?
I'd rather be white.
You'd rather be white, but nothing special, yes?
Nothing special.
Nothing special. Okay, that's board one. Board two, instant snap reaction. Just imagine
Evenish.
Evenish. Okay, that's board two. Board three.
Very evenish.
It looks pretty close, yeah?
Right.
I mean, there's a running theme going on.
You're
Board
going to
four,
tell...
what do you think? Anything special?
Maybe slight edge very slight edge for white.
Very slight edge, and he's playing against Richard Rapport, by the way, with the black pieces. And now let's go to the two women.
Ooh, black might be doing something.
Black now I'm curious what the last move was, because this was the position.
Yeah,
a second
B6,
ago.
B5,
and it was like this, and white played a couple of soft moves. So B5 on the board, looking to create a little bit of energy. So maybe black has something there.
Right.
So all small margins, and finally the absolute amateur board where
may decide.
We
may decide.
May
the
decide
match.
it all, and we see a position where white is currently up a pawn. I think white took on a7 is what happened, and black just simply retreated, hitting a pawn here, looking to get down to d2, looking like some great counterplay, especially with the light squared bishop on the board, really influencing a lot of things, attacking the h3 pawn, guarding here, rook d2 as a threat as well. I mean, this is what happens now as the top boards are facing each other. We're seeing smaller and smaller margins. You might start quick, but you're going to have to face off against relatively equal opposition. So nobody's going to just run away with this event. This event is way too strong. Nobody's just going to start winning round after round after round. At least I don't think so. And that's what we're seeing already in this particular round.
Absolutely.
Well, and this matchup as well.
Yeah, another one of the things I just boldly will mention, Almira, we spoke about it ourselves so often, is when you come to this playing hall and you walk around and you're meeting world champion after world champion and all of these top people, I feel like I should go around with a souvenir chessboard and say, please sign my board, because you really are seeing so many great players in the playing hall. It's
Sir,
fantastic.
I know you just got a cell phone after many years.
April, thank you very much.
Which is astonishing. I mean,
23 minutes a day I spend on my phone. Can you
how
imagine?
you've pulled it off all these decades, I have no idea. But that said, there is a selfie feature, camera on there. You could take selfies with the top players.
I'm figuring that
Wow,
out.
isn't that amazing?
People are coming up to me and we're doing that. I've got a lot of selfies. They're just not on my memory stick.
You can do it on yours.
You're right.
Well, we do
Now I
have a
know.
live audience, of course, but there are so many fans for whom this is a lifetime opportunity, actually,
Absolutely. Absolutely.
to take an autograph, pictures.
I also noticed we were doing a lot of signings ourselves. I was trying to take the whole page on the book, so I left you just a small space so you could do your signature.
But actually, well, jokes aside, I think that Yasser and Maurice are absolute stars in Germany.
Oh,
They are
no.
loved by everyone. So let's
Let's
back
get
to
to
some
some
analysis.
chess.
Yes, of course.
Well, I just have this game in front of me, and I'm looking at it, and it's just this game of Aravenda. I think I'm going to say his last name.
MVL.
Against MVL. And it's one of those positions, you look at the position and you think to yourself as white, I've done everything right. You know, my queen on d2, backs the bishop on f4, so tickles the pawn on h6. I've established my knight on a nice square. I've developed all my rooks. And we've kind of reached a position where you say, okay, but how do I further develop initiative? And how big is my advantage? And you start looking and you're saying, you know, it's not easy to break down black's position. This bishop on e6 might look a little strange, but for the moment, it's doing a great job. It defends d7, defends f7, hits c4.
But your worst feature in this position is your knight on e3.
Correct.
That's maybe something to think about.
Exactly.
So you have to improve the position of your knight here.
Okay.
Can you? No, it's not for white to play. I think knight b5. I wanted to play knight b5, but it's for black to play.
No, king h7. If you like to play knight b5, you're welcome.
Actually, you cannot take it, and I wanted to come back to c3. Is this an idea? Is this a sound idea? Because if you take on d5.
Okay, so let's just continue.
I haven't seen. Okay.
I always look at captures first.
But knight d7 and knight c7. Do I win an exchange here?
Indeed, you do. No question about it.
No, but maybe you shouldn't take. Then you can take on b5. Okay, maybe this doesn't seem to work. No?
What do you mean?
You take on b5. Don't take on d7. But knight b6 now.
I win an exchange. Well, you have won an exchange.
No, but I don't know. It works by miracle because I haven't seen this. But I thought like c takes b5, then I take on d5.
Well, it's always one of those things, Almira. You can decide later which rook you want to take. It's one of those things where you have an exchange, yes? And then the question is, do you have the files, the open files for the exchange?
Like play e4, d5.
E4, d5, right? You've got to get this in. E4, d5, man, let's just see. At the moment, I'm not...
Concerned?
Well, concerned, I'm always concerned. But I feel like, you know, I'm not materially behind. I have some play. But okay, knight b5, I didn't have to react so aggressively, but knight b5, d5 takes c4. If I take here on e5, I'm assuming you take.
But can I take
with the bishop?
Bishop e5 because I still have c takes d5. But
with
maybe
the tempo.
Yes. And now I'm threatening knight c7.
Now it's true.
So maybe you can... and you cannot play knight d7 because then I will have c takes d5.
Knight d7, you will have c takes d5.
I mean, I will take on g7 and I will take on d5, yes.
Exactly.
So
take on g7, take on g7,
and
take on d5. And I'm really feeling the pressure of my queen.
Because I couldn't make it work in the previous variation because I really liked, well, this moment where the rook was on c1 and the queen on c8, but it didn't work previously.
Okay. We'll keep an eye on this one. And Maurice, back over to you.
Well, we've got a quick finish in this game between Karthik and Maksudlu. Look at this game. You see the queen is currently under attack. Actually, let me back up a couple of moves. I want to go here. And White was in this position. White's like, I've got nothing wrong with my position, like zero. Everything's all good. Okay, my bishop's a little bit exposed. If you take it, no big deal. My knight jumps to the center of the board. No problem. So guess what? Let me just open things up and come after you. And in this position, Black decided, no problem. You want to take, you're going to open up the C file. let me put my rook on the c file preemptively if you decide you're going to capture. White said, I'll take, and I'll make an aggressive queen move, soften up your king a little bit. All right, g6. Now I back up. My queen's on a great square. Now take a look at this queen, or what's going to happen to it in a very short order. First, the move rook to e8, and now after knight to f1, now the move knight to f8. This bishop is getting a little bit soft on this square. f6 would have come. Now you can't play queen takes g6. So white decided, hey, I'll expand. g4, looks good to me. I'm being very aggressive here. Now I'll drop my bishop back, I attack a pawn. You get the feeling like this is white driving the action, although black can defend. Black decided, you want to attack me? Let me go after the weakness you created. So white centralized the piece. I mean, it all looks good after takes. Now a little bit of issue with the king, but nothing that you'd be terrified of. And now the queen shifts, and this is maybe the first move that I wonder, well, why did the queen have to leave to this square? Because now here it comes. f6, your knight goes back. Knight e6, maybe hit your pawn, hit your bishop. Your bishop goes back. Now bishop to d6. In 3 moves after playing all that defense, suddenly is black playing offense. And look what happens next. Rook c1, a casual move. Nothing's wrong, right? Wrong. This loses on the spot to knight g5. Now your queen is under attack. If you play bishop takes, knight takes, I'm counting that you have 0 squares to go to. That's over. So you can't take the knight. You drop your queen back to the only square, and boom, you get hit in the face. Now you can't play bishop takes because your queen is hanging, and your queen can start looking for squares just to try to keep the game going, but there's nowhere to go. Queen e1 or queen to d2 is met by knight f3. Just extraordinary. It's just, you're just casually making moves. You make one bad move, and boom, you're off the game. Incredible the way Maksudlu, just little nuanced moves. It's so 2,700 players just make it look so easy.
Thank you for that. And talking about oversights and missed moves, I see one game, Etienne Bacrot, big favorite in his game with Pranesh. He's got this position as white, and he decided to play a soft move, king b1, and that just missed a golden opportunity, and you would expect a player of Etienne's class to just immediately find knight takes g5, because don't forget, if you take with the queen, queen takes b7, and I spear your rook. He played slow, king b1,
but
king g7.
Is it really working? So knight g5, then queen g5. Let's have a look. So,
sorry.
This is
knight g5,
well,
queen
this
g5,
is
queen
such
b7.
a beautiful idea. So queen b7, and that's it.
Well, you might try to trap my queen, like something like king here, queen
and
takes.
then queen e7.
But still, I mean, I'm getting lots of material, and how are your knight, wherever your knight's going to go, right?
Maybe
Looks like
king b1 here.
Yeah, and
and then
rook c1.
And rook c1. Okay. Yeah,
Okay.
It's very interesting.
But what happened was it was a huge turnaround happened very quickly. King b1, king g7, knight e5 looks right. c5. Now you want to sidestep the impact of c4, so you move your queen. Takes, knight c6, and then very quickly Etienne played the move f4 and overlooked that his bishop was trapped. c4, his bishop was trapped. He doesn't have time to play bishop f5 because of knight b4, winning material. After bishop takes, knight b4, and reached a lost position, and eventually his opponent easily won. Whoa, big turnaround.
Gigantic.
Maurice, over to you.
Gigantic turnaround. Let's go back now. Let's do it again. Let's go. Top boards, this matchup between Freedom and MGD1.
Draw.
That looks draw. No problem there. Bishop opposite color. No problem. What about this one?
Uh-oh.
Yeah, right, bro. Not so easy. Not so easy to just say anything. In this one, we see 2 passed pawns over here, absolutely connected. White's of a pawn. You got to feel like Daniil Dubov is in serious trouble, although this knight looks kind of, if only it could stay there, but we see b3 is on the way, so he did play the move queen b6, hitting the knight and hitting the pawn on b2. Good-looking move, to be sure. Maybe he'll get out of this one. I do see a knight b5, but this pawn's hanging. Okay, all kinds of stuff is going on here. This one, not sure at all. That could be 3 results there. Okay, this one between Arjun and Vidit, or Vidit with the white pieces. And Arjun, I thought they had traded pieces already. I don't see why this is the... Here it is. This is the actual game position. So this is draw. Yes?
Draw.
That one's going nowhere. Now a more saucy one again, as Richard Rapport with the black pieces is playing against Sadwani Raunuk. And white has gotten a little incursion with this bishop, but it looks still like small margins, yes?
Yes.
Not much going on there. Should be a draw. Now for the big ladies matchup, as we have Shovilova playing against Dronavalli, and
It looks equal to me
can't
as well.
quite get
To A5.
to this A5 pawn. Light looks solid. No breaks anywhere. Unless this bishop can somehow sneak to D7 and to A4 and make that real. But you often have to worry about a knight coming into D5. This is looking...
Draw.
Okay, you got a draw for that. And this one, finally, the amateur board, a big-time king on F5 and a huge bishop on the D3 square. But your pawn is hanging on C5. So, again, close matchup between 6 boards. You can't do it by looking at one board. You've got to do the whole panorama and say, okay, what's happening on all the boards? This is what the captains see, right? They're looking and going, oh my God, let's survive this one over here, take the quick draw over there, okay, go for the win there, and they just have heart palpitations, which is why you, Yaz, don't like to be a captain of these teams.
No, I tell you, when you're a team player, I feel like you lose a year of your life. But when you're a team captain, you lose 6 years of your life because you're scared for every table, every board. And
Yes.
Yes.
But we have to pay attention to our second match. You know, WR chess, which is very important. So they are leading the tournament.
yeah, this one
at
I
the
have
moment,
to scroll
yes.
down for.
Yes, you have to scroll down. So.
Right.
Jan Nepomniachtchi won already because we saw this game.
We
so
saw
he
the
was
bishop
the first one to
H3,
score.
yes.
But let's have a look at the game between Bahadur Jobava and Wesley So.
If you don't mind, see if you can't find that.
Easy.
Because it's not the board numbers.
Yes, let's first have a look at this game. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So
You found it?
it's the first game.
The first game of the match, yeah? Okay. Perfect. So this is against...
So who is better in this position?
Jovova versus Wesley. First impression is I really like this dominant bishop on E5. Don't know
So
if it's that much though, because white is very, very solid. I mean, how are you going to attack this weakness? How are you going to attack that weakness? And white is just going to put his knight on C4. So
Can white be better in a long run?
well, if we imagine, for example, we trade everything, like let's just throw something on the board, yeah? I don't see how you ever get to be better because...
But then D5 I will play.
Yes, precisely so. You'll play D5, and your king shouldn't wander too far away. The bishop, after all, does control G3. So I don't think white has much in the way of offensive chances, but if Wesley allows something like knight F6 or knight jumping to C4, he has to be a little bit careful. What about the next board? That was...
Jan Nepomniachtchi won.
Yes. Okay, so it's
then
Wesley.
we have Duda Youngshistov playing against Pavel Teklov. Actually, this we have the Polish derby. Duda.
Okay, let me just see. Bring that one up on my board.
I think he's much better here.
Oh, I love...
Oh, he's a pawn up. Okay.
And not only that, but I just love the activity of black's pieces, the knight on B3, the rooks. It all makes a very favorable impression, and Duda well on his way to victory in this one.
Yes, and his opponent is down to 20 seconds, so this
That
is
doesn't
just,
help.
This is a matter of technique, although very few difficulties, no? Don't you think so?
Yes.
You still
always
have
when
to be
you,
precise here.
Yeah, always when you see these rook and bishop combinations, it's...
And Alexandra Kosteniuk has won already against Alexandra Maltsevskaya, so they are leading 2-0. in this match.
Let me just pull. That game is over, you say?
This game is over, and we can actually have a look. It's not a very long game,
No?
surprisingly. And I think that White
The bishop's opening.
tried a very interesting opening, yes, with a 4.
With F4.
D5 is one of the most principal responses in this line. And yes, let's have a look at this game. It's
Wow.
it's a very exciting one.
I was about to say, White seems to be under a great pressure from the get-go. In this move, knight F2, it just resigns. It just resigns because after queen E1, we have bishop takes H3, and White never survived the opening. It was over before it started, as Yogi Berra might say. It was over early.
So a great game by Alexandra Kosteniuk.
I tell you, sometimes in these team tournaments, you're nervous for yourself, you're nervous for your team, and if you can get a victory like this, an easy one, you just feel everybody's happy with you.
But on the other hand, I
What
just saw that Vincent Keimer just lost against Shimon Gumler. So this is a huge upset as well.
Wow. Okay, did not see that coming. Kind of a normal looking position up to this moment. Let me just take that away.
You call this normal with the H pawn and G pawn in front of the king like that?
We have seen too many computer games.
This looks normal. You play G6. This is okay. Knight E4. Now it gets a little crazy. F5.
I mean, I just felt like there was some stuff that was going to happen in this game already.
Because
but
rook takes
F5.
C3 is on the
No, but where is your queen going?
that too.
It's always
queen.
under the attack.
Ruh-roh.
Yes.
And E2 is hanging.
Which you got
And
snapped
E2
off.
got lost. And we lost a
Oh.
piece.
Ooh.
And we're all in on the mate on H7.
Oh, no, forget it.
And there is no
Like queen
mate
G7.
as queen
Splat.
G7 is. Okay,
That was ugly.
That was real
horrible.
ugly.
That was horrible coming from
Vincent.
Vincent. He just got to feel terrible.
by the
for
way,
losing
it's
like
actually
that.
checkmate. If after king, this is the simple checkmate.
Bishop A3 and mate.
Yikes.
That was not his finest hour.
And I
By
think
the way-
that
Yes,
Vladimir
Maurice.
Rosenstein is winning.
We've got to note another potential upset in the making as Kratsev looks to be taking now Lanier Dominguez. And somebody got to help me here because I've never seen this in my life. I thought it was a different opening. The Perenni attack is what I thought it was that allowed for this piece sacrifice, but I could see after these moves that it is not. And you just saw a little nondescript Sicilian bishop G5, the move D5 by Lanier, which if you can play D5, usually in the Sicilian, you're perfectly fine. You say, I play D5, you got nothing. But check this out. Knight C3 takes. I just gave you a piece. I'm going to sack another piece.
Whoa.
Takes, trade queens while I'm at it, and create this so-called eternal pin. When you try to deal with it, I'll play F4 on you to make sure I open up the F file. You have to play King E6 if you want to keep your piece. Now F5, and now we do in fact have an eternal pin. You cannot break this pin. You're up a piece, but White has all the activity here. An amazing piece sack, which smells like theory, right?
Right.
Smells like a trap of some kind that Dominguez walked into. And watch what happens in this game. White's pieces are completely active. Black now has to figure out how to get out of this. A5 so that he could bring his rook into the game. He brought his rook to try to defend. No time to breathe. A check, another check. Let's bring our bishop back to threaten a discover check. You're running. Let's bring our knight in suddenly, threatening all kinds of checks. Bishop developed. Give us the pawn. Your rook moves. Now the knight comes back hitting the rook. Okay, you got our pawn, but now we're on the 7th. Your bishop is nailed. This is a problem. Where do you put this piece? He chose bishop F8. Well, bishop E3 check is another move that might be mating you if you're not careful. He played bishop H8. What an ugly looking move. Bishop E3 came anyway. Knight F7 chasing down the bishop. And now look at this. Back to your king being hunted. The knight coming back, hitting the bishop, hitting both bishops. Bishop takes pawn. Another check. This bishop has been rocking back and forth. And now he took on b7 with check, chasing the king to a4. And now rook d4 with check. I mean, he hasn't let Lanier breathe at all since sacrificing the piece. It has just been a relentless attack after relentless attack. I'm not sure what is there a result yet? Yeah, that was it. Resignation. An amazing finish. Wow. Lanier literally got blown. This is one of the top players in the world. Got blown off the board, and it looked like opening preparation.
Who was that masked world champion?
That was ugly.
Wow.
What? That was
I haven't seen Lanier get
like
eviscerated. Wow.
Just astonishing.
That is quite the game.
Well, I'm
Almira,
still,
I'm kind of
processing,
stunned by
yes,
that. I
was
did
incredible.
have a game. I wanted to bring up the game of Vadim Rosenstein. Vadim, of course, was the creator of this event. Back in February of this year, he held an event here in Düsseldorf where we got the chance to talk about his ideas and what he wanted Düsseldorf to host. And he was saying this tournament was really his concept, his child. He wanted this idea of a mixed team event where you got some of the very, very best players in the world, professionals, women players, and he wants to play. He's an amateur, but he's a very, I want to say, in love with the game amateur. I mean, he has a great love for the game, and here we're seeing him go as you see Vadim on the left of in your screen, and unfortunately, I am getting an update. There we go, and let's see what he has. And he's just played the move Queen D7.
Better, but what about now? So what is the position before?
Checking.
But if rook is 7
we
here?
have a result. I'm not sure what happened. I turned my head for
so
just a second.
He won because the king is on e4.
Very good. Well, he started with a loss, but I think he's bounced back. Did Vadim with several wins. So very, very nice. And what is the result in the match then?
So then I think that they won the match quite convincingly because, yes, I'm trying to scroll to the results right
WR
now.
Logistics.
Yes, so they, Jan won. No, we still have, no. Okay, so if this is the third result, so they are leading 3-1.
3-1.
Yes,
and
because
of course,
it was,
3.5
another
is
match,
necessary.
Yes, that we were analyzing.
By the way, Vishy and Hari Krishna drew their game, as did Nihal Sarin and Daniel Dubov, a draw. This is on board 1.
Actually, yes, sir, I'm not sure at all because, let's wait until we have the final result because the position that I have on the board right now is a bit different. So, but the kings were on e4 and on d5. So I don't.
We're not sure about Vadim's
We're
victory.
not sure about the result.
And what do you have for us, Maurice?
I'm just looking at some random games, and I just have like this kind of funny result, this funny final position. I don't know these players, Raiko and Blonder. Forgive me, I'm not on the tournament circuit to be able to see as many of these players as I would like. But in this position, White has played the move 92, attacking this rook. Note that this pawn takes is going to be possible, but this bishop is under heavy fire on f3, and it looks like you might even lose your queen. Bishop takes was the threat. That's why he played 92. Black did not want to just retreat the rook, which is what I had calculated. Black decided, I'm going to sack and play rook f8. Have you seen a pawn under more pressure than this pawn in f3? I mean, there's a rook, there's a bishop, there's a queen. The queen is in your position. Your queen is about to go lost completely. Like, this looks over. Somebody's got to guard the f3 square or not. White calmly took on c7, ignoring this threat, and Black resigned.
What?
I mean,
stop me.
No, right? That can't be true, can it?
That can't be true.
That can't be true. I mean,
Oh, he may have lost on time.
Maybe lost on time. You think he just sat here and didn't take on F3 with the rook?
You got to you got to take on F3. I don't care whether with the rook or the
piece,
bishop, right?
Somebody's got to take.
Somebody's got to die.
Are you winning? Like, what if no, I don't want to queen because I know the board might go crazy. But what happens if you queen?
If you queen.
You can't. You're pinned, so you can't play this bishop.
So I can take on E2 double check.
Yeah, and after king takes?
Queen G2 check.
Queen G2 check.
And then I'll take the bishop on G1.
Yeah, that should be devastating.
That's winning for black. Maybe it's wrong. The kings.
Something's got to go. Yeah,
That's
why I was saying I was confused by this result,
right?
Because that's not the kind of move you resign on. Even if you're losing, I'm going down with a full stomach, right?
Right.
Like, we got to eat something. I'm taking that and see what happens next. So maybe there's a mistake in the result. We'll get that updated. We'll see what happens there. Fabi, in the meantime, looks like he's forced a win. He won a pawn and played h4, and there's no force in the world stopping h3, h2, and bishop f3. So he's going to win that endgame and end the day on a good note.
It looks like Richard Rapport, by the way, is losing in the very key matchup on board one. Sorry, Amiria.
No, that's what I wanted to tell you. So if he loses this game, that the match is going to be drawn. So that's a very important game. That's the last game in this match. And also I wanted to draw your attention that this beautiful win by international master Krastev over Linia Dominguez Perez actually ensured also the draw in the match against chess pensioners. So because I told you that they were very vulnerable on the last two boards, so they lost. And
there we see Richie, by the way, his game. Yes, sorry to interrupt.
So they lost on their last two boards. Peter Svidler won, Vladimir Kramnik won, Darmin Sadvakasov won, but this was a very important win on the top board, and so they drew the match.
Exactly.
We will call them Team 3-3. Yes?
Team 3-3. It's hard to make 3 points, by the way, in these matches. It's not a common result.
When I was playing for Werder Bremen, they were calling us Team 4.5, 3.5. It doesn't matter. We would win with 4.5, 3.5.
Regardless of the opposition, right?
Yes.
And look at this, both players of queening their pawns. I'm reluctant to try to make a queen myself, like Maurice.
Yes, let's have a look.
But Richie's facing mate in one. The white queen, the pawn has queened, and queen h8.
So he has to take.
He had to trade. I think this is like one of the games with, I am not kidding, 6 queens might have shown. I mean, people have been promoting pawns all over the place. A pawn got promoted. G pawn got promoted. Another G pawn got promoted. This is crazy.
This
is an amazing game.
Look at the clock times. Under a minute.
37 seconds.
Good luck calculating this. Queen d3 check was played, and that's causing Richard to go under 30 seconds.
As he wants to play king h6, but he's just not sure that a bishop c1 won't hurt big time. So he decided to play king h8.
Of course, he's worried about the move h6 right now.
Indeed. h6 is just, how do you not play h6? Weaken that, soften that long diagonal.
This is going to be an exciting finish. I think we're going to be stuck on this one
for a while.
The end.
Does it decide the match again?
Well, they will draw.
What?
Yes, so
in case white wins.
In case white wins, then the match is going to
Oh, you just played queen g6. And if that's real, you're dead. Oh, he has a check. And now he has no more checks after king b1. And h6 is coming. So if he couldn't trade queens, h6 is going to come. And that's going to be massively painful. Can he play queen e3 now?
Queen e3?
No, instead he's gone for some kind of perpetual chance with queen a6.
Queen a6.
Let's just go back a move.
Queen a6. So I always have bishop c1, right? So if I go h6, you go check.
You have to check. You have no choice.
I do have bishop c1. But then you chase me off.
All right, we got the live board in the lower left corner, so you can refresh. He's played queen e8 check, king h7, and now he can draw, but does White's got a piece in his pocket. Does he really want to draw here?
I wouldn't think so.
He didn't play h6,
No.
he played check. He's going back to g6, and here it is. He can play, yeah, there you go. Got to go for the win, and now check, bishop c1, and takes.
Sorry, my board isn't updating. Let me just go here. This is what I have.
We got the live board, yes, on the
That's
lower
okay.
left.
On the oh, perfect.
Yes.
Well, materially speaking, extra piece.
And the b-pawn now also under pressure. You can't unpin and let the bishop fire into the game.
Exactly.
That this is not looking good at all. In fact, suddenly it just looks busted. If I can just take on b4,
With
what
a
can
check.
you do? And it just has nothing. If he doesn't want to move his queen back because it unleashes the bishop, this looks dead.
Well, I think Richard's expression there speaks for itself as he just like, ugh, what have I done?
Had to guard that b-pawn, no other choice, and hope this bishop doesn't end you somehow. Look, oh, that's mean. That's mean. That's bishop d2. No aggressive move. We're just going to go have lunch.
I need the pawn.
We're going to go have lunch. Oh, man, this is terrible.
Bishop d2. Thank you.
And that's it. Resignation.
Wow, 3-3,
So
Almira.
3-3, this match is drawn, and there was another huge upset, but Grandmaster Arvin, he beat MVL in that game that we analyzed,
Whoa.
but nevertheless, Alpha is check, they managed to win this match, but I think that we should have a look at at how
MVL
this
game?
yes, ended.
Oh, I did something wrong. MVL. I may have to...
No, because it's Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. You know, you cannot search MVL, you know, and get MVL.
How come?
Come on.
Maxine
So, Maxime.
with an I.
Max should be enough, yeah?
Yes, that's exactly the position, because I'm already surprised by the final
Oh
position.
my gosh, the final position looks like a devastating game, just like Lanier Dominguez lost a game where his king got chased all over the board.
Because
Look at
somewhere
this.
in the middle of the game, Maxime's king was on f6, then, I don't know, like it was bishop h5, so I really wanted to have a look at this game, yes.
How did his king get to what?
So,
Ooh.
So he missed knight g6.
Knight g6.
Such an interesting idea. Yes,
Oh,
okay, let's
that's
have a look at this
just
game.
nasty.
wow. Followed by h5. There's been some amazingly beautiful ideas, Maurice. This round, this fourth round, my goodness, has featured some fabulous games.
And it doesn't matter if you're the lower rated player. These players at 2550s are showing, even 2300s are saying, watch out, you might die. And I'm looking at this game.
Wow.
And that's just a beat down. A
Seriously.
beat down over 2700. We've seen some spectacular crushes.
Wow.
Big upsets, amazing ones. They should put this on the site. You know?
Yeah.
All the upsets, just line them up so people can enjoy them. Those are very entertaining. I want to show you a game that ended not in an upset, as Katerina Lagno had this position with the black pieces against Nutaki Priyanka. Look at this position. As white, you've got the pass pawn on d7. Your king's a little boxed in, but you shouldn't lose the game, right? You shouldn't just lose the game. Maybe you could play g3 and even allow this check, because that's not going to be enough for black to win. Just, you're not going to get your king in. What did white do? Well, white set up a personal study. Like, I'm going to show you how I lose. I'm just going to play the move rook e4.
Oh, no.
And, well, if you're going to stick your face
G3.
in front of my fist,
Yeah,
then
I'm
I
gonna
might
hit
have
you.
to punch you, play king f5, hit your rook,
Yeah.
threaten g3, and rook h1, mate.
Mate.
And that's all she wrote. The game, well, it looked like she, I don't know where the rook went, because I don't see the rook. Let me see if I can get this position. Here, rook e4, king f5. Oh, played rook e1, deflecting the black rook, asking you to take. No, thank you. I got mate still. Here he comes. G3 is going to be mate. You can't even promote your pawn, and that's all she wrote. What a way to lose.
Gotcha.
Maurice, and we have the results, and the sole leader of the tournament after the fourth round is the team of WR chess.
Really?
Because
They've won
the
the
match
match?
on the first board was drawn, so this is the only team with a perfect score. So they won 5-1, and they're leading the tournament. So
And that's the
I'm
team
waiting for
with Wesley So and Hou Yifan.
So let's have a look at the results. 3-3 on the top board.
Okay.
Freedom in Team MGD1.
Yes. Then then the team Alpha Sheklins won 4-2 against the Six-Pack. Okay, we also know that the WR Chess won their match. Then we have
Alpha Czech won despite Maxim Vachilagrov getting taken down.
yes. So the
brutal
and
take.
Katerina Lagno also won. So this was a very
And
important
Matsudlu
point.
won an easy one earlier as well. We saw
Right,
that.
you showed.
So Armenia won 5.5 against
Wow, that's
Team
bouncing
Chesami.
back.
Ashdod Elite Chess Club, they drew against Rishon LeZion Chess Club, so they had to play here.
Right.
This is a very important victory. So Germany and France, they beat Competence Academy All-Stars.
Despite Fabiano winning that game?
And despite Gukesh winning that game, they lost on the last 3 boards. So
Ooh.
3.5, 2.5.
That's a team meeting I don't want to attend. I'm going to skip this one, guys. Wow.
So
what a
chess
disastrous
pensioners, they
round.
drew.
Of
again
course.
against
I think the
Shakira
chess
and Bender.
pensioners have drawn 3 matches and won 1.
Yeah, I think
Okay.
Javanka lost her game, right? Javanka
no.
Hauska, she can't be too happy.
Oh, no.
Then we have Chessbra. They won convincingly 5-1 against Heilbronn Hustlers.
The witch hustlers?
Heilbronn.
Okay.
Just
Just
for the
checking.
pleasure.
I think there are
Just
too many
checking.
results and too many names.
Yes.
Let's give it a break there. We know what the top board
Yes.
is. The top board is WR or VR chess, as they say in Germany. Despite some hiccups,
They're getting it
they're,
done.
they're getting it done. They seem to me to be the favorites. You don't have Wesley So, Nepo, Duda, Keimer, Kosteniuk, Hou Yifan, etc. Gangsters all playing on your squad and not have a really good chance of winning. But also Vadim Rosenstein, the amateur, is delivering consistently on the bottom board. So
He lost his
except
first
for the
match.
first loss,
Right.
next
He's
3
done
rounds,
well.
he's 2.5 out of 3. So doing well is that team. But 1 winner after 1 day, and there are 2 more days and 8 more rounds.
That's
Okay,
right.
just for the sake of the results,
Yes.
the FIDE president, Arkady Dvorkovich, won his first game in the tournament. Well,
We're
were there
neutral.
any bets
We
that
are
I
the
don't know
neutral,
anything
independent
about?
I said,
commentator.
but you don't know what I'm saying. when
Yeah.
I
I said,
oh.
oh, no.
I didn't say no, I just said, oh.
Okay, and then we have the team of WR Chess leading the event. Then you have 2 teams shared for the second. So Team MGD1 and
Right.
Freedom. They have
Right.
7 points. And a few teams like Armenia, Alpha Czech, Columbus Energy, and Germany and France who are trying to catch up with the leaders.
Exactly.
So these are their main
That's what
rivals.
we need to hear.
Yes.
Yes.
Which
And-
means that those teams are going to start getting paired against each other.
Exactly. Exactly.
Tomorrow morning's matchup.
Right, round 5.
Well, tomorrow afternoon, this
Round
time.
5.
But round 5 is going to be juicy.
Yeah, you'll
These
see
are
some
some
big
goodies.
matches.
For the moment, I don't have the pairings.
No.
But the captains also have to think about their lineup. So I don't know what is the deadline normally during the team competitions,
Yeah.
somewhere in the morning. So
Well, during the Olympiads, usually we had to give our lineup
How many hours
before 10 a.m. And the rounds usually started at 1. So usually 3 hours. that
okay,
the
so
captains-
tomorrow morning we
Tomorrow
will have
morning
the
we'll know
lineups.
the
And
lineups.
we will see you tomorrow, I
Okay.
guess, same time. So
Yeah.
it was a very exciting round. So
Definitely.
we are, well, in St. Louis at least, we have this ritual. We ask Maurice about...
To sum it up
yes,
for us, to
but
tell us your
final
impressions,
thoughts.
your final thoughts of
Let me tell you,
the start.
it was such an exciting day. It's hard to sum up all these games. We saw brilliancies. We saw amazing upsets. We saw blunders left and right. We saw amateurs performing well. And we saw the leader saying, we're the team you want to chase down. So everything you could imagine has happened on this day, and then some, because we didn't see it all. It's impossible to capture it all, but what we do have is a festival of chess.
Right.
And so this experiment to have the amateurs playing with the professionals seems to be working beautifully at the moment, giving us all a bunch of excitement, lots of games to review, and just fun. It's why we love chess.
You picked the perfect word. It's been a chess festival, everyone, and we have more tomorrow. So join us, same time, same channels, as we'll bring you round 5, 6, 7, and 8. 4 rounds of rapid tomorrow and more fun for everyone.
And that's a wrap.
That's a wrap.
See you tomorrow.
Good night, everyone.